We are looping so hard today. Oh my god. I was intending on covering multiple topics today, but I don't think that's possible with just how much sheer information we have about the shooting.
Have 5 more $2 max.
No! No! Stop it!
Have 5 more $2 max.
Stop! What the hell kind of alarm is that? What the hell is that? Phone? Fuck off with weird alarm. Good morning! Good morning! Mech Arena has taken my life. Wednesday into Thursday, I had like 5 hours
to be
of
attracted
sleep.
to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
I had 5 hours of sleep, and then last night...
This is a public service announcement.
Oh,
and chat are super made
I
it cute
found
and
it.
wonderful.
Oh, I found it.
You
Last
know
night
I
I
love you and
also
have
only
something
had
to
5
admit and
hours
you
of
can't
sleep,
get mad
but
at
not
me
because
less
of
than
Mech
3.
Arena, technically. Last night it was because I was organizing stuff for today.
What the fuck?
I was doing stuff for today! You're playing it right now. I think this is the first time I've had a sponsor where I'm just like, I kind of want to keep playing this game after, right? Like, Gameforge is different, because that was an elongated contract. I had to play that every month, but like, holy shit. Holy shit, this game was so fun. Stop crashing into you. The collision with your teammates, kind of fucking weird. Kind of a bit much. Just don't spend all the sponsor money on mechs. I only spent $7! You know, I can see your last online stat, right? Yes, I left the game open while I was organizing my tabs. I wasn't actually playing it. Because I have... Oh god, how many... Where's my fucking mouse? How many tabs do I have for the shooting today? I have 43 tabs just on the Tennessee shooting.
Close the
I know it's in
fucking
Tennessee.
tabs, you
I know it's
psychopath.
in Tennessee because I know a lot of people have been linking it, both on the left and the right, to all the Tennessee, quote-unquote, anti-trans legislation. But for some reason, when I was typing my fucking announcement, not only did I type Kentucky, I don't know why I typed Kentucky. Maybe all of those, like, middle states that just don't fucking matter merged together in my soup brain? I don't know.
I came
What are
back
we going
from the
to do
grave,
on the
Mistress
bed?
Kirsche.
Only
I stole
43.
this from Satan to give it to you.
All $7 that Vash no PP gave you. Look, okay, a fucking Skewkey out here giving me $10 and then another $10 and then $5 trying to tell Nim each time. Like the first time he's like, Nim, she said if I didn't give her more money for the game she would ban me. She's abusing my parasocial love to buy faster upgrades. Guilt tripping him into paying for a gingerbread skin. I was doing no such thing. These are lies and slander. It's like CNN tier fake news. Should make one giant middle America state with a population of 5. What about Kansas though? It don't matter. I was like, who thinks about Kansas unless you're watching The Wizard of Oz? Need to KFC, dude. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you last night, you crazy fucking people. Wait. Oh my god. Thank you, Vash PP, for the $7. Thank you, Master Kuko, for the $1. Please do not encourage me to wail on the game. And Skewkey, let's do real math. It was 10, 10, 5. Wait, there was another 5. There was another 5. Hold on. So 10, 25, 30. You gave me $30. Don't encourage me to wail on mobile games. But thank you for the $30. I hope I did math correctly this time. And thank you, Skewkey, for the $10 just now, please. Please do not tell me to wail in Mech Arena. Bailey, at least I can rely on you to give super cute and wholesome messages. Thank you for the $5. Resurrected orphan? I came back from the grave, Mistress Kirsche. I stole this from Satan to give it to you. But if I have Satan's dollar bill, doesn't that mean Satan will come to the surface to get it back? I feel like it's not about the money, it's about the principle, right? Working as an expat is hard sometimes. What the hell? A glowy confirmed. If the next shooting happens in Kentucky, please, I didn't predict it. It was an accident. The Findoming Arena arc is real. Why is that game so fun? Why is that game so fucking fun? I was not expecting to become enamored. Today you got lectured by HR on not bringing up the shooting and the person involved particularly.
I'm coming to kill you!
What?
I'm sorry, Mistress Kirsche, I haven't given you enough money on this Find Him Friday.
No, in real life, I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses.
Onyx mini
And his Becca as a suit!
Like Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
I finned him the day early. It wasn't on purpose! Onyx miniguns. For life we ride together. We die together. Dude, that mech is so fucking unfair. That was so fucking stupid. $2 for a mech and $3 for the gun for the mech. Literally $5. You don't have $5 to beat up 8-year-olds in a mobile game. Literally $5, and I could just kind of walk around and do whatever the fuck I wanted. I was like 3-shotting people. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. I'm pure E. I'm not taking advantage of you. Also, Entropia. I have no idea. You got lectured by HR for not bringing up the shooting? Or do they want you to talk about it? That's kind of weird. If you all didn't have insomnia, you missed out on yesterday's groom cord. That's true. That's true. You know KFC does free refills on their chicken buckets? Wait, there's no way. That can't be real. Dine in only? Oh, maybe it's real. Hold on, wait a minute. Who dines in at KFC?
What are we going to do on the
I
bed?
expect you to use this money for wholesome life enriching purposes. My house, she must be financially responsible.
That's true. That's true. Skewky. Thank you for that 1985 a minute ago. Please don't apologize when you're giving me money. That's so weird. That makes me feel weird. Please don't apologize when you give me money. And Psycho Mime. Our $5 mechs will ride off into the sunset. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. Proctor, thank you for the $10. I'll try my best to remain financially responsible. But much like the VTubers who have the opposite issue that I do, where they spend money that they don't have and then have to ask for emergency donations, I am stuck in that mindset of like, I can't spend money on anything that I can spend time doing instead. And sometimes that is a very bad mindset to have, because if you have the extra money, time is also money. And sometimes time is way more precious than the money is. So instead of spending 5 hours grinding for something, I, in theory, should allow myself to spend the like $1 or $2 in order to make the time less, you know?
Sorry for giving you money.
I found it! Boogie, don't say sorry! Don't say sorry. So hopefully one day I can get out of the, completely destitute mindset of like, I can't spend money on things that bring me joy and things that I enjoy sinking time into. Because like, you should be able to on some level, right? As long as you're not going fucking hog wild. If you do want to be a whale, do it in video, not in real life. But what if I want to be a whale in real life? What if I sexually identify as a whale and my pronouns are ooh and oh?
And his name is John C.
What then? There's so many alerts! There's so many your money. Fucking Nim! This piece of shit, all of you dogging on me for spending a little bit of money in Macarena. This is not a Macarena fund. I forgot he did that until one of you said something. Fuck. It's not a Macarena fund. Jesus, just got to Division 6. Oh, Vash, you're catching up to me? We got to play, baby? How will the Chinese kids that made the game afford dinner? Oh no. Oh no, not like this. At this point you feel like you can't stay unsubbed here. You get sniped the moment you don't have a badge. Well, I've had a couple of people mention that. They're just like, I don't want to get gift subs. I want to pay for my sub myself. And it's just like, what? I can't do anything about that. The only time you can get sniped by a gift sub, unless somebody targets you specifically, is if you let your sub lapse. But, like, I feel like a cunt if I'm like, well, just don't let your sub lapse, idiot. Cause, like, why? That's a really shitty thing to say. But that's the only way to, like, counteract it. I guess unless you unfollow and then you can't get gifted. God damn. Yes, I will target specific. What? Satan is the himbo I'm looking for. I don't know if Jesus Christ would be happy with that. It's because I was with the boys. God damn. That's, 5 stacking in that game is a lot of fun. Minus when you enter a pre-made group full of whales. And we can't help that happening sometimes though, you know? You see Onyx stats screen? How much did I pay for the Onyx? $2. The Onyx was only $2, and then the minigun was $3. What mech is unfair? Onyx is unfair. $5 rides again, honestly. $5 to hear the lamentations of their whammons. Hello, Nim! You have burger. I'm jealous. I want burger.
I don't support your matching habit in theory. In practice, however, it's funny.
Please wait! Please thank you for the $10. It's not a habit. Calzone tells you that KFC in Kentucky are all buffets. Oh, that sounds fun. I haven't seen a fast food restaurant have a buffet since, like, Wendy's used to have salad bars way ages ago. You will not spend money on a mobile game. Okay, I can't say that, because I've probably spent over 1,000 in Azure Lane at this point. But I've also been playing Azure Lane for, like, 4 years. So, like, that number sounds high, but over 4 years, that's not a lot, right? It's just like a $7 a month, and then the occasional $30 bundle, and then I buy all of the gem bundles once a year, because you get the double bonus, so it's worth it. If I don't get the double bonus, I'm not buying gems, Azure Lane, okay? It looks to be real. Oh my god. Can I get a sponsorship for Homeworld Mobile? You need an excuse to pick that up again. I don't know what that is. If you could stomach KFC, you'd start to have dining in. I really like their popcorn chicken. I'm a big fan of popcorn chicken. It's hard to fuck up popcorn chicken. It's so fucking easy. You know who used to have really good popcorn chicken? When I was younger, and my mom had moved back from North Carolina to New Hampshire, and she was living in an extended stay motel for a while. When I would go up to visit her, because I still had brain damage, I would walk along the highway because I had brain damage to get to the Walmart so I could get popcorn chicken. Walmart had some bomb-ass fucking popcorn chicken, dude. Come on. They want you to pay $10 for the Onyx. Maybe they realized that $2 was too little. I'm glad I got the $2 one. Sorry you can't give more. You spent too much on books yesterday. Good! Good books are good! Locked Key, thank you for the 100 biddies. I'm gonna have to go through and thank all the subs and other biddies in a second here. You're sorry you show up to every stream and give me a sub every month. Stop it! Stop apologizing! Thank you! Real talk, how soon can I ask Papa Raid Shadow Legends to sponsor me again? They can bankroll my addiction? Well, that's the fun part! That's the fun part! Mech Arena is made by Plarium, which are the same people who made Raid Shadow Legends. They're They're the same fucking people. You're apparently quite goated at the game because you're stuck in matches with people who've clearly already whaled or have been playing way longer than you have and have investment in their gear. Yeah, when I was solo queuing after I got to Division 2, I was getting a lot of people that had a lot of skins on their mechs. MMO brain rot. Yeah, exactly. The KFC bucket refills, the MC 1035, the Domino's 5061 for pickup only, Wendy's Chimkin Nugget bucket. What the fuck? Wendy's has a bucket? McDonald's basket of fries? Dude has a whole group dedicated to fast food secrets and it's amazing. What the hell? The Onyx caps out at 32 energy. You can put 2 16 energy weapons on it. So what you're saying is that I shouldn't have let that $10 bundle for fully upgrading the Onyx expire like I did, right? You guys did give me the money, so I should have bought it, but all I could think of was Nim getting mad at me in my head. And so I was like, I have to behave. I have to be responsible. Don't spend the $10 on upgrading the mech. Don't do that. You've almost spent $60. Why did I make you do this? I didn't make you do this. Why did you install the game? What? Why did you install the game for whaling? Why would you do that? You might have only slept for 2 hours. You may lay down a little. Go get more sleep! Don't be like me. I only got 5. It helps compare how long it would take me to do the task versus my hourly pay rate. My hourly pay rate changes depending on the day though, right? Like some days I could make like $12. Some days I could make $50. Some days you guys go fucking nuts and it's like hundreds and I'm like, what happened? What did I do? Why did I get so much? I don't understand. Oh my god. You need to apologize. You don't have enough to spend on Mech Arena. You need to give the money to my Findom mistress Kirsche. Skew! Skew, thank you for the 1090. Please don't apologize. It makes me feel bad when you guys give me money and say sorry. Don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you. Thank you. Then you'll need a himbo to come along and harpoon me a good one. That's true. That's true. Hello, Animate Acumen. Brushing your teeth. Good. Don't let them die. Dead teeth bad. Want to spend money on 3D printers, but you also need the money to move out. Relatable. That's my goal. I want to be able to make enough monthly to move back to New England. I want to live there. That's my goal. That's my goal. Spending money in this day and age. What? What do you mean money spent on Mech Arena? $500! I haven't spent that much money, Nimothy! Nimothy, you fucking freak! Why have you done this to me? I'm going to work on legs. Give some words of encouragement and wisdom before you demolish your quads. Your legs are gonna be fucking primo. Just imagine the women you'll be able to princess carry over thresholds. I believe in you. I believe in you! Go get a pump on, dude. Imagine not making a can of beans last you a full year. I have leftover bean in my fridge right now. You're in Division 4? Heck yeah. You thought I said Macarena for a second? Wait, why? Wait, why? Bullshit, you want to get sniped. Well, just ask the ATF for a firearm. Say you have a bunch of mental issues. Just cancel and reset up autopay? I don't know how that works. You don't want to sub? You don't want people to sub for you? And yet you're a tier 3! What do you mean you don't want to sub? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Why do you hate me? Still can, but the odds are drastically lower. Hello, Ajax! I am very far behind in chat. Welcome, first time chatter. Unfollowing does not protect. Gifting does not require a follow.
Nice cock.
Nice cock. There's a setting that you can tick on, Tamarin, in your account settings that says if you're not following a channel, you won't get gifted subs to it. So you can turn on that setting. You can turn it on. Pretty sure you got this gift sub when you weren't even home. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Look at memes before tangenting. I'm looking. I'm perceiving. Attention, all honorable chatters. If you see any ketchup in the vicinity, bring it to me immediately. What the hell is this? What the hell is it? It opened in... I have so many windows open right now. Hold on. So many windows, so little time. I'm like a fucking Kingdom Hearts mid-story. Oh, this is so cute! I know the context isn't cute, but this is fucking adorable. This is adorable. Hold on, I have to put it in my other browser so that I can actually...
Inexplicable.
Built the Parthenon. Built America. This is your song. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is your song. Thank you.
Holy shit, when will I not get jump scared by my own alarms? Jesus Christ. Salad bars are weak buffets. I like the crunch! Hello, Tam Sham! Hello, first-time chatter friend. I did not spend $500 on Mech Arena. I spent $5! At least I didn't spend 100K on mobile games like DSP. I pray I never get that bad, ever. Nim going to womp me. Don't womp! No womping! Ooh. I did not spend $500 doodle. Stop it! Popcorn chicken has been discontinued at KFC. Not at my KFC! Fuck you, I can still get it when I'm feeling fat. The Walmart popcorn chicken is okay. Well, back in the early 2000s, it was better than okay. I sincerely apologize for the fact that I facilitate your parasocial needs so effectively. I'm so sorry that you are inexplicably attracted to brain-damaged women. If they do sponsor you, the money they put into you will be put back into the game. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's what they're thinking of, you know? You're sorry you're late and not talkative? Don't say that! I appreciate lurkers as well. Lurkers love! Haven't bought any upgrade packs, but only because they look like they let you rank it up once, not all the way. The yellow units, you only need one card to rank up. So when the yellow units give you a rank up bundle that has like 6 tickets in it, that ranks it all the way up. It maxes it out. It's crazy she hasn't noticed yet. Fuck you, Nim! I'm gonna come for you in the cornfields! I hate you. Sorry for giving into the reverse psychology. Kirsche says, righty there. Well, I've spent $5,319.18 on Mech Arena. No! It's $7!
$5. Last night you said $7. I'm not sure we can trust you anymore.
It was $5 for the mech, and for the minigun. I spent $1 on a different mech because it was only $1, and I was like, well, it's $1, and I have $1 in my Google Play account, so it's like technically free. And then I spent another $1 on something in the shop. I don't remember what it is, but I spent another $1 on something. Damn, you put hot dog me. It's so cute. That's gonna be a really weird thing to have up while we're talking about a shooting here soon. Jesus Christ, Mech Arena sounds like Macarena every time. Maybe I should just start calling it Macarena. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Still need to move Mech Arena over to your PC. And still Division 9. You haven't had a moment to sit and play. You're gonna get sucked in. I did not expect to enjoy a game without anime booba and adorable waifus so much, but goddamn, this tickled my autism. Ziz, what do you mean cute question mark? That's you. You drew that? Des, welcome first time chatter. Let me bring it up on the screen while I'm tangenting, or I just like never will, and I'll just keep talking about it. But like, I know the context isn't supposed to be cute, but it's just so adorable. It's just so adorable. Also, the commitment to the details. We got the ketchup fund at 16,969, 169%. I'm coming to kill you. Of course, Sam Hyde would be a VIP in my chat. The outfit isn't helping. Ziz with his self-tags for the SFX. Thanks, Vash. I know you would. The couch about to look like American Psycho. And he even knows Nim's cock command. This chat is scarily accurate. This is very scarily accurate. We're retweeting that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you for the cursed but yet adorable artwork. Look at how cute. Thank you. We're all Kirsche slaves. Yes. Yes, dude. We're throwing money at Kirsche. Lazy Gaming, thank you for the 100 biddies. I gotta go back and do thank yous real quick.
Nice cock.
Nice cock. I'm sorry your monthly paycheck hasn't dropped yet. Stop apologizing! You need more for each level, and when you max a level, you can only rank it up once, and you gotta level it up again. I used only one ticket on my yellow mech, and it only needs one ticket to go to the next level as well, so I don't know. You don't have $7. Please don't be mad at your lurking. I'll never get mad at lurkers. I love lurkers. You guys are cute. Don't worry about it. Buying so much she doesn't even know what she's bought. She's in too deep. I don't know if you can use that logic on me, because I can't remember anything, dude. I can't remember jack shit. Mass is really comfy. I agree. I'd probably live in New Hampshire for the better laws, though. I'm gonna be real. The internet has ruined you? Well, I mean... There's a reply. I'm clicking. Okay, but is there a transparent PNG of the Kirsche dog? Because that is way fucking cuter than it has any right to be. Why is that so fucking cute? Why do all of you want to fuck the marshmallow? I don't understand what goes on in your little male brains. I understand the cute causes violence there, but this is a little too far. This is a little too far. Real Pippa chat, real Zaste chat. This is all too real. It's very real, Ziz. I'm impressed at the commitment. I'm impressed. Almost half a year with Coconut Fox. Thank you, Shepherd, for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5-month resub. I'm welcome back to the art dungeon. Thank you, Des. You fucking cutie. This is brilliant. Do I want the hot dog bigger? Well, according to you guys, I'm some sort of fucking size queen, so... I guess the answer should be yes, right? Use hot dog sticker already installed.
Baby, can I have the cum?
I want the Kirsche PNG. I want to squish it. I want to squish it. Putting your dick in the Boggy, no! Boggy, no. See picture of ketchup bottles full of innuendo? Yeah, it's just normal. It's just normal. Kirsche is for fucking. Kirsche is for hugging. Do not fuck the Kirsche! Why do all of you want to follow in the footsteps of fucking that YouTuber guy that I never remember the name of because he looks identical to another YouTuber guy, and then I inexplicably forget both of their fucking names whenever I talk about them? Shane Dawson. Why do you guys want to be like him? Don't rub your dick on a cat. Stop it. It's because Kirsche is unobtainable for fugs, so we've got to default to the Kirsche. That's gonna be your version of the MLP Lyra Onahole picture. What the fuck? Marshmallow is so warm, so soft, so yummy, it clings! You guys need fucking Jesus. Holy shit. You eat the Kirsche? Eat out the Kirsche? I guess I'd rather you cook the Kirsche over an open fire like it's a s'more than fuck it. God damn. Anonymous Impregnation Proclamation? What a fucking name. Thank you for the gift sub. I gotta, okay. You guys made me out to be a size queen, says the lady who said anyone's dick can fit in a toilet paper roll had a pencil dick. That was before I understood how toilet paper rolls work, okay? I thought it was a normal unit of measurement. And the thing was that, like, if your dick fit inside the toilet paper roll, then it was small. I admitted I was wrong. We found out that if your dick fits inside the toilet paper roll, you're just fucking normal. According to Google, that is just the average dick size. Or I apologized for having an incorrect woman opinion based on something I thought men did on the internet. Okay, alright? I even proved it by wrapping my hand around that fucking little bottle thing. That's like, if you... I don't know why you guys want to insist you have little tiny baby penises so much. What I'm trying to tell you, you're bigger than you think you are, I guess. You guys just want to be persecuted. You guys are part of the pronoun crowd. If it's cute, we must breed. What the fuck? You added Kirsche too? I'm riding the Kirsche! In a say-so way, you fucking freaks. It's so cute! I will ride my hot dog marshmallow into battle! I love it! Thank you, Nam! Thank you for putting them on there! And thank you, Dez, for making them fucking beautiful. I'm gonna quote tweet this one. Why are you guys like this? Do not fuck the Kirsche. Oh, heckin'. Ooh. Where's Jesus? You can't find him. He said he's coming back, but man, that convenience store's very far away, I guess. Your dick should fit inside a toilet paper roll. Yes, that's what I've learned. It should fit inside, in theory. And if it doesn't fit inside, then it's just massive. You've got a Chad cock. When you get erect, you're gonna knock shit off the counter. That's what I've learned. You're not degenerate enough to want to fuck the Kirsche. Good, I'm glad one of you here is normal. Wait, it should fit? If you're average, if it doesn't, then you're a fucking monster. Congratulations. Wonder how small the credit card dick guy really was. Stop it! Stop it! Adorable. The adorable steed. Can you imagine an entire stampede of hot dog Kirsche? I would trample the fuck out of Simba's father. She said she admitted she was wrong. Says we all have baby dicks. Pick one, bro. What? I said, why do you guys want to insist that you have baby dicks? Because you keep telling me that if your dick fits in the toilet paper roll, that doesn't mean you're average. That means I'm a size queen, and that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Shpee. You checked with the toilet tube roll later, and Kirsch is right. We're bigger than we think we are. See, thank you! Thank you, binary mind! Time to play Minecraft while listening to Kier rant. Good luck. Your dick should not fit into a Coke bottle opening. Well, yeah, no. If your dick fits into a Coke bottle, I got some bad news for you. But, you know, nobody noticed the sock in a chat.
There's actual fucking degenerates.
Sam, hi, Pipkin, Ziz, Zace, Vash, Animate, Dez. Wait, is that in the original one, too? Oh my god, it is. Why would he say I'm hired in this situation? What? Also, yeah, you're right. Literally, none of us noticed that. Holy shit. Unironically a sign. Can we move on? Are you saying you don't like the Kirsche? Are you upset with it, Red J? Basically a pride parade. If everyone has one, no one has one. What the heck? Binary's huge. The point of the TP discussion was there is no standard size, so you can't use it as a universal measurement. You can't use it as a universal measurement, but we also learned what the global average is for dick width, and it's basically the same size as a lot of toilet paper rolls. There's only some toilet paper rolls that have a smaller tube in it, and it's smaller by, like, I don't know how to measurement, but it's not that much smaller! You refuse to correctly interpret what you say for the sake of comedy. Fucking thread watchers, honestly. Just said it's a bad unit of measurement because it's wildly inconsistent. Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway. It's wildly inconsistent. But if you do fit in the toilet paper roll, you're like literally average. Like, your dick is fine. You're not small. Stop it. You're my little ketchup bottle. Well, right now, yes, honestly. You just got here. What about Sakana? Did I get hired? I haven't heard anything. I don't know. If I ever release marketable Kirsche and Q plushies, you know, someone is going to Lyra plushie it up as a joke. Please, no. I can't. I mean, you've already paid me. So I guess in theory, what you do is what you do. But please do not hollow out a plushie and put it on a hole in a Kirsche. You're lost? It's okay. I'm very far behind in chat. Not anymore, though. Now I'm almost caught up. Hell yeah. You tuned in on your dick is fine. Nice cock. Help! New friends must be so lost. I feel like even if you're used to my streams, you're also help lost. Aw. There's like a little heart in my coffee. Oh, God. Oh, God. The only toilet paper rolls you've seen that you would fit in are the giant ones in closed dispensers in public bathrooms. This guy's out here trying to brag to anonymous people in a Twitch chat. Second you ask somebody not to do something, you assure somebody is going to. I know. You're all fucking freaks. Okay, hold on. Someone just completed the tutorial. Anonymous, thank you for that $100 doodles. You are absolutely fucking crazy. I don't know what I do that makes you think I am worth $100, but thank you. Thank you, anonymous. Maybe one day you will no longer be anonymous, and I can say your name, and it'll be like a step farther in our parasocial relationship. You run into the bane of the minigun. There appears to be a mech that can force you to reload. Yes, there is. It's like a big giant yellow wall that looks like Digimon World 1 graphics. The insanity is paid for. Thank you! Thank you, Anonymous, for the heckin' 100. Thank you. Skewky, 5. Last night I said 7. Not sure we can trust you anymore. I broke it down! Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the 5. Let me go to Hey, I'm Luscious. I learned that your name is actually Lucius and not Luscious. Thanks for the tier 3 for 4 months. It only took me 4 months to know what your name actually is. Thank you for correcting my brain damage, but I guess you'll always be Luscious to me. Luscious Lucius, thank you for the 4 months of tier 3. Thank you. Monthly tithe for the Mech Gotcha Temple. Don't encourage me! And Tiger Knocked, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Big 5. Animate Acumen, thank you as well for dick fighting. Another 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Twin necrotic. My brain is now fighting itself between thinking of your name as Twins Erotic and Twin Necrotic, which it literally is Twin Necrotic, which we talk about necrophilia here quite a bit. Maybe you followed for the wrong reasons, but thank you. Thank you for the 2 months of Prune. Thank you. Shepherd, thank you for the 5-month resub. Almost half a year. Thank you. Anonymous, thank you again for that gift sub to Impregnation Proclamation. Thank you.
Nice cock.
Nice cock. Yosh the Boss, thank you for the 17-month resub. That's like almost 2 years, my guy. Thank you. Huge. Always trust the cute fox lady on the screen, guys. I do my best to not bring fake news. I'm wrong sometimes, but I do best. Pretty sure 85% of the people here have their name twisted in some way because coconut brain and reading is hard. Yes! Hi, Kier. It's us from the SP Association of America. What the fuck is that? We love watching your stream during meetings, but the whole toilet paper roll topic really hurts our feelings. Thanks for moving on. What's SP Association? Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Pregnancy kink is just inflation with filling. I don't like thinking about fetus as like donut filling for women. Small penis. Oh. I see. Ishi, thank you for the heckin' 200 biddies. 100 biddies per hour of sleep Bailey got. Bailey, sleep more. Not just for your health, but for more biddies. B-Sack Monster, thank you for the 100 bits. Happy Findom Fox Friday. Fancy Findom Fuck Fox Friday. We're going to keep adding F words to that until it's unintelligible. Thank you, Locked Key, for the 100 biddies. Don't apologize, please. Zgyuki, thank you for the 1090 again, but please stop apologizing. Lazy Gaming, thank you for the 100 biddies. And Frambamimal, thank you again for the 100 biddies from the Small PP Association. Thank you. Thank you. Kier wants to be a Boston cream or a fluffed toast. What the fuck is a fluffed toast? Pregnancy is just 3D printing in real life. Okay, that one makes a bit more sense. That one's less scary. That one's less scary. All right, before I get to the shooting, because there's like 43 fucking tabs or some shit, I did have a couple of things I wanted to touch on briefly. A couple of things I wanted to... 582,000 views here, holy shit. Findom, fuck, fox, frantic, fiasco, fraternets, I don't know what a fraternets is. I've never seen that word before. Bailey was too busy playing Minecraft with da boys. That's me and Mechawina. I haven't played Puemacessa in like 2 days. I'm gonna have withdrawals. Marshmallow fluff is your goddamn addiction and you'll never quit it. Dude, I wasn't a peanut butter and jelly sandwich kid as a kid. I was a peanut butter and fluff kid. I love PB and F, honestly. Fraternity? But they said fraternets! Well, it's fraternets! Those are different. Fraternity! Oh, okay. Findom, fuck, fox, frantic, fiasco, fraternity, fluffing on a Friday! English hard. He's European. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You just liked peanut butter sandwiches. Peanut butter without anything else on the bread sometimes would be okay, but I liked it toasted. If it was toasted bread, then it would be like okay, you know, cooked bread with peanut butter and a little bit of butter that like wets your mouth. But if it's like not cooked bread with peanut butter on it, it gums you up. Gums you up too much. Even milk doesn't help.
But if Bailey sleeps more, I won't be able to donate telling him to go the fuck to sleep.
You guys are preventing me from getting to the news. Toast with peanut butter is pretty banging. Oh my god, so good. I'm loving this. Why did I all part of the plan. All according to Keikaku. Skilgate! Thank you for the 1,500 biddies. I'm sorry I wouldn't have money to apologize if you had spent it on plushies and candy. I didn't get to my throne yesterday because I was playing Macarena with the boys. I'm sorry. I will do it soon, TM! I can't do it tonight because I have to set up something for you guys for tomorrow. I have stuff to set up after stream today. Very, very busy day today! Send her more money so she doesn't get to the news and realize how screwed we are. We can just bring up the cute art again at the end of all of it. Thank you, Skooky. Maple Syrup, thank you for the heckin' 600 biddies. Weekly bits for the Fox Mistress. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Isaac, thank you for the 100 biddies. This week in the news, Fox Girl actually reads the news. Sorry, not sorry. But no sorry. No sorry! No sorry! Yoshi, thank you for the 5 hiking gift subs. Thank you! Where's the desk? I was hoping I would find it a lot faster so I wouldn't have to make dumb noises, but I still can't find it. I was trying so hard. I is trying so fucking hard. And what? Stop jump scaring me with my own alerts! I swear to God. Okay, I'm standing on the desk. Somebody redeemed feet cam earlier. Somebody redeemed that earlier. Thank you, Kirsche, for the 5 gift subs. It's really hard. It's really hard to have comms when both of us are in the voice chat because our names are too similar. Now can we news? I'm trying! Thank you, everyone! Why am I blue screening so much? Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. Are we okay, chat? Are we okay? Why? There's not even a scary vegan man on the screen right now! There's no... Chat! If you don't stop it, I will bring the scary vegan man back!
Shut up! Silly woman!
I will open my tabs about men who have wives and they don't shower! I swear to God! I will do it!
Shut up! Silly woman!
Please, no more of that man! I will Google him right now! Please! Okay. I'm gonna, if you guys don't stop, I'm gonna disable it. Are we good? Are we okay, chat?
We're lucky.
No mods, never lucky, dude.
Shut up! Silly woman!
They
don't wanna.
This lad's like fucking wrangling a kindergarten. What the fuck just happened?
What the fuck?
Why would you make an alert disabled? That's so cruel. Hey! If people can realize that their child is gonna be born with like 17 limbs and a caved-in skull, and they still bring it into this world so that they can get updates on the social media, I can make an alert disabled, okay? I feel like that is much less evil. Am I going to at least build the alert
Silly
a ramp
woman.
to its front door? Sure, fuck, I guess. They want it. Jesus Christ.
We're just waiting for the clown horn to be squeezed.
God dang you, man!
Is he leaving the room?
This is my first chat room. I think my chat room is incredibly stupid. Well, chat reflects the streamer, so... The chat, stream, not chat. Well, I mean, you just proved your point. You kind of just proved your point. You're included in the stupid. Congratulations. The longer you stay, the lower your IQ will drop. Holy Hammer Strike, thank you for the 500 biddies. Thank you. You haven't missed anything. Literally nothing. The blue screen spam crashed your fucking mobile stream. Oh, fucking mobile users in shambles, honestly. You're already this close to going negative. Well, unlucky for you. I am a sucker for low IQ. And that means you're going to be left with nothing at the end of this. PC Master Race! Exactly. So this fucking thing, we're finally going to play some news, chat. Sit down and pay attention. I'm turning the lights off.
It's the other side of the building where they're still trying to come in. Yeah.
We finally have our Tranuary 6th moment. Is this an insurrection? I hope everybody calls it that, just because of what happened previously.
Is that a true sign? I mean, did Blackburn take $1.3 million? How can they do that?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? I'll explain it in a moment. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay when they do it. Yeah. Yeah. The transurrection. I can think of one other holiday, you know? I can think like Juneteenth. But I can't say the word on Twitch. Use your imaginations. But this is leftist protesters breaching the Tennessee Capitol building. So unironically, Tranuary 6th. The difference between an insurrection and a resistance is corporate sponsorship. But Oakenfell, they are the resistance. They are the ones raging against the machine and definitely not having the same opinions as basically everyone in the mainstream. January 6th, 2, March edition. You need one of them to be dressed as a Siberian shaman. It needs to be a Siberian shaman, but with like the trans flag colors. You know? Tennessee of all states. That's because, Hikimoto, Tennessee is passing abhorrent anti-trans policies that will contribute to the genocide of trans people. AKA, Tennessee passed a bill making it illegal for minors to get sex change surgery. So, no shaman 0 out of 10, no esoteric powers. This is why they could not harness the meme magic. They have no frogs, no income, no bitches. How will they transition elementary school kids now? Is it a communist insurrection revolution coup trying to overthrow democratically elected government to enforce their minority-based dictatorship to oppress those they see as lesser? You're saying the quiet part out loud, you and me. No frog plus L plus no shaman. Exactly. There was a shaman, some guy in a crazy suit. I haven't seen the shaman. You got pictures of the trans shaman? Please, I would like to see it. There should be more availability for antipsychotics. How much are the antipsychotics actually helping people with mental problems? And how much are the antipsychotics contributing to school shooters, though, is the real question. That's a question I have. So, there's this. And then this person responds, they didn't breach, they are just standing in one place and protesting. And I'm just like, I'm having deja vu. Like, I feel like I'm looping in real time. It's like, what, did the police let them in as well? Did they have a woman get shot? Like, what's happening? What's that? Something went wrong. Try reloading. Can I really not play this? Did this video fucking die? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dead video? Dead ass fucking video? Can I, like, open it in a new tab? Will that work? No? Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. We got an article, though. I guess, is this the guy who's the trans shaman? I thought this was just like an insane clown posse fan from Argentina. Why would he paint his face like the Argentinian flag? Censored live. It's fucking over. I'm gonna get off my feet. Ah, I'm too small. I'm too small. There we go. The Queer-anon Shaman. Yeah. Instead of the Q-anon, it's Queer-anon. A different kind of Q, if you will. Help, where my tab? There we go. He wants Tennessee to take the Falklands. Is this real? They had a shaman too? I guess so. I guess so. They had a shaman. This is their version of that one lady who got like elbowed a bunch by the police. They have all the same actors. They even got strange fucking, what's the name of that guy from that cooking meth show? Well, the Breaking Bad guy. This looks like a fat version of him. Trans shamans, how do they do their shaman magic? Yeah, Walter White. It's like a fat Walter White. Did someone also get shot in the neck? No, of course not. Of course not. So we got the transurrection. Trans activists storm Kentucky Capitol to protest law prohibiting child sex changes. Several arrested. Because somehow prohibiting children from having surgeries at 13 to remove their breasts is committing trans genocide. I don't know how that works. I'm bad at math, so I don't really understand how it adds up. Maybe someone can teach me. He just got here, and the first thing he hears trans shaman. Oh, I genuinely just thought this was an insane clown posse, dude. But, you know, whatever. No shouting. Trans shaman magic. Hakuna Matata, you're a girl now. I'm so glad that you could crack your egg in this manner. You cute little eggoos in chat. We already found out that, you know, you could easily crack Rev says Desu's egg. God, I've never interacted with that man, so I don't even know if he took my comment as a joke. People were trying to tell him he was trans, and I was like, I'm so glad you could finally crack your egg. But he might have just thought I was being serious. What happened? I can't remember if it was the Hogwarts drama or if it was more lolly drama. I don't know. The VTuber community melts down about some moralistic bullshit like every other day. But people were like railing on him for saying some shit. And they were just like, oh, look at this person's probably just a repressed trans because they use a woman avatar for VTubing. And he's just like, why the fuck are you assuming like what I identify as and like applying stuff to me? And my response was, I'm so glad that your egg finally cracked and you can accept who you really are. Like, it sounds serious, but if you know who I am, you'd know it's not. They assumed his gender. You know what they say about assuming? I love ass. Oh my god. It was Lollymay? No, it was Rev says Desu. It only sounds brain damaged, honestly. Remember when it was the whole yellow face thing? Oh my god. We're looping in real time. I have a tab open. Where is it? I'm not ranting about it today because I don't have time. I don't have fucking time, but I have a tab. I don't know where it is because none of my tabs in this window are organized. Oh my god, I suppressed a hiccup. But I have a tab on fucking digital blackface again! They had articles on digital blackface in 2016. If you're not black, you're not allowed to use black reaction images. Black people in reaction images. And then in like 2018, they were just like having black people in reaction images in general is racist. And I was like, why would you want to erase black people from memes? What is wrong with you? And then they started talking about digital blackface where like people who aren't black are using the skin color emojis, like the thumbs up and the okay sign, and like the black people waving emojis in like Discord and text messages, and how if you're not black, you shouldn't be using those, because that's digital blackface. And now we're looping again! Because there was an article this fucking month, again, on digital blackface using memes with black people in them. I have that tab somewhere. I'll find it for a not Friday. Oh my god. Wait, is your monitor power saving mode doing blackface? I don't know anymore. Same people who erased Aunt Jemima? Yeah, exactly. Drove you nuts that everyone seemed to be acting like that was new. You remember them crying about it years ago? Thank you, Barraclow. I'm glad somebody else fucking remembers it because I felt like I was going crazy. What if you identify as black? Well, I hope your reparation check comes in. When you do so much IRL looping, you're wanting to return to the 1950s. When you loop so hard, you start advocating for segregation instead. Remember some Twitter idiot saying that VTubering is digital yellowface? Yeah, that happened recently as well. That happened during the hog leg drama because they were like, some Japanophile claiming to be a Sakura wolf. This is cultural appropriation. Can I link the article? The search engines are trying to have you versioned with a fact check. They really did start blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I can give that to you. Here you go. There you go. Do I remember when you paid me to do digital blackface? No. What the fuck? Close your tabs. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Remember when one of the Hodge twins did blackface and got in trouble? Even though he's black. Hold on. Wait a minute. What? Oh my god, yellowface, what happened to Asians or white adjacent? Well, there's a faction of Asians that want to reclaim their victimhood so they can jump on the oppression pyramid with everybody else. And then there's the people who are in the oppression pyramid who are just like, no, Asians are too white. You can't be on the oppression pyramid with the rest of us. But that's not my fight. I can just watch them fight each other. I was like, I don't care about the oppression pyramid in general. Super straight icon. Jesus Christ. Anime is my culture, not your costume. Stop Naruto running. You didn't grow up being thrown into lockers. You don't get to do that. Am I going to talk about the fact the protesters at the building were holding up 7 fingers? I do indeed have a tab for that, but I think that's in my shooters tabs. So I'll have to open that after. Basically, Asians are white. They can't identify as people of color. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Asians do too well in statistics, so they can't be considered minorities. Which, ironically, if you think about it, everyone who is considered a minority is actually a majority, but, like, they're called a minority. Stop thinking. You're not allowed to have thoughts. You're gonna get reprogrammed. Weeb is our word. You can say person of nerd. Oh my god. Schrodinger's evil. Hundreds of protesters descended on the Kentucky... Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I said Kentucky in my going live announcement. Maybe that's why. On Wednesday, as Republican lawmakers enacted a sweeping ban on sex changes for minors after overriding the veto of the Democratic governor. Under Senate Bill 150, doctors are prohibited from providing hormone therapy or other gender-affirming treatments to anyone under the age of 18, which is the correct thing to do. The legislation was passed by the Republican-controlled legislature last month, but Democratic Governor Andy Beshear vetoed the bill, calling it an attack on the transgender community. And after watching this man, I was expecting the other side of his face to actually be painted with pink, right? Because I thought he was going to actually, like, from this picture, I was making an Argentinian flag joke, but I expected the other part of his face to have pink for the trans flag. But now that we know that it actually is just the Argentinian flag, I'm even more fucking confused. My joke has become reality. It is no longer funny. I don't understand. Why do the Argentinians want to mutilate children so badly? And how many penguins are you willing to bribe me with so I let it happen? He's Argentina man. Sweden man's group of anti-superheroes ever grows. A fox so magically powerful she can warp reality. I'm not trying to kill journalists. I just keep predicting their deaths. Argentinian vengeance, dude. Holy shit. On Wednesday, lawmakers returned to the state capitol for the final days of the 2023 legislative session. Police in the Kentucky State House chamber are forcefully removing people who are protesting SB 150, which they consider to be an extreme anti-trans bill. Let's look at these videos. Imagine the smell. Is the difference between this one and January 6th the fact that these people weren't carrying firearms and so they look, in theory, less scary? I feel like they personally look more scary, but, you know, that just might be me. What even are they saying? Something like they should be here with us today for shame, something. It's hard to parse because they're, like, screaming. But, like, none of these politicians really look worried like everybody was making a big deal in January 6th. Who in January 6th had guns? None of the people that were inside the Capitol building, because I think that's illegal in DC. January 6th was armed. There was one that was armed. I might be getting it confused with something else. Was it the Minnesota one that they had arms? Was it the Minnesota one when they went to the Capitol building and were standing around? Because there was one where people went and protested at a Capitol building. There was nobody in DC armed. Thank you for the correction. Most probably the Minnesota was armed. Jan 6 no guns. Thank you. I was getting them confused. Michigan? It was one. Michigan. Wasn't it Michigan? It might have been Michigan. Find me a picture of someone in DC armed. Well, I stand corrected, chat. Thank you. Thank you. You're always here to correct my record. Most of the January 6ers had 2 arms. Firearms on federal property is illegal in general. I'm gonna have to look it up now because I can't remember if it was Michigan or Minnesota. Maybe I hope I could find it. Is it like Minnesota Capitol gun protests? Maybe would find it. Gun reforms activists rally at Minnesota State Capitol. That was this year. That's too recently. 7 days ago. 2023. No, this is all 2023. Maybe you guys were right. It was Michigan. Michigan! Armed protest returns to Michigan Capitol. Oh, you guys might have been right about Michigan. Does this have a picture? Did you stop asking me to sign up, you piece of shit? Upcoming events, hundreds of protesters. Beep, beep, beep. I can't skip ahead in this video. Yeah. So it was Michigan State Police. Can you have a pic? Pic of what? Find the Michigan isn't real. God, I wish. God, I wish. So I was getting it confused with the people who went to the Michigan Capitol. I apologize. Sometimes coconut brain is a defective, you know? Careful live searching. I forgot to close my browser. Whatever, dude. Brain is going full speed. So there are people who went to the Michigan Capitol with firearms because I guess in Michigan specifically, their laws say that you are allowed to open carry on federal property. There are some states that allow it, and Michigan is one of those states. So that's how people were able to go to the Michigan Capitol legally and not be removed while carrying firearms. Did Michigan cause the water problems, or did the water problems cause Michigan? State property, not federal. Thank you! Thank you! Because I remember a bunch of people asking how they were able to do this and police not getting involved. And it was because, like, unlike most other places where you can't carry in these state property buildings, I said federal, I apologize, state property buildings, they can do that in Michigan. You ain't from Michigan if you never done this before. Some man's dream. I will drink water. Hey, you're surprised they had such low numbers? And this was back in, where's the date on this article? 2020. It was back in 2020. So I was getting, the January 6th protest where there were no firearms confused with the Michigan one where there were firearms. My confusion. Also, my desk is gone. I think I tried to close my browser when I was live searching and instead closed my desk. Tossed you the other firearm protest thing. The other one. Is it recent? I didn't mean to go tangent on Michigan, but I wanted to make sure that I was saying the right thing, you know? Lemon moment, honestly. January 6th is a meme. I just hope that everybody also continuously calls this a resurrection. An insurrection because of how hard they stuffed January 6th being dangerous to our democracy. Again, personally, I don't agree with anything these protesters are saying, but at least they are taking their grievances directly to politicians instead of burning down buildings of innocent people who have nothing to do with this, right? Like, they could be out in the capital city, burning down people's businesses and being generally obnoxious, gluing themselves to giant barrels in the middle of the road to interrupt traffic, but at least they are going to politicians instead. What a standard. It's a shame that our standards have dropped so low. Also, this guy up here, you can't see him, but he kind of looks like a dollar store Donald Trump. Where's my browser at? Look at him. Look at this guy. Look at this guy up here. Like dollar store Trump. True that. Yeah. Like, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with basically anything they're saying. I don't think they should be allowed to mutilate children, but at least they're taking it to the politicians and not bothering normal humans who have nothing to do with this. How many Kirsche dogs could you eat? Hopefully 0? Hopefully 0? It's a shame that actually protesting the right people and not destroying random people's property is a commendable and not the bare minimum. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. It's a shame that we even have to have that standard. But considering how much well, they're fiery, but mostly peaceful. All these peaceful protests with just a minority of people causing violence. There's not really that many bad actors. These are just people trying to protest for their rights. Fuck you guys. At least they aren't hurting them. The only time I've, like, thought that it was amusing when a politician got touched by protesters, and I can't remember, and I can't find any articles on it. I know it fucking happened, because I was the one posting the articles of it happening in my Discord, but it was probably a Not Safe for Work one, because it was so long ago. But it was either in Chile or in Peru. It was in one of those two countries. They were protesting something about, like, a communist guy getting reelected to the government, and they went into a building. I can't remember if it was a press building or other politicians, but they dragged out either politicians or journalists and covered them in red paint. And I was like, the fact that a mob of people, instead of descending into violence and harming people that they disagree with, only poured red paint on them to show them as commie sympathizers, that's pretty fucking rad. That's pretty fucking based, honestly. We need to be more like whichever country I forgot that happened in. It was symbolic, yeah. It was to protest the fact that they were, like, covering up for one of the politicians who was a commie.
We are the human resistance.
Rad and red-pilled. Wasn't this Brazil? I do not think so. I do not think so. Chile. I'm pretty sure it was Chile or Peru.
We are
Monster Pets, thank you! Thank you for the heckin' raid! Thank you!
To the globalist.
Thank you, thank you.
Masters of Earth, and in the future, all
now it's their problem.
Thank you
for the raid. How was your stream?
Wasn't that Bolivia? I don't think so. You guys are gonna get me even more confused. Wasn't Chile, because you never heard of that? I have Cap in my community. He's made me forever confuse Chile and Peru, because he used to live in one of them and then moved to the other and then moved back. And I can never remember which way it was, so in my brain, because of my exposure to Cap, Chile and Peru are just, like, indistinguishable in my, like, fucking weird-ass dumb brain. Was it Argentina? Are you guys... I can't tell if you're trolling me or actually trying to remember. Welcome! Your stream was fun. You did the Dollhouse and Resident Evil Village, and you hated it! I also hated the giant aborted fetus. Probably a Peruvian they do that. Chile had the fake pisco. What is a fake pisco? Chile! Either way, maybe one day we will find the articles on that. Aren't they all Brazil? South America actually isn't entirely Brazil, contrary to popular belief. Chile looks like a very thin chili in South America. It's a cinnamon roll. If you take chili and you roll it up, it's a cinnamon roll country. Were they white? If so, not Argentina. Jesus Christ. Everything south of America is Mexico. Also in my coconut brain, I apparently forgot Central America exists, and I just lumped Mexico in with the rest of Latin America, or South America, rather.
Hell no.
Brain just don't work so well. Oh my god. Just monthly Brazil. All protesters have been removed. So, they were protesting that bill stuff. According to the Courier-Journal, hundreds of teens joined other activists from across Kentucky and the state capital in Frankfort to oppose the bill. A group of people who support SB 150 turned to us as they were leaving the gallery as chants against the bill erupted in the Kentucky House chamber. This is what? Worse than January 6th, one person said. This is an insurrection, another said. I wouldn't say worse than January 6th. I would say it's quite literally the same exact thing, but we both know that the coverage is going to be drastically different. You looked it up, and something like that did happen in Bolivia to some commie mayor. Oh? Maybe it was Bolivia. The paint thing happened in Bolivia. You looked it up? Huh? Do you guys have a link? Because I would love to actually be able to remember that story fully correctly. Also, it apparently happened in Poland. What the hell? I don't know much about Poland except they like burning rainbows. Honestly, overblowing it just makes it easier for the news to spin. This needs to just be called an insurrection. I don't think it is, but because of what they did with January 6th, I think they just need to call it that as well. don't give her a reason to open more tabs. But I love the story about pulling out, like, politicians or journalists or whatever and dumping red paint on them. Why is every country better at protesting than us? Something society something can't say on Twitch. Can you get a 101 for dummies? What happened? Short version, not from America. So when you read these things, they puzzle you to no end. TLDR, Kentucky is passing a bill to make it illegal to give sex change surgery to children. So people under 18 will no longer be able to get sex change surgeries. For people that say it hasn't happened, fucking do your reps. Watch my archives. I've talked about several 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 15-year-olds being on hormones, getting their tits cut off. It's happening. It's happening. So Kentucky's making it illegal. And people are protesting it, saying that making it illegal is a bad thing because it will cause a trans genocide and it's an anti-trans legislation. Why the fuck are people protesting that? Because we live in fucking Clownworld! Did I cover the Pokemon trading card game pronoun drama? I have not. Today, I have a lot to cover on the shooting. I was going to do the shooting and Jazz Jennings on the same day, but I just don't think there'll be time. So some of the other stuff will have to wait. I do have a tab open on the Pokemon drama because that was fucking stupid. Thanks for the answer. You're new here. Oh, welcome, new friend. Don't worry about it. I have a lot of tabs. My tabs are mysterious. Why does literally anything that seemingly goes against the trans get equated to genocide? Because they don't know what that word means. These kinds of things are always decided at the state level. Can you really call it a genocide if it's mostly self-inflicted? But you see, you're not doing enough mental gymnastics, Fifth Venom. It's a genocide because even though they're doing it themselves, they're driven to do it because of all of the bullying and anti-trans legislation. That's you gotta get better at your mental gymnastics. Mind you that there's no law in place proposed in any state that institutes genocide against transgender people. They keep saying that it's happening, and I still haven't received a hunting permit from the federal government. That's all I'm saying. Why does it give me mad? People and their genocide makes you want to slap them with history books hard. There's some fun shit. There was a... No, I can't tangent. I will not tangent. Yum. Show Kirsche or get the fuck out. You can see the Kirsche dog at the bottom. Need to purge communists from America. Yes, I agree. I'm fighting the urge. Kentucky State Police removed several protesters who refused to remain silent during the proceedings in the House of Representatives as lawmakers discussed overturning Andy Beshear's veto of SB 150. Some of the protesters locked arms and chanted, "Trans kids are under attack," according to the outlet. They were also removed and arrested. This is a scene inside the Kentucky House chamber right now as police are escorting protesters over Senate Bill 150, a bill critics say is harmful to transgender youth. Comparing a bill to prevent kids from getting surgery that is irreversible and life-changing is not equivalent to black people being lynched under segregation and slave laws, or to Jews and the Holocaust. I don't understand why they keep trying to make this equivalency. What the actual fuck? Honorable members, we need order, honorable members.
You won't listen. You go after everybody's kids but your own.
What did she mean by you go after everybody's kids but your own? Like, if I had just heard that line out of context, I would have assumed that she was a Republican. I'm gonna be real.
You make hate the way to go as long as it's not a
because they don't want kids to cut their tits off when they're 13 years old. I feel like that is the normal stance to tell. Like, I'm kind of brain damaged, and I feel like this should be a no-brainer. She reminds you of an evangelical pasture? An entire pasture with cows? But, yeah, no. She does remind me of an evangelical pastor, and that's because this entire mentality is cult-like.
Who are we to cause that? None of us said we would come here and hurt people, and yet you make trades and policy so your bills can be heard. You go against the people of this state. This is a horrible, horrible sentiment. This bill is horrible because it has nothing to...
Look at that man's belly when he swings in that chair. That's like, that'd be perfect for like some fucking Hot Wheels action, dude. I'm so distracted.
God bless you, because somebody's gonna have that toll. Yes, the gentleman from
Honorable chatters, please.
have that toll for not being who you're supposed to be.
What the fuck did she even just say? Actual brainwashing. What the hell? What happened to that man's jawline? And you will atone! Oh my god. Can't wait for... Why is she speaking? She doesn't have the pink helmet! Unfortunately, we don't have pink helmets in our sessions. Did they steal his jawline? In the protest, that was one of the things stolen from the building, unfortunately. He's literally that meme. Dream stole it. Goddamn Dream can't keep getting away with it! They all look exactly how you expect them to.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for that gift sub to Outen of the Empire. Thank you!
No on this veto override because arguments for this bill don't make a lick of sense. I've heard supporters of this bill say that transgender people have mental illness. You're wrong.
Okay, well, dysphoria is literally a classified disorder in the DSM-5. I know they've tried making the language a little bit more flowery in recent years, but that's what dysphoria is. It's not like it's insulting to say that. It's not like it's insulting to someone with schizophrenia to tell them that schizophrenia is a mental illness. It's not looking down on them. I've had multiple people tell me that saying dysphoria is a mental illness is looking down on trans people and saying that they are lesser than others. And it's like, I have like diagnosed anxiety. It's very different. It's not a comparison. It's a very different mental disorder, but I am medicated for it. I'm on multiple medications for it. It's not insulting for someone to tell me I have it. It's not insulting to tell someone they have depression. I do not understand this argument. And I do not understand people who think that saying and acknowledging that someone has a mental illness is a bad thing. I don't understand that logic. Mental illness is double plus ungood. I just don't get it. I would like to understand why they think saying you have a mental illness, you have a diagnosis, I would like to know why they think that is making out the person to be lesser than others. Because I don't think it is. That's just a woman thing. I've had more men say that to me than women. I've had a handful of male friends say those exact lines to me. What happened to not stigmatizing mental illness? I don't know. I have no idea. Dude, you're autistic and you call it a mental illness? Yeah. And I feel like there's far more jokes about being an autist. This reminds you of how some deaf people advocate for banning research into curing deaf people and call attempts to teach deaf people how to speak normally or giving out free hearing aids a genocide of deaf people. What the fuck? That's so weird. There was a deaf guy that played Terra with us. Guy was super fucking sweet. Like one of the nicest dudes I had ever met. And for my birthday, he sang happy birthday to me. I was just like, that is like, that's fucking cute. That's fucking cute. Why would you? Yeah, it's so nice. Why would you want to prevent people from being able to do that? Hello, your favorite autistic degenerate slutty fox. What? How am I slutty? I'm not up here telling the news in a thong bikini. Well, on a personal level, you're uncertain about, is gender alignment surgery before, during, after puberty more or less good for people with dysphoria, or what? Depending on the source you look at, it's good and bad. Like, people who think that children should get transitioned say that it's a good thing, and a lot of people still peddle the lie that it's completely reversible, that, like, blockers will basically stop puberty, and then once you get off blockers, puberty will just magically start again where it was supposed to, which is not true. But there's a lot of people who still say that. If they don't want the treatment, they can just opt not to do it. That's so cute, but you're struggling hard not to laugh. I mean, I thought it was super cute. I'm not gonna make fun of a deaf accent, you know? When your half-deaf ass is being half-genocided, goddamn. Oh, once again, we loop back to me being a person with various facets. These people make one thing their entire identity, honestly. You literally have a foot cam redeem. Yeah, but my feet are clothed still. And they're wearing shoes. It's like looking at someone in a winter jacket. I do flash the strawberries occasionally. It's completely on accident! If I'm not slutty, explain those bare shoulders then. I'm sorry, I'm so haram, brother. Wasn't this screaming lady part of the Black Panther movement? I don't remember. She doesn't look familiar to me. High five! We'll only be half dead. What the fuck? So we, Joe Biden watching today? I do have a Joe Biden tab. It's Ramadan! Don't even use the DSM. They have a belief about themselves that doesn't align with reality. They're willing to harm themselves and or others to manifest that belief, and they're either a Gnostic sex cult or a group of people who suffer from mental illness. Well, a lot of people would have you believe that, like, the AGP faction and the others who have other issues not related to dysphoria would be the minority. I do not think those are the minority at this point. They might have been at one point, but the fact that those are the only ones you usually see in media, I don't think that's the minority. I think they've been the majority for quite a hot fucking minute, unfortunately. And it's like, I know, talking about this shit, I'm gonna get, like, if anybody on that side of the aisle found out, I would get demonized, right? So it's like, fuck, you fucking subscriber. What the fuck's he doing? Hold on, I'm gonna try to remember my tangent here.
No way. Mr. Walk down me on the walkway. Lead me to the building. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
What is this garbage?
5 feet redeems were a bit.
I'm the simp meister.
You either live long enough to fucking.
Who's this guy
I don't remember how that goes. I'm the villain now.
It's not my biddies. It's
not my biddies, not my problem.
That's what I say. Subscribers rule.
Tangents inside a tangent.
Tangentception.
I've already forgotten what I was talking about.
I'm in love with subscribers. I'm in love with them. They're so beautiful and cute. They're fucking unreal.
I do juggle a lot. I'm gonna scroll up in chat because maybe then I'll remember.
And I love looking at them. And I love simps. I love things with subscriibers and simps on them, like blankets and towels and bags. I love them. Simps. Forever.
Never ending. Thank you for the fucking 20 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. That's fucking huge.
Slamming your dick on the table in the middle of a protest.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And Billy Witch Doctor, thanks for the 7-month resub, my guy.
Thank you.
AGP. AGP is short for autogynephilia. It just takes so much effort to say that word. Help! Are you a man whore because you like tank tops? No, just don't wear crop tops, because that'd be man whorish, right? How did I say that with mostly a straight face? Accurate description of conditions does not marginalize said described groups. That's a good way to put it, Spider God. I'm not so good with the words, you know? Alright, what was I tangenting about? I don't remember. The dysphoric ones who just want to go about their lives and pass are kind of base. Yeah, they're just normal, average, everyday people. That's what I was saying. Like, I know, by differentiating actual trans people from the rest of this clusterfuck lunacy, I'm not gonna gain any favor points with the cult, because, like, I've said something incorrect according to their dogma. So I'm already a fucking blasphemer. I'm already out. I don't say that to gain any fucking good boy points with the cult side, right? Like, because I know it's not gonna happen. I just think that logically and morally, it makes the most sense to separate out the majority of the bad actors who have co-opted an identity for their ideology or their fetish from the actual dysphoric people who just want to live their fucking lives and not have any of this affect them. Like, personally, I think that is the correct thing to do. You don't think it matters if they're the minority or not? They're in the driver's seat either way. I agree. They're in the driver's seat either way, but I genuinely don't think they're a minority, and I'm kind of sick of hearing it's just a vocal minority, because it's fucking not. And I have had too many instances already of people that I thought were friends basically insinuating that me talking about this is going to cause bad things to happen to me. And when those bad things happen, the people I'm trying to appeal to by talking about these things will not defend me in any way, shape, or form. And it's like watching the cannibalism that happens on the other side. I feel a lot safer regardless of how irrational sometimes other people can act, right? It's just like, this is a copy pasta. It's not a copy pasta, but it is a parody based on my favorite video on the internet, Deadly Flame. I love drinking out of cups. It's the best video on the internet. It's got no words in it, though, so I can't play it on stream, unfortunately. Press gift 20 subs to reset Findom Fox brain. Basically. Deaf people come in all flavors. There are a small amount that are kind of weird and think that everyone else should change for them. Others use every tool available to try and function in society the best they can. I've never encountered an actual deaf person that, like, actively uses the persecution complex.
The clown horn to be
Maybe I've only known, like, decent deaf people? I don't know. Problem is, autogynephilia isn't particularly hard to induce in males, and feminism would consider it a virtue, so they ignore it. Well, feminists are also kind of silly. And I think another problem with autogynephilia is a lot of people don't know that word. Even a lot of people in my chat who have, similar looks on what's going on in reality to the rest of us didn't know what autogynephilia was until I talked about it. And it's because that's something you're not supposed to talk about. You're not supposed to notice it. Because if you notice it, the people trying to co-opt trans identity get separated from actual trans people, and they don't want that. They want you to think that they are the actual trans people. Auto-gooch puncturing, what the fuck? What the fuck? Kirsche screeched 36 times, I'm sorry. Keep getting dragged away by IRL things and miss the stream starts. Don't worry, the starts are just other rantings. Quada, thank you for the heckin' resub, my guy. Thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you. Shadow Knight, thank you for the gift sub to Xeno Demon. Thank you. And Doom Trooper, thank you for the 500 biddies. Keep doing tangents. This is another sign of the failing empire. God, it can't fail fast enough, dude. Which cult now? There are way too many in context. Oh, God. Failure to self-police the group ruins the rep of the entire group. Yeah. And I would say that you can place blame on people for not speaking out and not calling out the bad faith actors in their own group. Because obviously that hasn't happened, as we can see by the giant fireball we're now dealing with. You can blame people for that. However, I feel like all sides are sometimes on that boat. Not to play the fence sitter gravy brain, but sometimes bad faith actors just don't get called out as much as they should be. And in this case, it's real bad. It's real bad. Failure to self-police can definitely be a fucking problem. It's underestimation. I also have to be very careful about what I say on Twitch, so sometimes my word jumbles don't come out correctly. Communists co-opt everything possible. It just started with workers and poor people. It never matters who they step on, only the end result. Exactly. This is just a new wave of, like, useful idiots, essentially. They refuse to police their own community, and now they will get policed. Yeah. A lot of people on all sides are just like, we just want to be left alone. We don't want to deal with this. I don't want to get political. Leave politics out of shit. Like, just leave me alone. And it's unfortunate, but in current year, It's hard to adopt the just leave me alone policy, because the just leave me alone policy is what got us where we are now. It's okay, as Froot said, everyone makes mistakes. Where's her $52,000 to charity? Froot, where is it? Where's the $52,000? You never had a good experience? A lot of your personal disgust is from IRL experiences, and you're not talking about strangers? I have a few experiences that were decent. Implying this chat wouldn't go to total war against the Twitter freaks just for the lols. Fucking Twitter freaks, dude, honestly. That was a tiny one. No matter what you do, they'll call you a bigot, so screw them. Yeah, it's just like, I'm not trying to pay lip service. I'm just doing what I think is a like, moral standard for myself. I think it's important to separate the people with actual dysphoria, with an actual, like, you know, problem, from the people who are co-opting the identity. I think that's very important to do, personally. Imagine burying a body and not puncturing the main body cavity. What the fuck? The fact that deaf people have secret handshakes makes you distrust them. Everyone can have secret handshakes. Say again. What's autogynephilia? Autogynephilia is a fetish where a man gets off on seeing himself as a woman, dressing as a woman, and being treated as a woman. It's not a new fetish. It's like really fucking old. Autoandrophilia, which is women having the same thing but seeing themselves as a man, is far less common, but it is still something that exists. Genuinely thinks everyone not self-identified as a progressive or lefty once they're dead. That clumps you into it. What the heck? What the heck? I've been told again by multiple people who have known me for a long time that because I'm talking about this, I'm cultivating a community of like hatred and people who want to commit a bad thing, and it's just like, what the fuck do you mean? These bills are targeting children. I genuinely don't understand the logic. You just Googled it, makes sense. Yeah. And once you know what autogynephilia is, it should make sense why you haven't heard of it before and why you shouldn't be talking about it in the eyes of people in power. Blockers block puberty, like malnutrition. People claim that going off the blockers will let you develop normally. If delayed puberty caused by malnutrition had side effects, blockers have similar side effects. And Jazz, which was someone I wanted to talk about today but won't have time to, Jazz was a poster child for why transition early on in childhood is ideal. Jazz started, quote-unquote, socially transitioning around the age of 3. There are images of Jazz around 7, you know, claiming to be a girl and how they always knew that they were a girl and whatnot. And then as Jazz got older, they went on puberty blockers. And when Jazz went in to get their transition surgery, the doctor said that there wasn't enough material to be able to craft the neo-vagina in the way that they normally did. So they had to do an experimental surgery on Jazz using parts of the colon and the stomach lining in order to try and create the neo-vagina. Jazz, unfortunately, experienced very negative side effects with this, including the neo-vagina, in their own words, popping and getting infected, and they needed to have 4, I believe, reconstructive surgeries after the initial one. And then Jazz didn't want to dilate. They didn't want to do the things necessary for upkeep after the surgery. And their doctor even came out, the doctor who performed the surgery came out and said that maybe giving puberty blockers to children who are trans is a bad idea because then they won't be able to have the surgeries correctly as they get older. So even people who perform these surgeries are just like, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should let them develop a little bit more so that if they want to have these surgeries when they're older, they actually can. The fundamental issue with the movement is that it's a movement about pushing boundaries and self-identity. So you can't actually have an internal policing force because that would require you to establish boundaries and an external standard of identity, defeating the whole point. No, I agree. And all of the people who pushed self-ID are part of that problem. Like, if you're going to change stuff, like, with actual dysphoria, I would say And I think these are the people who are called like true scum, right? Like the trans people who actually say like, hey, you need a medical diagnosis to claim you have this identity. You would need that in order to change like any of your document stuff to qualify for these things. And self-ID completely defeated that. You only follow the cult of the giant meteor when? Just leave me alone only works if the other side cooperates. And yeah, no, they never do. They never do. Don't worry about the whole donate to charity thing. Worry about the new charity stream tomorrow. The April 1st charity. What a strange day to pick. Please forget about the 57K. Oh, is it 57K now? My bad. I can't remember numbers, dude. By the way, did I see that she's taking part in a collab tomorrow? I did. I've seen that. It's impossible to not have seen that at this point. I had to drive. We'll be back. Please be safe while driving. Penis envy is a really well-known psychological concept, and it's very similar. Autoandrophilia takes penis envy a little further. It's fine if they say that about everyone they hate. I'm going against a cult of harassment and fear, therefore I'm an enemy, honestly. Most of chat is scared of talking to the cute girl at McDonald's. Either we're actually gonna do bad things! Chat, take a shower. You're reminded of an old Chinese military story that led to one of their many revolutions and rebellions. You forgot the name, but to sum it up, the general failed and is coming back home. He asks his second in command, what is the punishment for failure? Death. Okay, what is the punishment for a failed attempted rebellion? Death. Right, guess we're going to have a successful rebellion. Jesus. Popped? It fucking popped. Yes, that was her, Jazz's words on the situation. Popping. Experimental surgeries, what in the actual fuck? I mean, yeah, they're all experimental at this point. Worst general on 4chan. What do you mean? You don't want to do bad things. Bad people keep cropping up and thinking the lack of bad things happening to them means that they should do more shit. Please do not push it. Please do not push it. I'm literally killing them right now. I played the wizard game. Watch the video on how the sausage is made. It goes into graphic video detail of the surgery. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I'm not gonna go into graphic detail of it on stream, but oh, I know. Just watch Kirsche while driving. Just be safe. Just be safe while you drive. Hold on, I felt... oh, God. Oh, God, I feel it. Oh, God. Hiccup, don't come. Hiccup, don't come. The jazz general on TV. Oh, okay. The charity that's being sued for the part of a pedo thing. She changed the charity. The one that they're doing the collab with, I think, was Trans Lifeline. But Trans Lifeline also has its own issues that have cropped up. I don't remember the issues with Trans Lifeline, but I remember somebody made a video calling them out and showing all of the issues. But I don't want to say the wrong thing because I can't remember. Coconut Brain has been trying to remember too fucking much for today, dude. Dolphin charity. You or your best friend might fall for this activism stuff. I don't know what to do if a friend does. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be fucking real. Interesting how everyone connected to this. Oh no. So we were still talking about this Senate hearing thing. A few of the protesters were seen weeping in response to the override vote, while others chanted "vote them out" and yelled "shame." The Senate override Bashir's veto in a 29-8 vote. Yeah, vote out those 8. And then the veto was overridden in the House by a vote of 76-23. Also, vote out those 23. That is 31 people who are okay with mutilating children. Imagine trying to look for a trans charity. There was one that I actually wanted to look into. Do I have a tab open on it right now? I know I had a tab somewhere, but I don't remember where it is. Oh, here it is. Freedom Forever. It is, we recruit and equip warriors for children to combat exploitation in all forms and at all levels, from the home to schools to the State House to the White House. Our grassroots activism connects warriors fighting for children from all over the country, and together we do the following. Expose people and policies, regularly speak and advocate, organize demonstrations, blah, 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 blah. Justice for victims means consequences for perpetrators. I'm trying to find where they specifically talk about it, but they are doing like fundraising for detransitioners and people who were exploited by trans surgeries when they were children. And so I thought maybe looking into this charity would be a decent idea, but I would have to learn quite a lot more about them, which is why I just have them left open in a tab for now. You're having schizo thoughts of why groups of people with a lot of child touchers wanting kids to take drugs that keep them from maturing properly. Stop noticing. Absolutely based. I want to say based on the surface, right? Because they're saying they're going to protect kids. But I gotta look into, like, who owns the organization, who funds the organization, if there's any sort of, like, shit that people who are involved at the high levels in the organization have been involved in that's, you know, bad. I'm very distrustful of charities at this point. They need some serious vetting, but it's a good start. Yeah, I agree. So, some vetting needs to happen. More research is required. I do not know enough to fully support a charity like this yet. And I was gonna talk about the cell phone lady, but that doesn't really fit into anything that we're talking about today. So I think let me move on over to all of my shooting tabs at this point. My shooting tabs. There's a lot. Demanshi! Thank you for the 100 biddies. There's a video about Trans Lifeline by the admin of the fruit farms that exposed the organization as being woefully understaffed and unprepared. Lots of money was embezzled, and at least one person was confirmed to have unalived themselves because of their incompetence. The leaders of the Trans Lifeline then embezzled more money to travel across the USA to stalk and harass the farm's admin that exposed them. I wanted to say it was embezzlement, but I couldn't remember, and again, I didn't want to say the wrong thing. Do you have the video? I remember watching it, like, ages ago, but I don't remember anything about it. I don't remember anything about it. Would you mind, if you have a link, posting it in the stream suggestions channel so I don't lose it? Could I ask you to do that, pretty please? Thank you. The people who ruined Trans Lifeline stole $350,000 for personal use and didn't train their staff to deal with suicidal callers. And, you know, since the whole point of the charity was for a suicide hotline, the people running it were kicked out of the org, so you don't know. Isn't that kind of like how Black Lives Matter embezzled tons of money and then, like, some of their higher-ups in the organization bought, like, mansions with the money? Wasn't that a thing? Do people forget that? Congratulations on being part of the 1% who actually looks into charities instead of throwing money to randos doing whatever. I am so paranoid and distrusting that, like, I just wouldn't feel comfortable giving money to charities without looking into as much as I can possibly find about them. Based feeder? You wish you looked more into charities when you were younger? You donated to some groups that you now wish you did not? I did a lot of charity stuff when I was in high school as well, because, you know, living in Massachusetts, it was a big thing to take part of. Hopefully, the organizations I was involved with didn't do anything terrible. I remember, like, my church would send me home with those upside-down, like, pyramid boxes all the time that were to, like, pennies for something. It was, like, raising money for African children. And I remember all the time, even when I was younger, just being like, but why are we giving them money and their country not doing stuff for them? Africa's a country, by the way. I was a little kid. Give me some slack. And also, I did every single year, because it was a lot of fucking fun. There's something called the Walk for Hunger in Boston. I have no idea who organizes it, because it was back in high school, but every single year in high school, I would do the Walk for Hunger, it was either 20 or 30 miles. You walked 20 or 30 miles to raise money for the local homeless in Boston and other adjacent areas in Boston. And I had a lot of fun doing it. I was fucking dead afterwards, but it was a lot of fun. You had to have good shoes. One year my feet bled and it was not great. But I did that. And then there was another one. One of my close friends, their father was a pastor. It was like a pastor, and he did like missions and stuff in Africa. And he set up the 30-hour famine, and he had like Christian bands come and play, and we basically simulated living in Africa, ? We would stay in a church for 30 hours with no food, and if we wanted water, we had to do like a couple mile walk into the woods to get it from like a water station. So obviously still safer than having to get it from a river, but we still had to walk multiple miles to get to the water if we wanted it. And we didn't eat for 30 hours. So I did that a couple of times as well. And it was a fun time. I don't remember like what organization he worked with to put that together, but hopefully nothing bad. Chris Chen was bailed out to do a psyop shooting. I don't think this was Chris Chen. That didn't happen. Throws it in the memory hole. God damn. Black Lives Matter did that. Solidarity did that as well, but you think No Mansion was involved? You don't trust any charity or nonprofit? You know, a lot of them are very skeevy, honestly. There's so many scam charities, it's best to always vet them. Sometimes even if you vet them, it's not good enough, unfortunately. You'd rather me give money to Native American charities. That would make more sense. That would make more sense as an American. Foxes and rabbits take all your money. This fucking furry. Charities always felt like just throwing money at a problem without fixing said problem. Yeah, that's true. That's true. She's a Bostonian. This explains a lot. The brain damage was fatal from the beginning. Plot twist, Kirsche didn't do the walk for charity. She thought they were gonna feed her, unlike her mom. I have a picture from the Walk for Hunger one year. I've shown it a whole bunch of times. But since the Walk for Hunger was in Boston, you obviously walked past a whole bunch of like little shops and shit. And there was one shop that was a burger joint that sold like those giant fucking heart attack burgers. And walking past it, there were these two guys who bought like an entire fucking tray of French fries each. And one of the burgers that's like 20 patties high. And they're just like sitting there chowing down during the Walk for Hunger. I don't know. That's one of my favorite pictures. I found it fucking hilarious. Some people were really mad at the LGBT Pride organization for not doing anything for Black Lives Matter. Yeah, they fucking eat each other. Like, that's so strange. The woods, immersion broken. Okay, we're in New England. We have to improvise. Like, it's like all fucking woods. No deadly animals trying to kill you. That was the first time I got to see a urinal in person. Because the women's restroom was like closed down for maintenance or some shit. So I went into the male restroom and I was like, oh my god, it's a urinal in person. My friend and I took a picture with it. Simulated Africa. We went on trips to Detroit. No! What the heck? Why'd I give my money to... Fuck. You don't trust any NGOs? There was one over there that funds a terror government and their offices are in Britland. What the hell? What the hell? They're not scams, technically. You can have a charity that uses 99.99% of the money for employees and bonuses, and it's still okay. Always ask what percentage of donations go to whatever. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is very true. Fuck yeah, urinals. It's so clean! Did I shit in the urinal? No, I'm not a fucking animal. Holy shit. Wow, the urinal! It's so mysterious and functional. You got woods everywhere around you, considering your state is called the natural state. If you're going to donate something, you just hand St. Jude your cash. And St. Jude's been around for fucking ages, dude. Can you rizz me up? No, fucking Zoomer freak. Used to work for a nonprofit blood bank. The CEO was sketchy as fuck and pocketed a lot of money. I hate that. I hate when they do that. Switching browsers! This browser. I chose the correct one. What a wonderful day. There we go. This should be fine for viewing. This should be fine. I missed out. No. Fuck St. Jude. I don't know much about St. Jude, just that they've been around for fucking ages. Even if they help in African countries, some just give the people food directly instead of training them to grow their own, so they come back next year with the same problem. Yeah, there's some places that have done training for farming and whatnot that I think have actually helped, but I'd have to dig up news stories on it. You're going on a tangent, Kirsche. Did I hear about the USS Hornet, the real ship, having an event with Azure Lane? No, I did not. Oh god. St. Jude ruined the one single good thing Ethan Ralph attempted to do in his life? I don't know the deep lore on the Gunt. I like have little tidbits floating around, but I can't remember everything that crazy little man has done. Imagine caring that someone who enjoys horsecock insulted you, though. That one super cop is literally named Rex, and just so you know, he gets mad amounts of ass. What is happening? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? most of the reservations got screwed over by the chiefs, and you wish there was an outreach program that actually stemmed the crimes in them. I've heard from some people who've been on the reservations how bad some stuff can be there, but I do not have any personal experience with it. St. Jude has refused donations from right-wing groups because they don't want money from bigots. That is fucking weird. That is fucking strange. One good thing about Gunt was him tangentially introducing you to Pippa. Imagine. Wasn't St. Jude the ones that literally went, we don't like this pill, so we are not going to take the money he raised? Optics above kids? I don't remember. I don't remember Gunt's charity arc. I'm sorry. It's just them gaslighting. Rex is the cop that killed the shooter. Oh, okay. I did not know his name. Again, I have 43 tabs here. So this guy, Benjamin Ryan, has tweeted out, or did tweet out at one point, NBC has ID'd the Nashville shooter as Audrey Hale, 28, who identifies as transgender and had no previous criminal record. Nashville is home to The Daily Wire, a hub of anti-trans activity by Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, and Michael Knowles. And I feel that's a really strange thing to put in the same sentence as a school shooting. You're confused. All the bigotry in our country historically has been from the left, so they're denying money from them. I think not. What did he mean? What did he mean by this? What? I do not know. I have a very strong feeling to say cry about it. It's just like, what the? He got ratioed hard. A lot of people got ratioed fucking hard. I'm gonna do my best to not close any of my tabs. I should probably do this in real time, because I know if I don't do this in real time, I won't fucking remember. I'm gonna create a thread. It's fucking your TN shooter archive, I guess. I'll fucking create. I'll just slap all of my links in that thread. Thread name is required. I thought I did put the thread name. TN shooter archive. I'll type it a second time. You guys heard me typing, right? I'm not fucking crazy, right? There we go. There we go. I'm just gonna keep everything there, so I don't forget about it. We'll have it. You fucking knew it. You knew it was Matt Walsh's fault. It all comes full circle. He never should have asked the polarizing question. How dare he ask, what is a woman? Hopefully this wakes people up to the defects in society. Imagine trying to make a child killer a victim. Some people have been fucking crazy. I've been fucking nuts. You know, you said my mic is muted, and I know it's not muted because you guys have been responding to me, but I looked at my OBS, and none of my volume things were producing the little colored lines, so I got scared for a second. An entire stream of tangent. That's every Friday, baby. Lisa did that in season 1 of The Simpsons. You had no idea it was a real thing someone could actually decide to do. Imagine. We even got some cell phone messages. The last person that was contacted before the shooting was apparently someone that the shooter really liked as a person. They said, so basically, that post I made on here about you, that was basically a suicide note. I'm planning to die today. This is not a joke! You'll probably hear about me on the news after I die. This is my last goodbye. I love you. See you again in another life. And then she wrote both of her names. And then the person replied, Audrey, you have so much more life to live. I pray God keeps and covers you. Which is a really strange thing, I guess, to reply. If this person was indeed actual friends. If this wasn't someone who was friends with the shooter, then it makes more sense because they're probably just like, what? And then the shooter replied, I know, but I don't want to live. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to upset you or get attention. I just need to die. I wanted to tell you first because you are the most beautiful person I've ever seen and known all my life. And there was another part to this screenshot where after they said that, my family doesn't know what I'm about to do. One day this will make more sense. I've left more than enough evidence behind, but something bad is about to happen. So apparently, they told somebody about this prior to doing it. You're not trying to get attention, so I'm going to commit an act of glow, honestly. Yeah, I don't want attention, but watch me on the news! Some fucking... for the content, right? Her handler. I have no idea. But the fact that she said she left behind more than enough evidence... How edited do you think this manifesto is gonna be? She did it for the Vine. I can't believe, right? Let me post these in Discord too. I can't believe that they are not going to edit. Upload failed. Something went wrong. What the fuck do you mean? Hello, Discord? You piece of shit? There we go. I can't believe that they're gonna let it out unedited. Like, it's gonna be hella redacted. It's gonna go from them having, like, believable insanity to being like, boy, I sure do love Hitler. I love being a Nazi and putting on the programming You know, I went to the Catboy Ranch one day and I saw all of these other Discord programmers putting on these cute socks. And I just decided, you know, putting on some socks was way easier than shelling out the money for an entire furry costume just to have a red, black, and white armband. So I sure do love being on the right. It'll be like the Las Vegas shooter info. We just don't know. He loved sushi. The whole thing glows. She used an AR pistol with a brace, which the ATF is trying to regulate. And Congress had just debated about it a few days ago. On top of that, her mother was, like, supposedly some sort of anti-gun activist or something. And, like, they knew that their daughter had mental issues and, like, didn't want her to own guns, obviously. So, like, where exactly did she get these from? Especially because her mental problem should have precluded her from passing a background check. Let's be real honest here. I'm having a field day with voice clips. God damn. Put out a banger of a tweet on the manifesto before and after it. After it? Hold on, wait a minute. To my knowledge, they haven't released the manifesto yet. Where? Did they release it recently? Where? Manifesto where? I scoured trying to find the manifesto. Someone posted a one-page, like, scribble drawing thing in Discord saying it was the manifesto, but I couldn't find anything saying it was the actual manifesto. So, this manifesto grabs dick. Womanifesto, based God. Hello, TK. Hello. And then we had this whole thing here. 5 new entries available. Let's what do we got here? 3 days ago. We got a lot of stuff. That's a big gun. Scrolling down. I gotta scroll so fucking far. All right. As Audrey Hale was being treated for emotional disorder. Covenant School in Nashville released a statement. We are in shock. Okay, I can scroll up again. 9-year-old Nashville victim Evelyn Dieckhaus was a shining light, the family said. Family of a 9-year-old girl killed in the Covenant School shooting Monday morning issued a statement paying tribute to the shining light. Our hearts are completely broken. The family of Evelyn wrote on Tuesday. We cannot believe this has happened. Evelyn was a shining light in this world and we appreciate all the love and support, but ask for space as we grieve. Evelyn was one of 3 children killed in a rampage that left 7 people dead, including the shooter. Haley Scruggs, the daughter of the Covenant Presbyterian Church senior pastor Chad Scruggs, and William Kinney were identified Monday as the other juvenile victims. And this seems to be a common thing, where people with vast mental problems shoot up a school. And I will never understand what goes through someone's mind. Yes, the shooters do end up doing that, but it's too good for them. They deserve more pain than just killing themselves. But I don't understand, even in like a mental illness fueled brain, how you can take out any kind of grievances you have on actual fucking children. Like this obviously isn't the first time it's happened. And like I don't get it. How do they rationalize this even in their fucked up brain? Great timing on the text. Children have a future and they hate that? Fucking maybe. It's it's upsetting to a harsh degree. It's fucking disgusting what they do. Absolutely. Absolutely. They attacked a Christian school for a reason. Oh, there's a lot of people saying that. Guy you met on Discord was friends with one of the families that lost a child. Shit sucks. Yeah. They're on a power trip and they don't want to ruin or run into anything that'll scare them. Imagine. You apologize sincerely if this comes across as awful, but you really can't stand it when the media interviews the grieving parents. Has there ever been in the entire history of media been an interview where the parents said anything other than they were beautiful and wonderful and we love them dearly? Are they holding out for the one parent who goes, no, we hated them and we're glad they're dead? No. They interview the parents because it's important to a news story to get the perspective from everyone involved. And in addition to that, I would rather hear from the families who had something like this happen to them. Because it's like everybody always remembers the name of the shooter, myself included. I'm also guilty of this. Everybody remembers the name of the shooter, but never the victims, right? No, like the names of the victims are usually kind of not memory hold, but just like fluttered away in the wind, which sucks. Fuck the shooter. Yeah, exactly. But there's just so much more information on the shooter themselves usually. You just get inundated. Like I said, I have 43 tabs open on this shit. You don't know the name of the shooter, to be fair. There are millions of mentally ill people in this nation that do not go on shooting sprees. It's not mental illness. We need to reacquaint ourselves with the reality that some people just choose evil. I agree. I agree that mental illness isn't the only reason that people are driven to do this. But typically the people that do these things have a myriad of mental health problems that go unaddressed. And I'm not saying the solution is to medicate these people. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I'm not a fucking doctor. But clearly they're not getting some kind of help that they need. Maybe they're just evil. You could be right too. Maybe they're just evil. But it's almost always the person who does this has a myriad of mental health problems that go completely unaddressed. Or they're hopped up on like 20 million different pills, right? I do find it funny that the manifesto has to be looked at by the feds before it can be released. It kind of makes sense, I guess, being it as evidence in a massive crime, but I wish they would release it without redacting things. Remember one of them was named Dylan. Oh my god. Fuck those guys. They ruined wearing long coats for you. That's true. That's true and fair. Nashville shooter hid guns from parents because they disapproved of her owning firearms. So this is what I was talking about with the mother being completely anti-gun. No. Cops seen removing more guns from the Nashville shooter Audrey Hale's home. Investigators were spotted removing additional guns from Audrey Hale in the wake of the massacre on Monday. In the video obtained by the Daily Mail, officers can be seen carrying 2 weapons from the home after Hale was shot dead by the police mid-rampage at the Covenant School on Monday morning. And that's, is this a door that was kicked the fuck out? Hold on, wait a minute. Is that door frame missing wood? Is that like a telltale sign of domestic violence? Hold on. That door looks real fucking familiar. Zoom, enhance. I think if I click on it, it'll just bring me to the article. Oh no, it does zoom. Yeah. That looks like it. I can't tell if it's missing just paint or if it's missing part of the wood. That's just paint being peeled off? Okay. Cause if it was part of the wood missing, that's like someone kicked that door the fuck in. Looks like paint. Okay, if it's just paint, then it's just unfortunate, you know? Looks like bad paint. Seems too high for a deadbolt. Even if there wasn't a deadbolt, it's still possible to kick off some door frame wood. Trust me, I'm an expert in old decrepit housing. I'll believe you for now. In some cases, if police had enforced current gun laws, then some of the shootings could have been prevented. Most shootings could have been prevented if we targeted poverty. Some shootings are just evil people, and some shootings just glow. Yeah, you can't really blanket statement all of the shootings. That kind of takes away from a lot of what happened in each of them. No one's gonna talk about the Facebook boomer frame on the wall. Well, that's just like mom shit, right? That's like that live, laugh, love shit that all boomer women love to decorate their walls with. I've learned to tune that out because my mom also decorates her house like that. You can blanket statement the shootings. Where's dad? Didn't fucking... There's one shooter that had a dad. that gave comment on it, but I can't remember which one it was, and I don't want to say the wrong one, so I'm just not going to say anything. Generic boomer woman stuff. You make those for a living! Small tank supplying all the boomer women? Medicine isn't a magic pill for mental illness. Psychiatrists, mental health counselors, and MDs are all parts of a complete treatment. Yeah? Well, yeah, I know it's not a magic pill. Trust me, I've been on Klonopin for quite a while. The boomer decorations keep the lights on. You wonder if there's any correlation between the shooting rates and the attention that media does to it, like how it happens with the copycat suicide effect. I'm sure that some people see the attention, even if it's negative, and they're just like, this is probably the most attention I'll ever get in my life, so even if it's negative, I might as well capitalize on it. And that's a really shitty mindset, but I'm sure it does affect some people in that manner. Did I know they finally released the motive? I do. I have that in a tab somewhere as well. I lost money to the casinos. Yeah. Fucking 5 years later, he was just mad at casinos, so he shot up a concert. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, that's believable. That's completely believable, FBI. Thank you. There absolutely has to be a connection. Oy. You know, they've done studies. Definitely effective to make a political point if you're going to be on the news for the next 6 weeks. I don't feel like it's effective to make a political point either, because it's going to make more people against your cause than for it. Like, trying to make a political statement with a mass tragedy isn't going to endear people to the point you were trying to make. Guys, that was a train robber, so it doesn't glow that much. Crime ran in his blood. What the hell? What the hell? Audrey Hill's parents saw her leave home with a suspicious red bag before the shooting. They asked her what was in the red bag, and I think she just dismissed it because it was a motherly thing, and didn't look in the bag because at the time she didn't know her daughter had any weapons and didn't think any differently. Hale, who also went by the name Iden, subsequently gunned down 6 people, including 3 children. What is with this stereotypical name, by the way? Like, why is it always, like, fucking yaoi fanfiction names? Isn't the Christchurch shooters manifesto banned in New Zealand? The manifesto's banned in New Zealand, and the video can get you jail time as well. There was a guy, I don't remember if he actually served jail time, because it was immediately after the shooting happened. But there was somebody who was taken to court for having the shooting video in New Zealand. You're not allowed to have a copy of either in New Zealand? Yeah. Yeah. In response to the shooters offing themselves and deserving worse, you disagree? Torture is allowed at no level, just swift death. I'm gonna be hypocritical and say it would probably... I'd like to see them suffer. It's banned, but they're doing what he wanted them to do. Baitos, you think? It was in the 20s or something? The Vegas guy was pretty odd, which is the only reason he didn't succeed in murdering more people. His old man arms gave out 10 minutes sooner than he wanted. I don't know about all that. The Vegas shooting is like conspiracy theory central. I'm gonna be real. Someone was just arrested for sharing the video in Australia. Oh, recently were they? I remember the guy getting arrested like very soon after the shooting happened for having the video. I don't know about the recent one though. I didn't know about the recent one. She was a fan of Ellen Page. She was. She dressed up apparently as the Juno character quite often. Tennessee Rep Andy Ogle slammed for gun-filled family Christmas photo. A Tennessee congressman who reps the district where 6 people were killed in a school shooting Monday is under fire over a family Christmas photo showing him and kin proudly holding assault rifles. What the fuck does this have to do with what happened? I genuinely doubt that Audrey Hale saw a Republican representative and was like, yeah, he's glorifying guns to me. More anti-gun stuff every time, like clockwork. Nashville victim William Kinney, 9. A photo of the 3rd child killed in the shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville on Monday has been shared in a GoFundMe started by his family. William Kinney, 9, died alongside his classmates Haley Scruggs and Evelyn Deekhouse, both also 9, in the Monday morning rampage that left 7 people dead, including the shooter. In the photo shared with the GoFundMe established for Kinney's family, William is pictured smiling in matching green t-shirts with 2 other children, whose faces are obscured with pink hearts. Will had an unflappable spirit. He was unfailingly kind, gentle when the situation called for it, quick to laugh, and always inclusive of others. Sweet Will knew no strangers, and our hearts are broken for his family as they try to find their way forward. Within 7 hours, the GoFundMe raised over $39,000 of its $50,000 goal. I'm assuming that the GoFundMe is for, like, funeral expenses and whatnot. It's because he tweeted the gun-grabbing bullshit right after the shooting. You're saying the representative posted it right after the shooting? Beep. This is a live updates thread. I don't want the live updates. I wanted the information. Read more on this one specifically. Graphic content. I can't show that on Twitch. Let's just not have that autoplay. Showing him and his kin. Log into Facebook. I don't think I will. After this week's shooting, the poll said he and his family were devastated by the tragedy, but when asked by NBC if he regretted sharing the Christmas photo, why would I regret a photograph with my family exercising my rights to bear arms? Rep. Andy Ogles shared this family Christmas photo ahead of the 2021 holiday. It doesn't sound like he shared it after the shooting, because I'm pretty sure 2021 was 2 years ago. I'm bad at numbers, but I'm pretty sure that was 2 years ago. It's just a photo! It's weird they still have gun grabbers front and center for the Dems when it's a dead issue post the Summer of Fire in 2020, when even the bluest single leftist mom bought a handgun, and all the conceal and open carry passing across the entire country. But then again, they don't learn. He shared the gun-grabbing rhetoric after the shooting? Well, yeah, because that's what they always do. Why wouldn't he retweet something from people who are talking about we need more gun control immediately after a shooting? You might full Hunter S. Thompson. I don't know what that means. I'm bad at names. Wouldn't he been in that class? It's sort of his job. Yeah. Look at that. An entire family with proper trigger discipline. Yeah. That's kind of impressive. Even the children's have proper trigger discipline. Also, her gun's got purple stuff on it. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. Alright, we don't need to read this article, though, because we cleared that up. We cleared, because he's a hypocrite? How does it make him a hypocrite to talk about how people are going to be talking about gun grabbing? How does that make him a hypocrite? I'm a little confused. Maybe you're the one confused, and you're confusing us. This is a reminder to buy a 3D printer and print gun. No, don't do that. Can 3D printed guns even be shot more than once yet? Can they? Because, like, weren't they only one-time use when they were first printing them? Cute guns are less scary, so how do they stack up against the scary black guns? Okay, they can do that. Okay. ATF wants to know your location. I cannot condone illegal weaponry on twitch.tv. I cannot condone. They're getting way better. 3D printed guns are usually fused with actual steel. You know, don't talk about how to homebrew guns in Twitch chat. Retweeting something is not an endorsement. He could have just been drawing attention. Look at this dumbass tweet. Also that. It depends. I don't know what the tweet is. I don't know what the complaint is. Every American family should be heavily armed with love and ammo. Exactly. Exactly. It's not illegal weaponry. It's always been legal to manufacture your own firearms in the U.S. I just, like, you know, I don't know what to say about it. ATF will, I'm not allowed, it's Twitch, okay? I can't talk about that. No homebrew. You don't know who needs to hear this, but Twitch TOS, please behave like there was a Soviet commissar in the room. Yeah. Yeah, please don't talk about homebrew. It's not illegal, but you don't want to get me in trouble. That's okay. That's alright. It not being illegal is fine, but the ATF will still be unhappy. The point is, right after the shooting, he went with the point of, we should take guns from all trans people, so they kind of pointed out his hypocrisy, aside from the fact that you also think that in the case of mental illness, they should have stricter control on firearm access. Yeah, I don't really understand exactly how that works, right? Because, like, I want U.S. citizens to be able to have firearms. I don't like gun control. I think people with the proclivity to harm themselves or others due to mental illness should be excluded from owning firearms for obvious reason. But then you have all of the, like, arm trans people stuff, and I feel like there are trans people, again, dysphoria is a mental thing, but there are people with dysphoria who aren't interested in harming themselves or others, so I don't know how you would legislate that kind of thing. Problem is, who defines who is mentally ill? The DSM. The DSM. Your issue with mental illness controlling gun access is who diagnoses it? You're saying VTubers shouldn't be allowed to have guns. You're saying all VTubers want to harm themselves or other people? Hold on. Restricting firearm access to mentally ill is a really mixed issue. On the one hand, certain types of mentally ill people should be restricted, and on the other hand, the government would be the ones who defined it. Yeah. That was worded in a way that my fucking brain damage can understand. Yeah, it's the same, I guess different, but similar to the death penalty thing, where it's like, in theory, I think the death penalty is a good thing, but on the other hand, it's the government who is going to be deciding on the end factor of that. So I don't know how much we can trust it, right? You can't really legislate that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it becomes a really fucking murky issue. It's a very hard topic to regulate. And then it's like, you can't wait until someone does something to be like, okay, well then they can't have firearms, because after they do something, they usually just kill themselves anyways. So like, you know, that's very hard. Guns kill people all by themselves. These are all the same people who think only the right wing can be authoritarian? Are you on TikTok? Banned from firearms. Exactly the same views you have on both of those issues. Yeah, like I get it, and it seems kind of murky to try and legislate. Like, I think background checks are a good idea on firearms, and I think there are people with certain proclivities and mental issues who should absolutely be banned from owning guns. But since it's the government who is like dealing with this shit, I don't know how much can we actually trust that anything will get done, and how would we even legislate for those specific things in the first place? I don't know. That's hard, and I'm not smart enough to figure out a solution. Kid where you grew up was clearly going to be a murderer one day, so you became his Facebook friend and stuff, and he indeed end up murdering someone. Oh my god. Why did you become his friend? Were you just like trying to self-preserve? You're like, if I'm friends with him, he won't murderate me? You have to dip for a bit, but you're sorry again. You don't really want to get in trouble. That's okay. That's okay. It's just, you know, when some stuff comes up, my brain reads it out loud anyways. Don't worry about it. How dare users of Twitch.com discuss their God-given rights, honestly. Legalized executions sound good when there are people that deserve it, but at the same time, it serves as a very vulnerable catalyst for a tyrannical government to start massacring people it doesn't like in favor of the state's lawyers. No, I agree. It can be very easily abused, and there's definitely been cases of like innocent people on death row as well, so it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to want to legislate. Some of you guys are alright, dude. Hi. He's literally the kid he told not to come to school tomorrow. Bill has been passed here in Jacksonville that makes it illegal to have a loaded gun on your person, but having an empty gun with the safety on and a loaded magazine is legal. What? What? You're okay with the idea of laws doing shit, but I don't trust the government to write and enforce them, so I oppose any out of principle, is basically the sad reality at this point. Unfortunately so. We need to reset the government, honestly. Some of you guys are alright. Don't come to chat tomorrow. Jesus. Some of you are cool. Don't show up to stop it. Stop it! Mass shooting in Nashville reignites gun debate, because of course it does. It always does. Also, can we talk about the trans fashion now being just Christian? How did this happen? How can we talk about maybe there's like an autistic problem here, and it's to do with fashion. They even have the chain. Is there a Sonichu medallion at the bottom of this? Like, what the fuck is happening? The merge! It's happening! Anyone who wants the government to change anything, remember the New York DA just indicted Trump on non-charges that, even if true, would be 4 years out of statute of limitations. Oh my god. Change the flag to red and yellow. Someone who's registering with the SBR, or registering an SBR, and waited a year for the ATF to say forbidden popsicle is okay! You don't want the government doing any more things with firearms. Fucking forbidden popsicle, by the way. She liked Kingdom Hearts. She probably had Kingdom Heart fanfiction. Does that mean that since I was a young women's, I was a young woman who was interested in Kingdom Hearts. I was almost sucked in by yaoi propaganda. I liked shipping Sora and Riku. I was into that as a young woman's. Yeah, I was tomboyish. I probably could have been convinced that I was a man, you know? Could I have been groomed by the ATF into being a shooter? There's a link. There's a link between the autisms and Kingdom Hearts, and I don't know, we're tinfoiled out of our minds. Banning guns because of a mass shooting is like banning cars because of a car wreck. What do you mean? They're trucks of peace. They're trucks of peace and harmony. Kirsche was a trendsetter in so many ways. Please do not start raping your mothers. I disavow. They argue the statute of limitations don't apply to Trump because he left New York, but that makes no sense. I have no idea what's happening with New York right now. Like, I am so far out of the fucking loop with whatever is going on with Trump right now. March 27th, YouTuber Christine Weston that fucking guy, was reportedly released from a Virginia jail. Also on March 27th, a premeditated mass shooting occurred at the Covenant School in the Green Hills neighborhood. Coincidence? I think not. This could have been Kirsche's boyfriend-free girl. They could have been a power couple in his fucking fantasy town. It could have been real. He could have saved her. The Kingdom Hearts to shooter pipeline. Grog hit Irk with stick. Truly, solution is to burn down forest. If that is a sonnet, she was just a matter of time. Oh my god. If Kirsche was born a few years later, she would have been groomed to be Korsho the himbo. I don't think I could have bulked up that much, let's be real. There he is, officer. That guy. They could have been the new Bonnie and Clyde. Exactly. CWCville was the name, right? I think so. I'm bad at remembering names, dude. Basically, they indicted Trump because he wasn't honest about paying the money to Stormy Daniels. When you campaign, you have to tell them everything you spend your money on, even if it's a birthday party. I definitely remember them talking about the Stormy Daniels payoff when he was running. I definitely feel like that was in the news. I'm Kirsche's boyfriend-free girl. He is not the ultimate himbo. There's a lot going on there, but he's definitely not a himbo. Holy shit. Sounds like a certain tax system. They're appropriating autism core. This is cultural appropriation. I have this article open. Audrey Hale's parents couldn't accept their daughter's trans identity. Here comes the woe is me pipeline. Nashville shooters 14-minute timeline of terror. And can I just say, unlike Uvalde, the cops who ran in there to stop this from happening, fucking kudos to them for being actual human beings. Christine is closer to bimbo than himbo now. Thanks, I hate it. Photos give an inside look at the house where Audrey Hale stockpiled guns. I have this article open as well. So we can go into the article meat now. I'll post this just for the sake of having everything in order in the thread in Not Safe for Work. Alright, okay. Can we watch the body cam for science? I would have loved to play the body cam for you guys. Unfortunately, as much as we should celebrate a mass shooter being killed by police, I can't show that on Twitch. The body cam vid shows gorgeous discipline. It really does. It really does. Donut operator recap has it censored. Yeah, of course. Your manager has advised you to not do that. Thank you, Nim. Donut operator has it on his channel. That would be on YouTube. And again, like, they have the censored blob over it. Sam offered to blob censor it for me, but I feel like Twitch would be a little bit more cucked on that than YouTube would be. YouTube and Twitch are both shit platforms, but they both have different ways of cucking you. If I hadn't broken my ass on skates and kept being a tomboy roller skater, who knows, I might have been groomed. Hooray for the broken ass! I feel like by the time I broke my ass, I was already too awake to the simulation. He has the uncensored one on his uncensored footage channel on YouTube. God bless. I'm glad that YouTube still allows some uncensored footage. Jesus Christ. Discord watch party. It's not that long. It's not that long. Shooting at a Tennessee private Christian grade school has left 3 students and 3 adults dead, including the head of the school. Monday, and the shooter was killed by police. The victims were killed in an attack at the Covenant School. Nashville police say officers engaged with and killed the shooter, identified as a 28-year-old female carrying 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. The shooter was identified as Audrey Elizabeth Hale, a Nashville resident, who identified as a transgender woman. Man, having all of this, like, pronoun nonsense has made news articles incredibly difficult to read. So a transgender woman would be a man that identifies as a woman. So this should read who identified as a transgender man to be accurate language-wise. And they got it the opposite. No wonder there's so much fucking confusion when this first came out. Investigators were investigating a home, wow, AI sentence structure, connected to her. Nashville Police Chief John Drake said Hale possibly prepared for the shooting, including having written a manifesto. Manifesto where? I want to read the tranifesto already, fucking please! This is gonna be more exciting than any of the other manifestos I've ever read, even with the FBI redactions. Are you kidding me? Please stop blue-balling me, FBI. We have also determined that there were maps drawn of the school in detail of surveillance point entries. At one point, she was a student at the school. There was a vehicle nearby that gave us a clue as to who she was. Okay, well, this is where she fucked up, right? Like, she identified as a man, so she was trying to do the man thing of having maps drawn, but unfortunately for her, she was both an American and a woman, both of which give you a map reading debuff. Smoking the Audrey pack. I want to say that English you learned from AI is not right. What's with Burgerlanders and manifestos? Excuse me, the New Zealand shooter had a manifesto as well. It's not just burger people. That's generalizing. People are reading the Transmaxing Manifesto just to farm the cucked Googles. The Transmaxing Manifesto isn't Audrey's, though. It's not the same thing. You need the manifesto and the new extreme political ideology. Someone will make up for it. Wait, why are you fucking implying her at me? This is a biological female. On a side note, you're new here, you're surprised? You haven't seen people try to go after me? For my political opinion, since VTuber industry is heavily left-leaning biased. VTubers are heavily left-leaning, and I'm on Twitch. I just love being inside the bear cave, I guess. I don't know. But, no, I'm a literal fucking who, troll fan. Nobody knows who the fuck I am, so I can talk about this shit right now and not get any pushback. Nobody has tried to cancel me, because I'm not worth their time. So, I can talk about things that are important for now. Bets on the manifesto FBI redaction suddenly revealing that the shooter was an ardent Christian white supremacist. I already made that joke. You recall the funny Marx man having a manifesto too? Yeah. Matthew Harris still has the funniest manifesto you've ever seen. I really wanted to read Dorner's manifesto for my ASMR stream. Maybe I'll just fucking do it next time. Like, who cares, right? Let's manifesto ASMR reading. The New Zealand shooter was an American? I don't fucking remember that shit. Was he a burger person? They are just following their forebears. The Declaration of Independence is the original Burgerland manifesto. That's fair. Manifestos do be in our blood. Help. Oh god. Help! The Buffalo Shooter Manifesto was quite the read. Super anti-Semitic, commie, eco-terrorist stuff. No idea why the news acted like he was remotely right-wing. Because commie eco-terrorist doesn't help them push gun control. Also, when the Buffalo shooting happened, apparently a shooting happened in some Slavic country at the same exact time. So when I was talking about the Buffalo shooting and asking for the manifesto from chat, because I hadn't found it yet, someone linked me the Slavic Shooters Manifesto, and we were reading it, and then like a whole bunch of people had to correct me and be like, wait, this is the wrong manifesto. I was like, what the fuck? There are multiple shootings that happened at the same fucking time? You can't clip any yab shit Kirsche says anymore because the off chance the Twitter freaks find it. I mean, that's why you just screen record and have it for your own little personal archive. We try to cancel you for spending money on free-to-play games, then why do you give me the money to taunt
want me to spend it on the free-to-play games.
I at least made that one guy struggle snuggle. That's true. I might not be getting canceled, but I did make a person on Twitter's rape list. I was like 183 or some shit, so it's gonna be a while before he gets to me. Godspeed. I'm also a coconut, so any pushback is forgotten within an hour. That's fair. No, he was Australian. I don't fucking remember what nationality New Zealand shooter man was. Declaration of Independence was kind of a manifesto. Yeah, kinda. Kinda, dude. I think it comes from the German side of America. I don't know. It's a cycle. We have to enable me so we can cancel you. What the fuck? We didn't give you any money. How could I spend it on free-to-play games so we can taunt you? I want to spend your money on fucking leaving the South. Fucking hate it here. They were pretty different. The New Zealand one's basically a mix of left and right memes, and he was purposely trying to be edgy to make it impossible to actually nail him down. Interesting. So he didn't want... I don't remember his manifesto, actually. I'd have to reread his manifesto. Who the hell gave Kirsche money? Are you guys out of your mind? Says the subscriber. Isn't it strange how they immediately released the Buffalo Shooters manifesto and the New Zealand one, but not this one? That's also kind of fair. You've only tried to clip the fox being a coconut to avoid bird app freaks. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Move to Germany. No, thank you. The South, you don't speak. Devoured by alligators. Yeah, I miss the North, dude. I missed it. I want to go home. The dude said, subscribe to PewDiePie. Yeah, I remember that. I never want anyone to, to say that about me, dude, please. What's with mass shooters writing stuff with silver Sharpies on their guns? Don't look at my vector. Christchurch manifesto was basically war not soon enough. Let's go full speed ass to mouth. Fucking accelerationists never once. Scrolling down some of these pictures. These are all fine. There's nothing bad in here. Police say the shooter entered the building through a side door and fired shots before moving to the second floor, where Hale was confronted by responding officers. They don't believe she was wearing any body armor. A search of a Honda Fit driven by Hale to the campus yielded additional material. Hale also allegedly fired at responding police vehicles from a second-story window. An image of a windshield that was shot by Audrey Hale as police officers arrived.
What a sub. 10 out of 10.
Boogie. Boogie, thank you for the heckin' gift sub to Friasley. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You're 100% including subscribe to Twitch on Kirsche in your obituary just to fuck with people reading it? What the fuck? Stop it! Stop it, you weirdos! Remember, no Japanese. What do you mean? You always read the manifesto. It's some of the most crazy things you can read. Always entertaining and insanity. I love manifesto reading. And I love that Mechanica included a manifesto for the child that you play in that game.
Animate Acumen, thank you for the heckin' gift sub. Thank you.
Hale was armed with 2 AR-style weapons, including a rifle and a pistol and a handgun. 2 of the weapons may have been purchased legally in the Nashville area, Drake said. Investigators were probing a possible theory for a motive, but did not disclose any details. Officials at the medical center say 3 young students were transported to Monroe Corral Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt with gunshot wounds. All 3 were pronounced dead after arrival. The 3 more adults were also pronounced dead following the attack. All 3 were staff at the school. The victims were identified by police as Evelyn Decows, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney, all age 9, Cynthia Peak, 61, Catherine Kuntz, 60, and 61-year-old Mike Hill. Kuntz was the head of the school at Covenant, according to the school's website. Covenant School is a private Christian institute for students up to 6th grade, according to its website. My heart breaks with news of the school shooting at the Covenant School this morning, Reverend Mark Spalding of the Diocese of Nashville said in a statement. Let us pray for the victims, their families, and the Covenant Presbyterian community. I've heard some people saying that it didn't make any sense for the shooter at the age of 28, I think it was, to go to an elementary school because none of the people who worked there would still be there from when she was a kid. And I'm gonna say that is a incorrect take. Depending on how small the town is, and based on it being a private institution, I'd be willing to bet that a lot of the same people were still there. Not that this is an excuse, mind you, but to say that none of the people who worked there when Audrey went to school still work there is just wrong. My town was very small, very tight-knit. My school had probably about 15 or so teachers that knew my grandparents because they all taught my uncles and my father when they went to school. So teachers in small and or private institutions tend to last a lot longer at their schools than people in larger cities or in bad district areas. Was the body count? 6. It was 6. Well, technically 7 because of the shooter, but 6 unrelated people. Like, you think of it, why do streamers say thank you twice? Like, actually, you can't think of any who don't? I don't know. I do it out of anxiety. It's like an anxiety trigger kind of thing. When I repeat things, it makes me feel more comfortable, right? And since I still don't know how to really react to people thinking I am worth paying for the dumb shit that I say, the repetition is just like, it's something that's comfortable to me. So I feel like, considering VTubers are hella menhera and a lot of us have anxiety issues, maybe that's just a common trend. Like, I have to remind people, if I repeat something to you multiple times, it's not because I think you're brain damaged, it's because I don't want to be misunderstood and my anxiety is making me feel like I have to repeat it. It's a me thing, not a you thing. Is VTuber has anxiety? Checks out, dude. VTuber having anxiety. No way, dude. We're gonna get to that, Dragon Fats. We're gonna get to that. My heart breaks with news of the school shooting at the Covenant School this morning. Reverend, I already read that. I'm sorry. We are responding to an active aggressor at 33 Burton Hills Boulevard Covenant School. We can confirm we have multiple patients, the Nashville Fire Department said Monday. Parents coming to the school should go to 20 Burton Hills at this time. This is an active scene. Ex-Tennessee cop at center of scandal claims she was sexually groomed in new lawsuit. Why is this here? Why is this? I understand linking other articles in an article you're reading, but this shouldn't be here in this article. That's fucking what? The Metro Nashville PD confirmed the shooter's death in a statement, adding that the school was already working on reunifying parents and children in a safe distance away from the Burton Hills Boulevard the school is on. An active shooter event had taken place at the Covenant School, and the department wrote in a statement that the shooter was engaged and is now deceased. Blame shift? No, this doesn't even have to do with the shooting. This is that police officer that got gangbanged. This is completely unrelated. Hefty Chonkster. Hefty Chonkster, thank you for the prune.
More milkies.
Thank you for the prune. You for one send prune sub to Kirsche, because Bezos would be mad if he knew she provides a valuable service.
Thank you.
Almost 333, thank you as well for the prune. Thank you for the prune. Twitter is full of 6 people are dead, but think of how this will affect me now. Yeah, we're gonna get to that too. You regret subbing after that sound effect. Fuck you. You're gonna love the sound effects. I'm a living soundboard. Let's fucking go. An active shooter event has taken place at the Covenant School. The shooter was engaged and is now dead. The only reported injury following the attack was an officer who suffered a glass wound to his hand. Active shooter event. These are just pictures from police being on the scene. In a tragic morning, Nashville joined the dreaded long list of communities to experience a school shooting. My heart goes out to the families of the victims. Our entire city stands with you. As facts continue to emerge, I thank our first responders and medical professionals. David Rausch, director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, said his agency is assisting local authorities. I know there are people who will criticize us for prayers, but that's the way we do it in the South. Other Tennessee lawmakers were quick to offer their condolences and support following Monday's attack. The state senators Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty both released statements mourning the tragedy and praising law enforcement. Devastated and heartbroken about the tragic news, Hagerty tweeted Monday, I'm grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their heroic actions. I'm monitoring the situation closely, and my office is in contact with local officials and available to anyone needing assistance. Chuck and I are heartbroken to hear about the shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville. My office is in contact with federal, state, and local officials, and we stand ready to assist, Blackburn wrote in a statement. Thank you to the first responders working on site. First Lady Jill Biden also responded to the attack later Monday, saying, we stand with Nashville in prayer. I'm truly without words, and our children deserve better. There's Sharpie on the gun. I guess that looks kind of like a sticker instead of Sharpie, but like, Can't be, because it's on a clipazine.
Hell nah.
Look at the Caltech. What the hell? On Monday, the FBI released data on active shootings for 2021. The agency said there were 61 such incidents that year, with all but one committed by a male. The number of shootings was a 50% increase from 2020. Yeah, it's not very often we get too many female shooters. I honestly, I had forgotten about the Colorado shooting that was a 17-year-old female to male as well. I had like completely memory hold that entire thing. So when this happened, I was like, God damn, we got a first woman trans shooter. Because Caltechs are notorious. Representation is important. Yeah, equality. It's equality. Let me paste this in our little collection thread. Little correction. And then we have, I want to go back a little bit.
From today's press conference, we've identified the shooter as Audrey Hale, 28-year-old female that lived in the Nashville area. We have investigations ongoing now at the residence on Brightwood Avenue. And we have made contact with the father that lived at that residence and are putting together more information. We've also determined there were maps drawn of the school in detail of surveillance, entry points, etc. We know and believe that entry was gained through shooting through one of the doors is how they actually got into the school. I want to take the time to...
I thought that was weird at first when they said that they shot through the doors, because in my brain it was just like, wouldn't that alert people to your presence sooner so that you have less time to do what you intended to do, right? But then it's like, oh, they probably had the doors locked, and it's not like anyone was gonna let this fucking weirdo in, right? So I guess they had to shoot the doors. Has any alphabet person said that the cops are transphobic because they misgender her name and they acted fast? Somebody else in chat, where was it? So that like they're actually reporting her as yeah, so she isn't being counted as male. I agree. You should be calling her a female, right? But it is funny how it seems like some people's pronouns tend to be respected in the media, and then this person's they were just like, oh, let's just remove the veil completely. It's a female. They need to start replacing the glass doors with something that can't be shot through. Make the schools look even more like a prison, honestly. People who do these sick things are also usually brain dead, thankfully. Thankfully. That's like the one saving grace, is that these people are just inept. Like, thank fuck. Dragonfight HD, thank you for the prune. Thank you. Shooting children isn't respectable. Yeah, absolutely. But most of the people that the media also respects the pronouns of typically aren't respectable people. Yeah, I just keep coming back to Dylan Mulvaney. 3M makes a clear film you can apply to glass that makes them so they don't shatter. Oh, shatterproof glass on schools when? Of all the dumbass groups of school shooters, anyone using a Caltech is a special stupider class. There have been lots of Twitter posts of people calling the cops transphobic, even though they couldn't even know the shooter's identity at the time. Imagine Twitter. Imagine.
To at least say, and I won't say the victims' names, I'll let Don say that, but out of the 6 victims, 3 adults, 3 of those were children. 2 of them were age 9. 1 was 8, about to be 9. All the families have been contacted. The victims' families have been contacted as well. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family. When we send our kids to school or to any place of safety, we expect them to live, learn, have fun, and come back from that day's experience. We don't anticipate things like this. And I want to say thank you to our partners, to Chief Swan, to Glenn Funk, to our mayor for his support, to our federal partners. But also I want to say thank you to our first responders who got there and immediately went in and addressed the threat of
Unlike Uvalde. Unlike those fucking useless ass cops. You don't care what you identify as? You're in a school shooting people? What do you expect, a hug? No, I agree. I completely agree. I'm just saying it's interesting that the media chooses to respect pronouns in some situations and not in others. Because usually we're the ones being talked at by the media saying that you have to use the proper pronouns in every situation, and yet the media themselves isn't doing that here. Gotta love the protesters that have said 7 victims because the shooter was bullied for gender. Yeah, we will get to the protesters, don't worry. Don't worry. Why is there a hand languager when they have subtitles? Because this was live, you silly Billy. You see respecting pronouns the same way as respecting someone's other immutable characteristics, neopronouns excluded. Just because someone does something terrible doesn't mean you should call them racial slurs, for example. On the other hand, people using the wrong word shouldn't be the focus of this tragedy. So, she's a biological woman. She's female. And I absolutely think that if someone does something horrible, I absolutely don't care if you call them slurs. Alright, like, if somebody goes in and shoots up a school, I'm not going to shed a tear if someone's out there calling them, like, fucking candy-ass roodiepoos, right? Like, that, I just don't give a shit. I do not give a shit what you call someone who commits atrocities. Wouldn't it be cheaper to pay a person to write live closed captioning than non-deaf people would be able to use them too? I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm not an accessibility, fucking engineer. Problem is race is different than gender. For example, you can be transgender but not transracial. Soon we will have the transracial rights that we so dearly need. Pronoun stuff has gotta go. You don't know who released the Tumblr hounds, but stuff this back in. God damn. Those are some terms you haven't heard in a long time. I'm not allowed to say real words anymore. We're in clown world.
One that had multiple rounds of ammunition, prepared for a confrontation with law enforcement, prepared to do more harm than was actually done, and we were able to stop the threat, and unfortunately 6 victims. So my thoughts and prayers again, but the praise go to the men and women. As I've said before, we will not wait. I was hoping this day would never ever come here in this city, but we would never wait to make entry and to go in and to stop a threat, especially when it deals with our children.
Can I type whatever I said and not safe for work? No, I've said it already, so I don't remember what it is. I don't know what you want.
So thank you. They're not. Just me. They're not saying anything.
I'm going to go over the victims' names with
I
you
wish
now.
he did. I know he can't, but I wish he did.
The 3 9-year-olds who were killed: Evelyn Dickhouse, William Kenny, Hallie Scruggs. 3 adults: Mike Hill, a custodian, age 61, Cynthia Peak, to my understanding a substitute teacher, age 61, and Catherine Kuntz, age 60. As Chief Drake said, we have identified the active shooter as Audrey Elizabeth Hale, age 28.
YouTube subtitles are really bad. Don't pay attention to them too much.
We'll take just a few questions if you have any.
Don, do you believe that she was a former student at the school?
Yes, we do. Chief, you want to address that?
Yes, from our investigations tell us that she was a former student at the school. I don't know what grade she's attended or grades, but we do firmly believe she was a student there.
Did she identify as transgender?
She does identify as transgender, yes.
Is there any reason to believe the shooter first went to the church before going to the school?
I can't give you that information. I'm unsure. We know that the minute the calls came in, we responded to the
She
church.
did.
So,
Actual were energy.
to the school.
To the school.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had was there like 2 officers that went in when they first got there? Do you know how many there was when they first entered the other?
So it was 5 officers that immediately went in and addressed. We have video that we're going to release, but you can see in the video, you can hear gunfire going on as they're in the school. They address the threat and take that threat down.
What a racket. No, the sign is important.
So we know there were 2 AR-style weapons, one a rifle, another was an AR-style pistol. and the other was a handgun. We believe 2 of those may have been obtained legally, locally here.
Can you confirm that one of the adult victims, Catherine Tues, was head of the school?
Was what?
Was head of the school?
There was some, I don't know her exact capacity within the school, but it was higher up in the echelon.
And were any of the children victims related to any of the school staff?
Unsure. I believe one may have been, but I can't confirm that.
Did the shooter have any criminal history at all?
No history at
How can they show
all.
gang signs on TV?
No motive at this point? Anything discovered in the apartment or house?
No, we have a manifesto. We have some writings that we're going over that pertain to this day, the actual incident. We have a map drawn out of how this was all going to take place. There's right now a theory of that we may be able to talk about later, but it's not confirmed, and so we'll put that out as soon as we can.
And Chief, is there any reason to believe that how she identifies simply with white?
I'm sorry, I knocked someone's mic over. I didn't hear you. Say that again, sir.
Is there any reason to believe that how she identifies has any motive for targeting the school?
We can give you that at a later time. There is some theory to that. We're investigating all the leads, and once we know exactly, we'll let you know.
So was this a targeted attack?
It was.
Do we know about a history of transgender man or woman?
Don't know any history of mental illness at this time, but we are looking at that as the investigation is ongoing. And I'm sorry.
She identifies as a transgender man or woman?
Woman.
So this is where the things get confusing. This I can understand now why so many people were just like, hold on, wait a minute. This is a biological woman who identified as a man. A biological woman who identified as a man. So this was a few days ago. This was 3 days ago. So this was the first press conference. The manifesto, honestly.
Targeted.
It was the only school that was targeted. There was another location that was mentioned, but because of a threat assessment by the suspect, too much security, they decided not to. And that area was here in Nashville, so we're continuing with that investigation as well. Right now, we believe it's a lone assailant, and we don't anticipate any further damage at this time, but we're still investigating.
This Brightwood address, she lived there with her parents? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
So the scene.
I would agree that it would make logistically more sense to call a woman who is transgender a trans woman. However, that is not how the words have been used for ages. So now it just creates confusion, because when people see trans woman, they assume it to be a male who identifies as a female, right? And so now we have a lot of confusion with the way the words are working. Clearly a woman identifying as a man, identifying as a woman. The confusion is on purpose. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that's where we're at now. Welcome to the chat room. Thanks, Feds, for clearing my chat. Fucking what? There's a difference between trans woman and trans woman because fuck English. Jesus. Don't question the language. TERFs are both radical and feminist. Imagine, look at all the male TERFs that are around. This is why getting rid of the asylums was a mistake.
Is going to be processed throughout the night, probably into tomorrow. This is an extensive scene. As you know, she entered the building, which is one structure. The church and the school are in one building. She entered on the lower floor. There were shots fired on the lower floor before she went to the upper level. And it was on the upper level where she was confronted by police and killed. So understand the scene processing will take place over at least 2 days, today and tomorrow. And we'll have more details for you, including the release of video, perhaps tonight, but if not tonight, certainly tomorrow. Thank you.
That's basically the wrap up of the first press release thing about it. Don't know why the feds are involved unless it's to scrub their involvement. Usually anytime there's a shooting, the feds get involved. That's pretty by the book standard when these things happen. Scene processing is a strange way to call trash removal. Well, they have to. I think scene processing makes sense because there's a lot more than just the shooter's body that is there. School probably had some form of DOE funding. What? They shouldn't be involved? It's a state matter? Maybe, but that's typically what happens every time there's a mass shooting. How many deaf people are there in the US? Watching someone karate chop sign language on a press release feels weird for a Euro? I don't know. I'm used to it. They're in like all press releases and important matters. I have a bookmark somewhere completely unrelated to this, but it's a video that works way too well, and I love it. It was like some weird Mormon sign language, like Mormons against masturbation video, but the way that their sign languaging goes perfectly with some rap song. I'll have to find it. It's in my tabs. Trust the tabs. Sign language in any important state announcement in the EU. Oh, well, then that person confirmed for not watching news, question mark? I don't know. Makes sense if it's a state school, thus probably gets federal funding, but this is a private school, so FBI definitely shouldn't have any jurisdiction. I don't know how that works. I just know that usually whenever there's a shooting, the feds get involved.
Close the fucking tabs,
Can't they use closed captions? This was a live thing, so he's also there for the people watching it live. Getting closed captions on a live broadcast is expensive, and it's probably better to just use this guy. Imagine watching the news when they don't even have Fox waifus. What the hell? It's a federal offense? I mean, I imagine it would be. Right? Like, the feds are just involved at every time a shooting happens, so like, I'm just used to it. FBI only has jurisdiction if you let the... Okay, that's a different story. You can't just say, FBI, get out of my state, you know? Legally, you can't do that. The only Fox News that you watch. I am the Fox! And then, we got some Daily Mail stories, because of course we do. Because of course we do. I thought I had a couple more Daily Mail articles open, but it looks like it's only these two. Nashville school shooter Audrey Hale would dress as trans star Elliot Page from hit movie Juno every year for Spirit Week and never dated, according to a high school friend. Nashville school shooter Audrey Hale would dress up as transgender star Elliot Page every week for Spirit Week before she started her transition. DailyMail.com can reveal. Hale, 28, shot and killed 6 people at the Covenant School on Monday. A school friend of Hale has now revealed that she loved to dress up as Page's iconic character Juno, a pregnant teenager, during their time as freshmen at the Nashville School of Arts. Wouldn't it trigger dysphoria if she was a female identifying as a male to then put on a costume of a pregnant teenager? Wouldn't the pregnancy be a dysphoric trigger? Why was she doing this? That's a question I have. The shooter was even nicknamed Juno during their time at the school, with the friend adding that she never dated. Wow. An isolated social autist committed a shooting. Who could have predicted this? They don't even follow their own rules. What is it with failed artists and going crazy? I don't know. It seems... Maybe we have a failed artist problem. Man, if we have a failed artist problem, then AI is going to create a lot of happenings, isn't it? They're just mental. Judging by the flame shoes and the Caltech, the shooter identified as a pee-pee-poo-poo piss boy. Search your hard drive. I bet there's pretty princess bedrooms up in there. I feel like Steve Quest and Montegraph will commit a mass shooting in the future. Those names are not familiar to my brain. What the fuck are you looking at? Audrey Hale dressed as Juno. Can't you tell? It comes after Daily Mail revealed that Hale had issues with her parents after coming out as a lesbian and would dress up in male clothing when her relatives left the house. But if she identified as a male and she liked women, by her rules, wouldn't she be... Would that just be... I don't know. I can't follow anymore. I can't. There's the Chris Chan photo. Hale shot and killed Haley Scruggs, William Kinney, Evelyn Diekhouse, all 9, and headmistress Dr. Catherine Kuntz, substitute teacher Cynthia Peake, and chef Mike Hill, 61. Why'd she kill the chef, too? What the fuck? It seems like completely random on who she managed to, like, just, what the fuck? These people are insane. Speaking to DailyMail.com, the Nashville School of the Arts alumni said she was known for dressing up as Juno for Character Day with the sweatbands and the baby bump and all. It was hilarious. People called her Juno for years. She was a really funny person. I don't think it's sunk in that she could have caused such a tragedy, especially looking through those memories. Her friend, who requested to remain anonymous, said Hale's actions have left her former classmates in shock as they looked back at old yearbook photos between 2011 and 2014 and recalled the nerdy girl that they knew in school who made them laugh. Elliot publicly came out as transgender and non-binary in December 2020 in a statement on social media, writing, "Hi friends, I want to share with you that I am trans, my pronouns are he and they, and my name is Elliot. I feel lucky to be writing this, who arrived at this place," the actor added. Prior to revealing, I don't really care to read more about Elliot in this article. Despite cops confirming Hale was transgender, the suspect's friends referred to her as she and her because the 28-year-old was known as a female in high school. Reflecting on high school memories, the friend recalled Hale's open struggle with autism and mental health. I like how Daily Mail has to put like a disclaimer here for why they're being called she and her. And if it's okay to call Hale she, her because she identified as female in high school, and we're talking about her in high school, why is it then not okay to talk about Elliot Page as Ellen Page when Ellen won all of the awards and was the star in Juno? Why are we retconning the name there? Why are there some rules in certain situations, but in other situations they just get fucking thrown out? I don't understand the rules to this game! Stop asking questions! Hold up, Elliot Page transitioned and a fan followed suit, and they claim that social contagion isn't a thing? Stop noticing. You're noticing too much, chat. The rules don't matter, only your obedience to it. I can't be obedient if you keep fucking changing them! The rules here make less sense than Saturday Night fucking Live. There are no rules. The points are made up. It's autism erasure. Jesus fuck. She was known to have little bouts of frustration or anger, but for the most part, like I've said before, she was well-liked and funny. Cops confirmed Hale was receiving treatment for an emotional disorder and described her as having high-functioning autism. Well, a very common thing for, like, every shooter. Despite this, Hale was able to legally purchase 7 firearms. We don't know, as far as I know, right? Maybe we could find it out in one of these later articles, but as far as I know, we have no idea where she purchased them from. And, like, if she was getting all this mental health treatment, why wasn't her background check ticking anything? Is what I'm wondering. Whose pronouns are they anyways? That's a great remake when they remake Whose Line Is It Anyway? Should have just pulled a Chris Chan and fucked her mom instead. I do not advocate for any motherfucking unless it's consensual, in which case, that's still really fucking gross, but at least it's consensual, I guess. Fucking real MILF manor energy. It's normal for mentally unstable people to buy guns. It's not normal, no, which is why I said it's weird that she was in so many, like, mental health programs, apparently, and somehow they're saying that she was able to buy the guns legally. Because that should have ticked her background check, and they would have been like, well, you can't, because these things have happened. The regulations and red flag laws don't help. We need more regulations and red flag laws. Imagine. Was she ever institutionalized? I'm sure we'll find out if she was. The rules are simple. You always lose. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Hale's classmates said that they weren't surprised when she came out as gay or when she later decided to transition. The friend dished out Hale's non-existent love life, which appeared to remain stagnant throughout high school. She never dated, and we all kind of figured she would come out as gay, and no one was surprised when she came out as trans. But other than that, she was very driven by sports. A yearbook photo obtained by Daily Mail showed Hale winning most athletic alongside another classmate. There's some pictures. Hale struck a pose with a bicep curl while looking downward and was known on the track field and the basketball court. Her friend added she loved a basketball team, and her senior art project was a colored pencil piece of her teammates, and drew a lot of the team jerseys. The Martin Luther King Jr. School, a sister magnet school, track team Lady Royals and I had been talking and reminiscing today about our experiences with her. It's all pleasant interactions. I don't think anyone will have anything negative to say about her from those days. Her immediate friend group were the nerdy kids, not weird or outcast, just typical anime-obsessed, good grade sweet kids. Most of them were mass media and theater kids. Always be aware of the theater kids. Do not relax. which is probably why she was involved in after-school programs and projects with class representatives. Church coordinator Norma, 61, and her husband Ronald, 64, refused to let Hale, who had recently adopted the name Iden and used he/him pronouns, dress as a man in their home. The loner would instead wait until she left their $700,000 Nashville property to change outfits. Why did they include the price of the home? I mean, I guess to show that she was affluent and it wasn't like a thing of poverty, but like, what? That's weird. That's a weird thing to say. You only see what you want to see. Their religion does not allow them to accept homosexuality, the source told Daily Mail. What? What? I guess it's because they didn't let her dress as a man, but like, my grandma didn't care when I like wore pants and whatnot, or when I wanted to like, I don't know. I don't know, that's weird. Does that even mean anything with how housing prices are now? Might just be the price of the I don't know. Is this California's legal state child kidnapping bill on the docket today? No. I'm not going to have time for like anything else besides the shooting today. But I would be interested in the California docket thing. I have a fuck ton of other tabs that I to go over as well. She was Audrey at home, but when she left the house, she changed clothes. They did know about it, they just didn't accept it. It comes after the 6 victims of the tragedy have been identified, with tributes flooding in for Evelyn, who desperately tried to save her classmates from the tragedy. Her family has described her as a shining light and said that they are completely broken by her death. They added that she had been desperately trying to pull the firearm to get help when the shooting unfolded on Monday. Tributes have flooded in for a second victim, Will Kinney, whose family called him unfailingly kind and always inclusive of others, as well as praising him for loving his 2 younger sisters. Hale used the names Audrey and Iden, but her preferred pronouns were he and him, according to a LinkedIn page. One of the ladies who got shot was trying to stop the shooter. Unironically, school teacher has more chutzpah than the Uvalde police. Imagine. Police confirmed on Tuesday that she had previously attended the school in Nashville, but her motive for the shooting was unclear. Police Chief John Drake added that Hale had been suffering from an emotional disorder at the time of the shooting. Hale has been described as having high-functioning autism, but police revealed today she was also under doctor's care. Wasn't the teacher? Was one of the 9-year-olds? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. If you go back up, blah, 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 blah. Where was the name? Where was the name? Will Kinney was the 9-year-old that they were talking about. The Evelyn, I don't think was one of the 9-year-olds. I'm pretty sure that was one of the teachers. Thank you for the bless yous. Because, like, how is a 9-year-old going to wrestle a gun away from a 28-year-old? Who desperately tried to save... That doesn't make sense, then. If it's the 9-year-old, this doesn't make sense. She didn't fight the shooter, she went for the fire alarm? Oh. Oh, I read fire alarm as firearm. It was my reading comprehension. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. They added she had desperately been trying to pull the fire alarm. My bad. Classic reading comprehension. That's okay, I have chat here to correct me when I fox brain. Thank you. Not a 9-year-old trying to pull the fire alarm. A 9-year-old has more chutzpah than the Uvalde police then. That's real unfortunate as well. Imagine being 9 and in this situation and still trying to do something about it. That's kind of fucking like, unironically a child hero. Confirmed ESL. Ah, my pendejos. Thank you for the correction, chat. Where was I? Her parents, Norma and Ronald Hale, knew that she had a weapon at one time, but told her to sell it because they thought she couldn't be trusted with it. I feel like if you don't think your child can be trusted with a firearm, you don't tell them to sell it, you take it away from them, right? Like, instead, she hid her stockpile and added to it, buying 7 different weapons in total from 5 local stores. That's a nice sweater. Chief Drake added, law enforcement knew nothing about the treatment, and it is apparent that she should not own weapons. Authorities also confirmed that Hale's mother, Norma, had asked her what was in a red backpack she was carrying on the morning of the murders, but her question was dismissed. Yesterday, she took 3 of her weapons to the Covenant School, 2 rifles and a handgun. Another 2 weapons were seen being removed from the house yesterday in a video obtained by Daily Mail. Police Chief Drake said of her family, they felt she had 1 weapon and that she had sold it, and she was under doctor's care for an emotional disorder. Her parents felt like she should not own weapons, but they were under the impression that she didn't own any anymore. She had been hiding several within the house. Can't really take your 28-year-old kid's guns. That would be theft. I feel like in this situation, it would have been the correct thing to do, right? Or even if you don't want to take it and risk being charged for theft, maybe call the police and be like, hey, my child is undergoing this treatment. They have major mental problems. I don't think they should be having firearms. As I'm saying this, I'm thinking about red flag laws, though, where people can report on people who don't have any sort of diagnosis and get people's legal firearms taken away. So now I'm just like, maybe, I don't know, maybe you couldn't do that. I don't know. She's living with her parents. Their house, their rules, I guess, but she still has property rights as she's over 18. To, like, things that she purchases. That's red flagging, literally how the grandpa got murdered by his own kids. Yeah, as I was saying the sentence out loud, it's like, well, fuck, dude. Well, fuck, maybe you couldn't have done anything. You're sure the hindsight is hitting her I'm sure it is. I'm sure they feel fucking terrible for this. You've seen most people get more innocent people red flagged, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think red flag laws are a good idea. But, like, there's got to have been something in this fucking person's background that would have precluded them from being able to get firearms, right? With all her mental issues, why don't the parents have a POA? I'm not good with acronyms. Can someone that has given up their authority buy a gun? I don't know what POA is. Maybe arm the school staff or have the armed guards there? Well, I'm not a fan of slippery slopes. But there had to have been something that could have been done in the situation. Power of attorney? Maybe? I don't know. Parents generally do not want to search through their kids' shit and rather believe the kid's word. No, there's that as well. You wouldn't trust any of your high school teachers with a gun. I don't know. I don't know, dude. She went to the store and exchanged money for them. Yeah, apparently she purchased the firearms legally, which, again, is strange to me. Because if she had this many mental issues and she was in active care of doctors for them, I don't know. Like, it seems like the background check should have fucking flagged something. The first school was literally saved because they had security. Yeah, exactly. They could have told them to get rid of their guns or kicked them out. That's what it's about what you'd be down with. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but if you kick them out, you can't keep tabs on them. And so if they refuse to get rid of their firearms, are you really going to kick out a dangerous person with firearms? Arming teachers is a mistake. You've got someone surrounded by students at all times, and all it takes is a lapse in concentration, and a kid is armed and dangerous. In theory, armed teachers would be a good idea, but in practice, yeah, and especially with how violent some school districts can get, I feel like having armed teachers, even if the firearm is like in a locked place that only the teacher has a key for, there are plenty of instances of teachers getting attacked and knocked out. So I don't think that would be as safe as people think. You might as well ask the schools to have turret systems. It's not the dealer that makes the decision. Teachers in general need to be vetted better. Hard agree. Hard fucking agree. There is a teacher problem in this country. She either lied on the background check well enough to not draw suspicion, the people who sold them didn't care, or I don't know, something fishy either way. I would like to get more information on how she got the firearms, basically. Ohio allowed volunteer teachers who qualified to state police standards. Try to find a school shooting in Ohio after that. So what you're saying is that we should stop making fun of the cornfields. Solution, arm the kids too. I don't want to imagine some school districts after that. You're a fan of giving 9-year-olds 2-shot derringers, democratized defense. What the fuck? No guns for teachers, no guards. What then? I got it. Remote shock collars. Well, like, why no guards? someone also said earlier that the other school that this woman wanted to go to was protected by guards. It's like, what's the problem with guards? Like, they're expensive, I guess, but they seem like a reasonable solution. Unironically, everyone having guns would reduce crime and shootings. Maybe. She probably got the firearms from a Fed. Most of the teachers, yeah, I can't disagree with you there. Personally, you think teachers should be armed if they want to be armed? No one has to know if the teacher is armed? No one has to know, but like, what if, again, the teacher gets disarmed by one of the violent children, right? When the principal rolls into the cafeteria with his M1 Abrams. Oh no! Ohio's currently the real zone. If you can't handle a weapon, the zone will get you. That's true. They're playing like real life Fallout right now. Any deterrent is better than no deterrent. Legions of pit bulls! School shooter? Release the pit bulls. They'll be attracted. You don't see an issue with a concealed carry for schools as long as the potential shooter has a reason to doubt it's a good idea. Yeah, I don't think having all of the schools as like gun-free zones is helping, because it basically just says, hey, we're a target at this point. Remember that until the 1970s or 80s, literally thousands of schools had gun clubs. Yes, they did. Public schools are taxed and state funded. It's stalker, but in Ohio. Yes. Another thing that should be done is that personality and psychological check for teachers because of how some teachers are. I think there definitely needs to be better vetting for teachers, but that's not the conversation today. The problem is if you believe in the Second Amendment and what the founders very likely believed, everyone has a right to a firearm except for the insanes who would 100% kill each other. The mass shooter didn't trip anybody's personal red flags except her closest family, so you're stuck between arming people who are potentially dangerous and banning and restricting guns from people on the basis of pre-crime. Yeah, and that's why in the middle of my sentence earlier when I was saying like the parents could have like called the police to have them taken away, I realized like what I was saying as I was saying it, and I was like, well, actually, hold on. That doesn't make sense, because this has been happening mostly to innocent people who shouldn't have their firearms taken away. And if you allow this to happen, it's going to far outweigh in the way that people who should legally have firearms getting them taken away instead of people like this. So I was just like, well, fuck, dude. That's why I want to know where she bought the firearms and why the background check wasn't flagged. Sasmar, thank you for the heckin' 5 gift subs. Thank you. When the chemistry teacher releases the hounds because a child keeps talking over him. Jesus. Remember Indiana Hero killed a shooter because he ignored the gun-free rule zone in the mall. That's true. My alert scared you. You'll get used to it. New Zealand banned guns. Gun crime went up. Why don't we lock crazy people up in padded rooms anymore? It's inhumane, I guess. I don't know. Only certain mental illnesses will bar you from having a firearm. Or if you got institutionalized. They say that Hale had been in the care of doctors, so I don't know if they mean like she was just seeing doctors, like had appointments, or if she had a prior institutionalization. You think school should bring back corporal punishment? Yes, that's a good idea. I would say that's a good idea, but, and here's the problem. Would you want the current iteration of teachers in schools right now to be the ones dealing out corporal punishment? And if your answer to that is no, how do we ensure that teachers who deal out corporal punishment would be decent people and not just government agents, right? It's the same question with the death penalty. In theory, corporal punishment in schools is a good idea. In practice, I don't think it would work. Same with the death penalty, right? In theory, it's a good idea, and I think the death penalty should exist for certain crimes. However, I don't trust the government or government agencies to have any hand in that. You don't want to wear the binder. Flogging. Yeah. Do you support capital punishment in schools? It would be the same as the death penalty. I think in theory, good idea. In practice, there's not enough vetting, and I don't think there could ever be enough vetting for corporal punishment in schools to be realistic. That's a paddling. Yeah, there's just too many weirdos, too much injected ideology. All the teachers' unions are like federal stuff. I just don't trust it. I would not trust it. You would have to burn down the current system and build and make a new one? Yeah, pretty much. That would be the only way it could possibly work. Can I pull up a 4473 form so we can read the wording on the mental illness part? Hell nah.
Maybe? Can you find me the form? I have 43 tabs open.
Let the death penalty be an option, but the victims have to be the one to pull the trigger. Oh my god. The current school system is a 44-year experiment that needs to end. It's been more than 44 years, baby. School administrators are already power tripping tiny tyrants. They don't need more power. Yeah, like, I agree in theory that corporal punishment could solve some issues. In practice, I think it would create far fucking more. Like, can you imagine, right, all of these parents and education bills coming out where parents had no idea what their children were being taught in schools? Can you imagine if those teachers were dealing out physical punishments to kids for, like, misgendering or not wanting to be in certain classes or, like, not being receptive to certain lectures and shit? Like, ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way I would trust that shit. Your grandpa threatened the principal the one and only time your dad got spanked in school. The institutions that use corporal punishment were also found to be rather abusive of that method. It's people in position of power will eventually take advantage of that power. Which is why, again, like the death penalty, I think it's reasonable in theory, not reasonable in practice. How the fuck would you support capital punishment? Did I read the dude's question right? Capital punishment is the death penalty. What? Didn't he say corporal punishment? Why would you support the death penalty in schools? His was highlighted, right? If I can scroll up. Oh, no. No, you were that's a gun club. It was after that. Fucking, I'm trying to look. I'm trying to scan. I thought you said corporal punishment. That's expensive for families. Okay. I can't find it. Our corporal punishment counselor, Mr. Slave, Jesus Christ. Thanks, South Park.
You've chosen the path of pain.
Capital penalty in schools too. Let's go. No. What the heck? Does Control F not work? Not in the chat that I use now. Grades are too low. Release the pit bulls. Yeah, no, why would you have executions in school? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you have executions in school? That don't make no sense. You have the lowest test scores in class. Goodbye, Timmy. It's for the good. It's for the greater good, Timmy. We have to cull you and your stupid genes. You had the lowest test score. We cannot allow you to procreate. Get out. Maid service provided to your middle schooler after counselor determined they have depression. Why would that even be a question? Why would somebody want, like, the death penalty in schools? I don't even understand. Like, if somebody in chat asked if I would support death penalty in schools, no fucking shit, I misread it and thought they were talking about, like, corporal punishment, aka paddling, or fucking getting switched on the knuckles. Why the fuck would I take a comment seriously if they were saying death penalty? What the fuck? Let's make a Royal Rumble reality. You don't like the idea of corporal punishment, but the fact there basically isn't anything you can do other than a stern word means that there isn't really a deterrent to bad behavior. I don't know how much, like, corporal punishment would even fix that. I'ma be real. You know, I'ma be real. Like, when I have kids, I wouldn't be of the, like, I'm going to beat them when they do something wrong mentality, you know? But, like, I don't know. Maybe in some schools it could be helpful. I don't know. Trying to give link, but chat doesn't like you sending links. If I open this link and it's like 1,000,000 pages long, I don't know if I'm gonna want to read it, because again, I have 43 fucking tabs. Oh my god, it's so long. It's so long. There's 29. Okay. So it looks like it's just like one like paragraph thingy here. Okay. I'm sorry, young one, but it's time for you to see God. Too fucking real. It's too real, dude. Understand you should break up after cheating, but why do you want the death penalty in schools? I fucking hate you guys. I hate you guys so much. You're terrified of the just wait until your father comes home as a kid. He never did anything other than yell a bunch, but it was still terrifying. Oh my god. I can only imagine. Alright. Here we go. Question 11F. Adjudicated as a mental defective. A determination by a court, board, commission, or other lawful authority that a person, as a result of marked subnormal intelligence or mental illness, incompetency, condition, or disease, is a danger to himself or others, or lacks the mental capacity to contract or manage his own affairs. This term shall include finding of insanity by a court in a criminal case. This person is found incompetent to stand trial or found not guilty by reason of lack of mental responsibility. A formal commitment of a person to a mental institution by a court, board, or commission or other lawful authority. The term includes a commitment to a mental institution involuntarily. The term includes commitment for mental defectiveness or mental illness. And it also includes commitments for other reasons, such as drug use. None of the rest of this really matters, because it also says, a determination by a court, board, commission, or other lawful authority as a result of marked subnormal intelligence, mental illness, blah, 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 is a danger to himself or others. So if you go to, like, a psychiatrist and you're just like, yeah, I'm thinking about killing myself, or I'm thinking about killing other people, this one sentence would include you. Because that psychiatrist would have due reason to suspect that you might do something untoward. Must explicitly be stamped by a court. It doesn't say explicitly stamped by a court. Board, commission, or other lawful authority that a person, as a result of marked blah, 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 blah. If you talk to your psychiatrist about wanting to harm yourself or other people, they report that. I just got out of the shower. Kier's talking about the death penalty in schools. No! No death penalty in schools! No death penalty in schools. I was like, I don't feel like...
Nice cock.
I don't feel like any of the rest of this matters, because, like, literally if you tell your psychiatrist, I'm thinking about doing this, it includes you. Why would you admit such things to another person, though? Because if you're in therapy, you're supposed to be talking about ways to help yourself get better, right? Communication between mental institutions and the FBI is notoriously poor. That's true. If it doesn't get reported, it won't show up on an NICS check. That's very fair. Just to note that, as other people pointed out elsewhere, the involuntary mental commitment part is telling. You could willingly agree to a mental commitment 100 times for any reason, but so long as you weren't technically forced, you could still buy a firearm. Yeah, I feel like they should include, like, self-admittance in this. That might help that a little bit. It might help if they include you willingly going. Psychiatrists would be required under mandatory reporting to notify emergency services immediately. Yeah, exactly. Tried to get you with that would you act on these thoughts shit, but you just said no. Oh, man. You already murdered so many children. What the fuck? No. Don't. What? 4473 itself says, have you ever been educated as a mental defective, or have you ever been committed to a mental institution? No. Imagine telling the truth to your psychiatrist. Well, if you don't tell the truth, how are you gonna fucking fix your shit? So people aren't dissuaded from institutionalizing themselves out of fear of losing their rights. I feel like people are already afraid of like institutionalizing themselves at this point. Some people would get better if they hurt themselves. Your source for this is seeing people on Twitter. What the fuck? Psychiatrists only act when they're sure there's imminent danger. Otherwise, it would make it impossible to address the issue in therapy. I mean, maybe. It's not like they're gonna report it and immediately have the person taken away, right? But it's just like, hey, I'm gonna report this and maybe we should keep an eye on this person. Which is probably how some of the, this person was known to the FBI shit happens. This person was on our radar. Including self-admittance could result in people not admitting themselves at all. It's like an endless quagmire with no answers ever. If you find yourself in a situation where you're considering lying to a therapist about, oh, he got cut off mobile posting, never once. Mental doctors have used red flag laws to get guns taken away from people they dislike. I don't doubt that as well. They're in a position of power and they're going to abuse it. There's going to be bad ones everywhere. It's not like because you're a psychiatrist you're precluded from human nature.
Baby, can I have the cum cream?
Space Pie, thank you for that heckin' 2 months of Proom. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you. And Elder Hollow, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Just got off work. What tangent did you walk into? We're talking about the shooting. We're talking about what happened here. And it's I don't know. It's fucking hard to try and like nail down these people who very obviously have some sort of violent tendency. But you can't legislate it because the legislation usually ends up being used against people who have done nothing wrong and will do nothing wrong. If someone say they don't agree to you being a mandatory reporter, you're required to notify them at the start of your first meeting. The service with them ends then and there. If you're self-admitting, you're obviously mentally cognizant of the situation enough to not act on it. Possibly? I guess that entirely depends on what the on what the issue is you're self-admitting for. I wouldn't know. I've never been admitted willingly or unwillingly. It's almost impossible to come down on the bad actors without it being abused to punish normal folks 10 times more often than it's used properly. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was fucking Catch-Ass 22. The one with the 3 kids and 3 adults? Yes, the recent one. The recent one. Nashville mass shooter Audrey Hale was rejected by her Christian parents who couldn't accept that she was gay and trans, as cops revealed she also planned to shoot relatives. And I understand, like, releasing information about the motive is important, but it's worded in a way that makes it sound like you're supposed to feel sympathetic to the victim. Holy shit. See, look at what they've done. You're supposed to feel sympathetic to the shooter, not the fucking victim. Jesus Christ. They write it in a way that you're supposed to feel sympathy for the shooter, and it's just like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you feel that? We did it, Reddit! If you're self-admitting for something like uncontrollable urge to murder, then maybe we could talk about a few gun restrictions. Jesus. Twisted school shooter Audrey Hale was at odds with her devout Christian parents because they couldn't accept she was gay and transgender. Church coordinator Norma and her husband Ronald refused to let Hale, who had recently adopted the name Aiden and used he/him pronouns, dress as a man in their home. This is the quote from the other article. You only see what you want to see. Their religion does not allow them to accept homosexuality. It was the parents. She was Audrey at home, but when she left the house, she changed clothes. Neighbors in a tree-lined suburban street where the family lived for 3 decades said that they were clueless about Hale's apparent transition and remembered her as a skater tomboy type. She introduced herself about 1.5 years ago as Audrey, said one. I treated her like a female and she didn't correct me. She seemed artistic, quiet, and well-mannered. Police now say Hale planned to carry out more attacks, including against her own family. We've talked to the father and the mother, and we searched the home and found 2 more weapons and some more maps, pertaining to thinking about some other incidents. We strongly believe that there were going to be other targets, including family members, and one of the malls here in Nashville, and it just did not happen. Posing sweetly with a bow in her hair, Audrey Hale was the picture of innocence in her 8-year-old yearbook from the Covenant School. Wow, this is some strange reporting. The tomboy genocide is real, honestly. Don't you just murder children whenever your parents piss you off? Holy fuck. Oh, man. Found this devotional book I loaned to Audrey. I love God. I mean, I've talked about how my aunt still sends me, like, statues and rosary beads and prayer books and stuff, and, like, not once have I thought about doing anything violent. It's kind of, So proud of Audrey. Her art professor at No-See College of Art recommended her latest project be submitted to the Addie's Journal in 2018. That's pretty nice. The Chris Chan photo. 20 years later, after being rejected by her Christian family when she came out to them as gay, Hale had turned into a killer. How do you write a sentence like this? This is very strangely worded. It's strange because the reporters are intentionally trying to humanize and make you sympathetic to a mass murderer. Every time one of these shootings happens, the shooter gets, like, memed to all hell and back, which they absolutely should. You don't feel sympathy for these people. You make fun of them. You make fun of these people, and you tell what they did as abhorrent. Like, it's fucking awful. The Christians did it. They made her a killer. God damn. I hate this writing. Yesterday, she murdered 3 innocent children and 3 staff members at the very school where her photo was taken as a child. It's unclear why she targeted the facility. Okay. Police also say she planned to attack a mall and family members, but she was shot dead at Covenant before she could murder any more. there is still little known about how Hale transformed from a sweet girl described by neighbors to the murderous shooter with 2 rifles and a handgun who penned a killing manifesto and even drew a cartoon about how she planned to attack. Pepperoni Man, thank you for hanging 100 biddies. The sweetest girl. The sweetest girl. Nothing was wrong. Humanize in order to build understanding, the first step to prevention? I don't know about that. I can understand trying to get into the mind of a killer, but describing them as like sweet and innocent is a little fucking weird to me. She was not a killer until she killed. I wonder if her having plans to go to other places after the school, I wonder if she was emboldened by the Uvalde police's hesitant to act, right? Maybe because of how just fucking impotent and worthless the Uvalde police were, she saw that and she was like, well, maybe my police will react in the same way so I can get shit done at school and then leave and go elsewhere. You doubt she thought that far ahead when she had maps of multiple places and intended on going to multiple places to shoot people. I would be willing to bet she did think that far ahead, actually. She was gonna turn her life around to Jesus. You don't get it? Why should you care about how innocent and cheerful her childhood was? Yeah, right? Like, I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit. I guess they're trying to say, like, her childhood was normal. How did it come to this? But I feel like you can reasonably explain how it came to this based on ideologies she might have accepted, right? Like, even the other shooters could have had completely normal childhoods, but then they got inundated with, like, white supremacist or other glowy tactic kind of stuff to get involved in, like, doing something. It's like, I get the fucking grocery store shooter guy in New York. Apparently that dude was like, oh yeah, white people, best people. But then he just went and shot a grocery store. I was just like, what do you mean? What do you mean, you absolute fucking mentally deficient toddler? Look through her Twitter history and her follows. That'll paint a picture of what happened. All of her shit has been locked down. I don't know if she even had a Twitter. I know she had an Instagram. She had like an art website, her LinkedIn. People found a Reddit account for her, which I'll get to, but it's not her actual Reddit account. So who knows if she actually had a Reddit? Maybe she did. Psychology and neurology isn't known a lot about how mass murder, school shooters works because it's viewed as anti-ethic to active to prevent crimes. They're usually killed before being able to be studied. I'm trying to parse your sentence, I'm sorry. Martha says, put the Buffalo shooter up to it. What? So they're saying she had no excuses? Buffalo guy went to a low-income neighborhood and shot up a grocery store? Yeah, he went to a low-income neighborhood. He passed several government buildings, which apparently in his manifesto he had grievances with, and went to the grocery store instead. Like, it's just like, what? Fuck it, this brainlet. What do you, like, I don't want any shootings to occur, obviously, but it's like, how do you write out a full manifesto and then act completely contrary to it? He was hungry. The headcam footage was disgusting. Yes, I hate the footages of these shootings, but if you, I think it is pertinent to understanding that if you hate something, you understand it fully, right? Reminds you of something that the Medicare said about the shootings. He proposed that we should insult and make fun of them mercilessly so there's no fame, good or bad, for them to claim in the act. You don't think that's the best solution, but you've been wondering if there's wisdom in there. I mean, they're still gonna get attention if you're making fun of them, but I still think that, yes, that is the correct way to go about it. I said that a bit earlier as well, where it's just like, there are people complaining about how the shooter is being mocked and like trolls are making memes of the shooter and they're being transphobic, and it's like, I don't give a shit. I do not fucking care what kinds of memes are being made about the shooter. They killed innocent people. They killed children. I do not care how you insult them or how you make fun of them. They should be derided entirely. You lose your right to be respected when you kill children? Yeah. And this isn't specific to this shooter, right? There are obviously, like, trans memes about them because they identified as such. But all of the other shooters also had their own shitty memes, right? Every single shooter has been derided, has had memes made of them. I have an entire folder of memes on, like, the fucking assassination of the Russian ambassador to Turkey. Like, it's just what happens after a shooting. You love me. Dinkaloo, you got a cute-ass name. You're part of the protected community on the internet. Time to commit atrocities. Jesus Christ. Please, no atrocity commissions. None of that. Be happy people. Laughter is unironically the best way to pull the wind out of the sails of shit like this? Yes, exactly. Just fucking make fun of it, dude. Make fun of this person. Do whatever you can to just make a mockery of how shitty of a person the shooter was. She, her is now was, were. Exactly. Fuck them. Keep the atrocities and not safe for work. Always shame bad behavior. Police say she was being treated for a mental disorder and that her parents believed she no longer had any weapons. They knew that at one time she had a firearm but thought she sold it. In reality, Audrey was stockpiling her arsenal. She visited 5 different stores, buying a total of 7 weapons. I still want to know. I still want to know what specifically didn't trigger anything in the background check. And I don't know how you would pre-police this without, again, making it some sort of red flag type thing, which I don't agree with. So we're in a murky shit. Did I get a lot of marriage proposals? I've had 1 proposal to date in my business email. Not so much marriage, though. You know, it takes time to build up to a marriage proposal. Marrying the fox for access to the Russian assassin meme folder. What do you mean? I even put up... I was like, what? Hold on. Let me go to my starting screen. When I play Atomic Heart, has nobody noticed this? Has nobody gotten the fucking reference? Am I alone here? Every time I've played Atomic Heart, I've had this as my starting screen. Good gosh. Oh no, my desk, it had to reload. People didn't get it. It's the Kino assassination. Just jam out to the background music. I'm glad you guys like background music, dude. Everyone leaves when the game starts. Of course no one's seen it. Don't say that! I like video game! Reading comprehension. You want the whole folder! I've been advised by my legal counsel to never release any of my folders. If I release, I'd have to rename everything to make it even somewhat, okay to show people publicly. And if I renamed anything, alright, it'd just be harder to keep it in check. And then it would come into question to be like, why is this collection of these specific things in this one folder? Could this possibly be bigoted behavior? I just don't want to deal with it, you know? I got folders full of women? Well, kind of. Nim dunking us from the folder. No, not allowed. Did I go into the Restrict Act? Not yet. I've just been talking about the shooting. I don't think I'm going to have time for anything else besides the shooting today. So everything else will have to be on other days. Hence, marriage becomes our folder thereafter. That's true. Not a marriage proposal to get love and affection and to feel wanted and needed. Just access to the meme folder. Why do you have a folder full of pictures of knees? What the fuck? Released under the FUTA Act? Ew. This really has been a crazy week. It has. Nashville shooter Audrey Hale was heartbroken over the death of a friend she may have been infatuated with. Her Chris Chan costume is becoming more and more real as we move through the articles, honestly. Oh, I think I forgot to post this article in the archive channel. I'm sorry. Nashville school shooter Audrey Hale was heartbroken over the 2022 death of a girl she was infatuated with, who had played on the same basketball team in school. Samira Hardcastle told the Post that tomboyish Hale had been deeply affected by the death of Sydney Sims, who was killed in a vehicle accident in August 2022. Hardcastle, a classmate of both girls in middle and high school, said after Sydney's tragic death, Audrey was really heartbroken. I just feel like she took it differently than some of us did. She was still posting about Sydney almost daily. So she had a crazy obsession with another female at the school. You want Dogarth to tell you why Kirsche is special? I play Digimon World. I'm the spicy Khajiit. What I knew of her was more admiring Sydney, maybe even infatuation. That's specifically who she really, really looked up to. Hale, who police said was transgender, had started to identify using he/him pronouns, posted a TikTok in February on a since-deleted account, IM_Iden10, dedicated to Sid. The clip showed a shadow of a person bouncing a basketball to the words, "For Sid, I look up and the sky is bright. It's a beautiful day. I wish you were here." Hardcastle had said she had last seen Audrey, who shot her way into her former elementary school on Monday, a month ago, when they had both attended a taping of their friend Avirana Patton's radio show. I don't think she was with anyone. She was just kind of by herself. I don't think they were very close, but I think Audrey looked up to her like she looked up to Sydney. But I don't know that it was ever like a two-way thing. This is the woman that the shooter was infatuated with. I guess I can show that because it's not a body. Patton was the last person Hale contacted in the minutes before her shooting spree, sending her a message saying, "This is my last goodbye. I love you. See you again in another life." This was the text messages I brought up at the beginning of talking about this. She also described Patton as the most beautiful person I've ever seen and known all my life, adding, "My family doesn't know what I'm about to do. One day this will make more sense. I've left more than enough evidence behind, but something bad is about to happen." Hardcastle said Hale was a tomboy back in school, but did not appear to transition until adulthood. What do they mean by this? Not all tomboys are trans. Hello? She also said she didn't know of Hale having any romantic relationship with Sims. Mariah Colamy, a former instructor at the Nosy College of Art and Design in Nashville, taught Hale as an adult and said her transition began around the same time she was grieving the loss of a romantic partner, the New York Times reported. So, they're trying to say that the shooter was in some sort of one-way obsession relationship with this other woman. Tomboy Defense Force, honestly. This is the art picture of the shooter. I got some Disney art, because, of course. I got some cute little tea candles. I got her artistry for, like, a children's book theory thing. And then that's a page from her art website I have somewhere in the tabs. Hale had written about how she missed the person and frequently posted pictures of the pair playing basketball. The only thing I would see Hale post would be about this girl, she told CNN. She had been openly grieving about that on social media, and during the grieving is when she announced that she wanted to be addressed as a male. Nashville Metro Police say they are still searching for a motive for why Hale chose to shoot up the private Christian elementary Covenant school, which she had at one time attended, but recovered a manifesto she had written before she embarked on the spree. Nashville Police Chief John Drake said they were looking into whether Hale's identity played a role in the slaughter. And in that briefing that we watched, the police officer did in fact say that they believe her identity probably played a part, but they're not releasing the manifesto quite yet. You like how progressive gender ideology looped from girls can like X too to if a girl likes X, she's actually a boy and vice versa? Yeah, it went from like destroy gender stereotypes and just like do whatever the fuck you want to do to, yeah, we must reinforce gender stereotypes at all costs. It's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Didn't you hear if a girl who likes sports and wearing pants, just a trans man in hiding? Jesus. Somebody who knew, it's her sister, Taylor Sims, Audrey Hale's crush on Sydney Sims' twin, denies her sister's tragic death led to the Nashville shooting. Nashville, Tennessee, a grieving twin has blasted nasty claims that her siblings' tragic crash last year triggered the Nashville school shooting. Trans shooter Audrey Hale, 28, is said to have been infatuated with Sydney, who played on the same basketball team as him in middle school. Oh, they're using male pronouns here for the shooter. What? I was really confused for a second. Samira Hardcastle, who attended school with both the girls, claimed after Sims' death, Hale was left heartbroken as she really, really looked up to her. Sims was driving a Nissan Duke when it struck a Hyundai Elantra in North Nashville. She was rushed to a hospital but died after suffering life-threatening injuries. along with the 20-year-old passenger from the Hyundai. Sim's twin sister, Taylor, 28, blasted the absurd claims that her sister's demise sent Audrey Hale on a murderous spiral, killing 6 people, including 3 children, after she stormed into the Covenant School. Please don't attach such a nasty, disgusting tragedy to my sister's name, Taylor wrote on Instagram. This is very sick and just goes to show how people talk. Please leave my sister out of it. Although Samira Hardcastle claimed, I just feel like she took it differently than some of us did. She was still posting about Sydney almost daily. What I knew of her was more admiring, maybe infatuation. We read this from the other article. Truth is, none of us know why she did that, Sim's sister said of the rampage. Nothing about what Hale has done is okay. We've not had any contact with that girl for years due to other things. We all played middle school basketball together. That's it. And that is all. Granted, everyone was welcomed to my sister's funeral, and that's when we saw her for the first time in a while. She then popped up uninvited to my sister's painting that my mom held a few weeks ago. Odd. And still doesn't know how she found out about it. So with all due respect, don't attach my family, especially my sister, to this mess. Unfortunately for the twin, if the school shooter had an unhealthy obsession with her sister, it's not her sister's fault, obviously, that any of this happened, but it's still something to talk about, right? In regards to what could have triggered this person to spiral into, like, more mental deficiency. Yeah, like, she's a crazy fucking stalker, right? It wasn't a two-way relationship based on everything we're reading. The Sims girl had nothing to do with the school shooter. So it's just unfortunate that the Sims girl was a target of affection for the shooter. Hale expressed similar affection toward another childhood friend, Averiana Patton, whom she messaged 20 minutes before going on the shooting spree. We've read this a couple of times. However, the motive behind Hale's crimes remains unclear, but police claim the 20-year-old was going through an identity crisis after Christian parents banned her from dressing as a male in their suburban Nashville home. And then they talk about the law enforcement knowing nothing about the treatments, but it's apparent that she should not own weapons. I don't want to loop back to, like, I don't know how to figure that out. It's fucking murky as shit, unfortunately. I don't like red flag laws, but I don't know what kind of answer could have prevented this person from doing anything, and red flag laws are mostly abused in cases where they don't belong, so. Heard Chris Chan got out of jail. Is that true? That is true. That is, in fact, true. Still sounds like they're implying it's the parents' fault she ended up the way they did. It only gets worse with the, like, shifting blame here. Photos reveal inside of the Nashville shooter Audrey Hale's house where she hid guns. Photos obtained by the Post offer an exclusive glimpse into the home. Let's see, Hale had bought 3 of the deadly weapons, 2 assault rifles and a handgun, or brought them, rather, to the Covenant School and gunned down 3 9-year-olds, a school custodian, a substitute teacher, and the headmistress. Investigators raided the Nashville house where Hale lived with her parents soon after and discovered the stockpile of firearms. Her parents felt that she should not own weapons. They were under the impression that when she sold one, she didn't own any more. The sad truth is that not every tragedy can be prevented. We can only mitigate the risk as best we can and prepare as much as possible to deal with the eventuality. Well, I can agree that not every tragedy can be prevented. It's unfortunate, but reality is also unfortunate and cruel. But in this case specifically, it seems like the parents understood she was a danger to herself and others, and she was getting medical help. So it's just like, I don't know, seems like this one could have been. Why are they increasing the number of assault weapons? They're not. They've always maintained she brought two assault rifles and a handgun to the school. She brought 3 to the school, and she had 7, I think it was, in total, they said. Oh, no. I guess there aren't too many photos here. This house looks like a relic, though. This doesn't look like a picture of a house that would have come out in current year. Oh, little Kingdom Hearts toys in the window. Bicycle behind some chicken wiring. For every one that's legit, there's 10 more that aren't. Yeah. Ooh, those steps. Those steps do not look good. Man, why is there so much trash in their yard? Why is there so much fucking garbage out here? Images taken by a post photographer show the front door and a back window boarded up with wood as shattered glass remains on the lawn. Neighbors told the Post that police broke down the home's front door before the raid and used flash grenades to storm the residence. That must have been spooky. Imagine bringing 3 weapons. Well, I mean, obviously, we're thankful that she was incompetent, right? Like, the incompetence is a good thing. Police have not announced a motive in the mass shooting, but believe the school was targeted as Hale was a student there at one point years ago. Asked whether Hale being transgender may have been a factor in the slaughter, Drake said it was under investigation. It's unclear whether Hale identified as a man or a woman. Cops referred to her using female pronouns, though she used male pronouns and the name Iden on some social media accounts. The last message, she also signed with both of her names, so... Hale's mother posted about the need to keep guns out of schools on social media. They do not believe Hale targeted the victim specifically and instead shot indiscriminately at anyone she encountered. Post this in the thread. How can the parents not see her with 7 guns where 2 of them are rifles? You can't even hide a package from your parents? I don't know. I guess that could be like a disconnect from them not interacting very much. I also felt like I couldn't hide too many things from like my grandma, right? Like, oh my god. Was a $700K mention about the pastor or Hale's home? Hale's home. Apparently this is a $700,000 home, but it looks like not. How is this $700,000? It looks very clean here. Right, like the front yard is very clean looking. But why is the backyard so fucking covered in trash? The backyard looks like the front yard of like a project house. She took Caltech. She was incompetent as fuck. Looks like a shithole. How is this $700K? Must be the location? I mean, maybe. God, Jesus Christ. Just current year housing prices. Thanks, I hate it. It looks cozy. I mean, yeah, it could be cozy if it wasn't filthy. Nashville shooter Audrey Hale's manifesto to be released after FBI review. And this is what I'm interested in. And I'm kind of unhappy that it's been so long and they haven't released it already. My grandma also searched my stuff. Not every parent does that. That's true and fair. Nashville school shooter Audrey Hale's pre-killing spree manifesto was set to be released to the public after the FBI and its highly skilled team of criminal profilers analyzed its contents. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit is working in tandem with the Metro Nashville Police Department to complete a very in-depth analysis of certain aspects of the shooter's life. I really hope they don't release this to us, like, heavily fucking redacted. They're probably going to, and that's upsetting. But I hope they don't. The manifesto is going to be released, it's just a matter of when. There are some incredibly brilliant psychological minds and psychological analysts combing through her entire life. Transgender Hale, what a fucking... 28, left behind the manifesto as well as detailed maps of the schools she methodically planned to attack, leaving 3 school children and 3 staff dead. This just goes over her last text message again. She already did. Hale was dead within 14 minutes of the alarm being raised, but not before killing the 9-year-olds as well as the workers at the school. One of the children, Haley, was the daughter of the Covenant Church pastor Chad Scruggs. Kuntz was an educator for over 23 years, joined the school as headmistress in 2016. So this person wasn't even the headmistress. So we finally have some more information here. Wasn't even the headmistress when the shooter was in school. Kuntz's daughter Anna also worked at the school as a faculty and student assistant. Swope told the Post Hale had looked at 2 other schools, both of which were public, before deciding the security was too great to do what she wanted to do. So she purposefully targeted a school that had less security so that she would have easier access to cause as much destruction as possible. Imagine. Hell nah. So she chose a private Christian school for probably the reason is that the security is a whole lot less. The council member who spoke to the Post while en route to a Wednesday evening vigil said that he and other Nashville officials were exploring ways to harden our schools from ballistics, active AI systems that can recognize guns at 100 yards outside under any circumstances. This is also spooky, right? Because, like, keeping guns completely, like, keeping schools gun-free zones, I feel, are not helping the issue, and having AI to detect someone carrying a firearm at least 100 yards away from the school, what are you going to have the AI do, right? What is going to happen if the AI detects somebody? You wonder what else they want that tech for, right? Let's just I mean, maybe this is just, you know, imaginative brain, but it's like, what if you design it to just like neutralize a target from 100 yards if the AI detects something vaguely gun shaped, right? I don't know. I don't trust that. That could be the paranoia talking, but I don't trust that. Turret system engaged. Release the pit bull turrets. Cuckbot will protect the schoolyard with all the force it is allowed to use. He lauded the work of the Metro Nashville Police Department and other first responders. I'm beyond heartbroken that this kind of evil actually exists in this world. It is amazing to me. I don't know how our community gets past this. And I think this is, again, why the shooters need to just be made fun of and derided and unilaterally condemned. Because you can try your best to understand how somebody became this way. But if someone is psychopathic enough to just literally murder innocent children, you can't exactly put real logic to that. Right? You can kind of be like, well, this is probably how they got to this point of view, but it still doesn't make any sense. Except the head pets. Don't choke me. Kirsche's book club, but we read the manifesto the day it releases. I would love to read day one manifesto releases. The AI will be taken apart the first time it neutralizes little Jimmy, who brought a Nerf gun to school in the playground, and the janitor forgot to turn off the system. Yeah, it just doesn't sound like that would be a good solution. Right? It doesn't. Neural network recognition of objects produces inconsistent results. A bottle can be a bottle or a necktie, depending on the location. Yeah. Armored glass for the doors would help, and actual armed security would be better. Yeah, I like armed security, good. Having armored glass, by the way, the glass is gonna have firearms. Armored glass would be a good idea as well. And like, I'm sure people hearing us talk about needing armored glass and guards at schools, they're just like, well, America's a shithole country because they need to deal with shit like this. And it's like, well, I'm not giving up my right to bear arms because tragedies keep happening. All right? Like, I'm not going to give up the ability to own firearms because some people are fucking cunts and do crazy things with them. And because the real world is scary and crazy people exist, we have to find other ways to attempt to protect ourselves that's not being like, okay, yes, I give up my ability to defend myself. Come to think of it, school security could be a specialization. It could. It could be a specialization. Car analogy proper again. So having a few tough-looking guys stand around the school would help. Well, that's what they're saying. The other schools that she wanted to go to in order to commit atrocities apparently had security enough that she was just like, okay, well, this is a bad idea. I'm gonna go find one with less security. Not a huge fan of giving teachers guns, though you're sure there's still some out there who aren't cucked. Having armed police at schools? Yes, please. Having armed security at school seems like a nice middle ground where it's like you're not arming teachers who could also be bad actors, and you're not arming teachers who could get disarmed by students who would then do something bad with them, but you have actively trained security. Again, they could even be like a specialization if you want to go specifically into like defending schools, I guess. I used to go to school with armed guards at every door, still had a friend get his ear cut off, so I wonder. Yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect solution, right? I don't think there's going to be any perfect solution unless you remove all emotion from society and we become the AI that they always wanted us to be, right? Like, there's never going to be a perfect solution to remove all bad things from the world. The most you can do is try to prevent as much as you can, and when you can't prevent, think of other ways that could possibly help in the future. Arm with less lethal. Some private schools have officers assigned to them, yeah. A lot of schools already have on-site officers. Just reinforce that system and apply it to all schools. It'll increase budgets for fucking sure, but I think that's a good reason to increase budget. America's a shithole country because it needs to bulletproof the schools. All we need to do is bring back school gun clubs and this vanishes. Meanwhile, the people who unironically say this defend countries, that cover up child rapes on the fear that arresting them would be racist. Well, I'm not really just targeting Brit bongs for this, because like Britain's not a real place, so you don't have to be worried about them. But like other Europeans also look at like gun crimes and how we have to deal with stuff like school shootings, and also say that America is like a fuck shit third world, you know? And like I can understand coming from the perspective of some of these very safe societies where you wouldn't need these things, but I'm not giving up my right to bear arms because tragedies exist. Because more tragedies will exist if, like, we do not have the ability to protect ourselves. Did they go for the ear for a particular reason? Mike Tyson's a crazy kind of guy. Our Esron officer left a gun belt with a gun in the boys' bathroom, so maybe include better training. Yeah, that seems like an oversight. I like to remind people that the U.S. has had guns since its founding, but the plague of school shootings only really became a problem recently. There is a problem, but it's not the guns. A lot of people assume that because there's guns, that means that there are, like, going to be crime. And, like, you can commit the same crimes with a gun. There have been people who have done mass stabbings that have higher kill counts than shooters in the U.S. Alright, like, saying that if we just took all of the guns out of the U.S., everything would be harmony and peaceful, that's just, like, lunacy. Right? That's not going to fix anything. Uvalde could have been different if they just had proper locking doors. Uvalde could have been different, even outside of the doors, if the police officers actually went in and fucking did something. Kids could build teamwork with crew-served weapons while defending their school's choke points. What? Really don't understand the fascinations with guns. It's one of the founding principles of our country, so it's embedded in our culture. It's embedded in us. We have the right. We have the right to bear arms, and we're not giving that up for any fucking reason. You wish that you had our gun laws? America isn't a shithole because of the gun laws. It's a shithole because Americans live there. Man. Apparently, even memes against Americans are being co-opted now. Like I had a conversation about the La Creatura meme that was used as like a racial epithet kind of meme towards like mixed race people, and how it eventually became just like an insult to use to Americans in general. Haha, funny memes. But now apparently like femboys are claiming that it is an anti-gay derogatory term, and I'm just like, what the fuck? You can't take one meme and like extrapolate it for that. Holy shit. Holy fuck. America has a huge amount of factors that make gun ownership a lot more important compared to places like Europe. A lot higher likelihood of dangerous animals being around areas where waiting for the police to arrive is not feasible. That's true. A lot of people forget how fucking huge the US is. On your side of the pond, it can be 45 plus minutes till the next police officer is there. Over here, it's 45 minutes to the next fucking police academy. Holy shit. Most of the US violence exists in just 5 cities. We'd have to have an entire other stream talking about, like, statistics and shit, honestly. Like, there's a lot. And I probably would get shut down if I started noticing statistics, let's be real. Columbine changed everything. The rent-a-cops are never corrupt. I don't know. There's no real perfect solution, right? Because, like, there's going to be fuck-ups. There's going to be problems with anything you put into action. So it's like, how do you come up with something? Why don't they ban schools? It'll solve all the school shooting That's true. If you just get rid of the school, they can't be shot up. I understand that criminals will always find guns. Guns are not to blame, and this kind of thing only happens in the US for other reasons. Other reasons you're not allowed to notice. The reason is because most people can only remember like 10 years back. Not even gay acceptance is only 10 years old yet, really. I mean, I guess that depends on how you define gay acceptance, right? Because like the marriage was only codified, like you said, recently within the last decade. And memories do be really short. I try my best to remember shit, but I also have coconut brain, so I forget a lot of details, or I like just can't remember names, or I mix up two different things that happened. Trying to build a child army up in here. No child militaries, only in memes. Only in memes. I mean the Amerimut, yeah. Like, I guess La Creatura is also a Amerimut. They're the same thing. El Abomination, as it were. You're in Hungary, you can own hunting rifles, shotguns, and large caliber pistols if you pass a psychology background check and criminal check, but guns just aren't even in criminal activity, since misuse of a gun by default will drastically raise your punishment. Interesting. Had the gun rights for centuries, a couple bad people in a couple decades shouldn't end them. You hate, no, I also hate numbers. Fuck numbies. The gun was always the equalizer in terms of power in combat. Only rulers who wished its subjects to be powerless or happy slaves wish to not have power in their own hand. Average European opinion is one that has been whipped since birth to serve and die for the state. I mean, there's European countries that have guns, though. There's European countries that have, like, lax gun laws, like fucking Switzerland, as an example. Fascination with weapons is a nigh universal thing in our species. You want to tell me British and Japanese movies don't have weapons and violence in them? Also true. You were in high school when Columbine happened. That was a trippy day. Pun intended. Without child soldiers, how will we build outer heaven? What the hell? After the Uvalde tragedy, you would say it's unwise to trust the police to protect us? I don't disagree, but, like, there's no perfect solution, right? Like, if removing the guns from schools makes gun crime at schools worse, if arming the teachers isn't a great idea because of, like, teacher ideologies that are happening in the schools right now, or because children could disarm the teachers much easier than they could disarm an armed guard, where else do we go? You know, like, we run out of options, and I am not smart enough to come up with solutions on my own, you know? Counterpoint, they riot every Sunday and don't need guns to be successful. In Venezuela, used to have guns until 2008, and there were barely any school shootings, even when we had those guns. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you live in Venezuela. Teachers aren't combatants either. They'd need a lot of training. Yeah, exactly. They'd need to know how to handle a firearm correctly. And people already forgot the last prime minister of Japan was recently killed by a gun, and they can't even have guns. He just wanted you to have kids. He just wanted you to have kids. Honestly. Alright. Was this... Which article was this? Did I post this in the thread yet? Manifesto? No, I did not. Let's post this in the thread. Let's keep going. CBS executives bar the word transgender from reports on the Nashville shooter. This is not journalism. Top executives at CBS News have banned staffers from using the word transgender when reporting on the Nashville shooter, despite the fact that police have said Audrey Hale was transgender and cited it as a key point in the case. The shooter's gender identity has not been confirmed by CBS News. The network's executives insisted in a Tuesday memo obtained by the Post. As such, we should avoid any mention of it as it has no known relevance to the crime. Should that change, we can and will revisit. The CBS News directive was delivered on a Tuesday morning editorial call by Ingrid Superian Matthews, the executive vice president of news gathering, and Claudia Milne, the senior vice president of standards and practices. Right now, we advise saying police identified the suspect as a 28-year-old Audrey Hale, who they shot and killed at the scene. The Tuesday memo said, and move on to focus to the other important parts of the investigation, community, and solutions. This is why CBS is a joke. Sources said that Cypren Matthews and Milne spent 15 minutes on the Tuesday call discussing the directive, bewildering many journalists. Given that the Metropolitan Nashville Police Chief, John Drake, said Hale was transgender and that her identity may be relevant to the motive. That press conference we watched earlier with the sign language guy, that was before this directive was released. And he had already said in that press conference that her identity is maybe related to the motive. This is absurd because the police identified Hale as transgender, a CBS insider said. If the cops didn't address it, maybe you could avoid it, but withholding information is not journalism. The decision has since been reflected in the network's coverage. Hours after the shooting on Monday morning, correspondent Janet Shumlin reported on CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell that Hale identifies as transgender. Following CBS Tuesday's call, however, the mention of Hale's gender identity stopped. We are waiting to see the manifesto and any details about the motive, a CBS spokeswoman told the Post. As we say in our guidance, we will then review and revise our reporting. I don't understand why they feel the need to, like, hide this fact. A 28-year-old nothing. Yeah, they were nothing. They're nothing. The source noted that two CBS News execs appeared to be twisting themselves in knots by censoring the report over their own liberal bias, which is ultimately a disservice to the network's audience. You need to look at all of the facts of the case, the angry CBS source told the Post. Everyone should be invested in understanding what happened. I don't know how you do that without understanding the full scope of the situation. On CBS News, anchor Lester Holt on Tuesday interviewed Drake, Nashville's police chief, noting that police had said Hale identified as trans and asked, do you believe there's a connection to that? Drake, who earlier in the day had told reporters that Hale does identify as transgender, responded that we're still in the initial investigation into all of that, and if it actually played a role into this incident. Nevertheless, sources said CBS execs are refusing to report on that aspect of the investigation of the shooting. Are we communicating to our readers and viewers that they cannot handle the basic facts of the case? Yes, because the news agencies are the ones who are here to tell you what to think. Do we remember when they said that? Don't mention transgender at all. Just dead name them repeatedly, honestly. Not just guilty by association, you see.
What do you mean?
Nice to finally meet you.
Hello,
Hello.
hello, pseudokin.
It's exactly what they're communicating. During Tuesday's call, one employee asked how to navigate the transgender issue during the news gathering process if reporters interviewed friends and family of Hale and the subject came up. Milne said each situation would have to be assessed individually, which one insider said sounded like those details would be eliminated. The network may run into scrutiny when more details of Hale's manifesto, struggles, and emotional issues are released. You can't avoid who this person is, the source said. Before turning to Cypran Matthews and Milne, this is not an editorial decision. They are making a judgment based on personal feelings. And I find that very interesting that they feel the need to edit out this aspect that even police are investigating as possible, adding to the motive. D&D movie good. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoyed your movie date with your wife. Just a losing war of shifting the trust onto different people further down the chain. 2A is actually best option. Everyone's responsible for their own safety. You don't know how kids fit into this.
What do you mean?
Were you replying to someone else in chat? Because I'm a little lost. Stay strapped or get clapped, chat. Oh my god. It's funny how open with their bias they are. I mean, they feel pretty empowered to do so. So this is the art page on Audrey, where she introduces herself as Audrey and not Aiden. Hello, my name is Audrey Hale. I'm a freelance illustrator and graphic designer who creates logos for businesses. I primarily work with clients that desire a brand personality. I provide illustrations and designs that will help tell a company's story. My illustrations usually being a whimsical and lighthearted feel. Aside from art, I enjoy binging on video games, watching movies, and playing sports. There is a childlike part about me that loves to go run into the playground. Animals are my second passion, so I also enjoy spending time with my 2 cats. You can follow me on Instagram, Creative Aiden. Hello, alarm! Oh my god, it's already 7:30. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking with me? Jesus. What the fuck is this dead naming? Oh, you know, a girl shooter killed children and innocent people? Dead naming is when you use the original name of a trans person. So in this case, calling Audrey Hale instead of Aiden. But even in her last messages before the shooting, she used both names. So it's just like, even if I didn't have to say that, it shouldn't fucking matter because she's a shooter and she killed innocent people. Who the fuck cares what you call him, her, it, alien? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Are her commissions open? I feel like she's not going to be able to take commissions anymore. The perpetrator left a manifesto about nothing whatsoever, honestly. Like, literally nothing. No, nothing in the manifesto. Don't worry about it. There was a Reddit being passed around that had the same name. So here she says Creative Aiden was her Instagram. This is a Reddit account, Creative Aiden, who is also happens to be a female to male transgender person. Has a lot of things that are similar. So that's kind of nuts. But this person is alive. And they said, it's ridiculous I have to say this. I don't think it is because of the connections that people can make. I am not the Nashville shooter, as evidenced by the fact that I am still very much alive. Please stop spamming my old posts with messages and sharing my account. A female-to-male person who went by Creative Aiden on many social media sites is a different person from another female-to-male person that goes by Creative Aiden on Reddit. Kind of surprising. However, from your history, you were a medical student 3 years ago and the shooter was very much not. So I do believe you. So, like, Aiden is almost a stereotype name. Unfortunate. Where's the dog walking job, dude? You got thousands of people reading your entire post history now. Looks like Reddit is accusing random people. It's not random. It makes sense to have been like, this could be the shooter's account, because a lot of things are similar. You know? Just curious, how come you posted on Reddit after so many years being inactive? Email notifications detonated his inbox. So, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't, like, crazy to assume that this might have been the same person, and I'm glad the person who owns the account posted and they were like, hey, I'm a different person. I know we have a lot of similarities, but I'm not the shooter. Please stop. So if you've been sharing this Reddit account as the shooter's one, it's not the shooter's account. It's a different person. Please understand. A lot of people will use the same username on several different websites. It can lead to those assumptions. Yeah, and if they weren't also like a female to male person who had the same name, right? Then like I think other people would have been like, oh, maybe it's a different person. Start my script. I did start my script. I'm a member. They found the Boston bomber. Jesus Christ. And then we have more stuff.
We're starting our reporters there on the ground to get brief interviews with parents there just outside the school. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what we have, gentlemen.
Aren't you guys tired of covering this? Aren't you guys tired of being here and having to cover all of these mass shootings? I'm from Highland Park, Illinois. My son and I survived a mass shooting over the summer. I am in Tennessee on a family vacation with my son, visiting my sister-in-law.
What a coincidence that this woman who happened to survive a mass shooting is just in town on vacation when another mass shooting happens. How did she plan that? This woman should buy a lottery ticket, because like that's a once in a lifetime coincidence, honestly. new soy jack just dropped. Thanks. I try. Stop noticing. Can we place her in a dark room? We all know she'd glow.
I have been lobbying in D.C. since we survived a mass shooting in July. I have met
Who the fuck
over
goes to
130
Tennessee?
lawmakers. How is this still happening? How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them? Gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens. It has.
First of all, that's not true. Second of all, I'm not going to go into the statistics because again, numbers bad, but also we don't have time. We don't have time. Reminds me of the German journalist who was live reporting on the Nice and Berlin truck and love of glow-ups. What?
Overtaken cars.
Also, pinning your own message? How cocked?
Contributing to the border crisis and fentanyl. We are arming cartels with our guns and our loose gun laws.
My cat
and
agrees.
These shootings and these mass shootings will continue to happen until our lawmakers step up and pass gun safety legislation. I'm pretty sure.
Gun safety wouldn't have helped here. The shooter literally targeted this school. We've read multiple times she wanted to go to other schools, but they had too high of security, so she went to this one. What? These people.
Sure, this was an unsecured weapon that this teenager got a hold of. We can't even pass gun safety.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean an unsecured weapon that this teenager got a hold of? She's 28, first of all, and she bought them. What? This woman?
Like safe storage laws in this country to protect kids from getting a hold of weapons.
Teenager, almost 30.
Aren't you guys tired of this?
The 28-year-old teen, dude.
Of one of the children that attended the Covenant School there in Nashville, Tennessee. She's actually there on vacation, visiting.
That was the only part of this nude broadcast, by the way. News broadcast I wanted to play, because that lady was just fucking crazy. It's like repeating NPC voice lines and not understanding what she's saying. Tired of paid shills lying on TV, honestly. Abolish all security, that ought to fix the problem. Yeah. Orange, you guys, tired of this stuff. She drove down to be an activist, and nothing pisses you off more than those standing on a pile of corpses to preach to you. I think it's very important to understand everything that happened and everything surrounding incidents like this. But to, like, grandstand for political purposes seems a little fucking strange. At the time of the interview, the reporting was that the shooter was a teenager. What the fuck? What day was this? This was 3 days ago? This was 3 days ago? This other one? This was also 3 days ago? It was on the same day. It was on the same day when he said that it was a 28-year-old. So, this woman is just woefully misinformed. Maybe there were some news articles that reported her as a teenager and she only read those news articles instead of watching anything covering it, but like, I think that's giving her a bit more benefit of the doubt than all of the lies that came out of her mouth deserve. Honestly. Man, how does time work? How does time work, dude? Paid actor. You highly doubt she read anything? Yeah, just school shooting, automatically a child. Pre-recorded interview. Speaking of fucking bad press, the Trans Journalist Association statement on the Covenant School shooting. Today, 3 children and 3 adults were killed in a shooting at the Covenant School, a private Christian elementary school in Nashville, Tennessee. 28-year-old Nashville resident Audrey Hale has been identified as the shooter. Hale was killed during gunfire by police. Police said in a statement that Hale does identify as transgender. No other information has been released, and it is unclear how the police came to that determination. The TGA's guidance is not to assume someone is cisgender or transgender based on their appearance, gender presentation, or pronouns. Police reports, public documents, or statements from family members can likewise incorrectly identify a person's gender. Even social media profiles can be misleading, outdated, or incomplete. We urge newsrooms to refrain from speculating without further facts. It is additionally important to keep in mind that sharing partial, unfact-checked, or contextless information in public records during breaking news events can have outsized consequences for members of marginalized communities. Innocent 9-year-old shot dead at school, trans community most affected, honestly. Police, she now identifies as were, honestly. Honestly. You know what's factual? She killed children. Why is it so important to get gender correct on a dead criminal? I don't fucking know. I'ma be real with you. It's just like, this is crazy to me. That they're even just like, this whole paragraph here that I'm highlighting, this whole is just like, things can be wrong. Maybe they weren't really trans. Maybe they just had, pronouns in bio. How come it's okay when they say it, but when I say it, I'm literally Hitler? Gee, Audrey, how come Mom lets you have 2 dead names? It's just like, fuck, this is getting out of hand with some of the shit that I have read on this. We got Reddit. We got Reddit. We got the difference in the female to male Reddit and the male to female Reddit. So the female to male Reddit said, "Fuck, the Tennessee shooter was trans," locking the thread down to prevent the spread of potential misinformation and unneeded panic. What kills me the most is that all people are talking about is the fact that he's trans, not that he fucking killed 6 people. No, that's what we should be focusing on. And that we should be trying to stop this madness, but that he's trans and that he's obviously linked to mental illness. All shooters are linked to mental illness. Literally all of them. Every single one. It's not just this one. I know the shooter isn't the politically correct, or I know this isn't the politically correct reaction to have, but I'm so angry at the shooter. The fact that he killed several children is the obvious reason, but he also acted in a profoundly selfish way that just made trans people's situation in the US significantly worse. Children killed, trans people most affected. Tucker Carlson dedicated an alarmist and demonizing segment on Fox News last week about trans people's efforts to arm themselves and resist fascist violence and genocide. There is none of this, and now people are already predicting that this will trigger a cascade of bills and laws banning transgender people from gun ownership. Not to mention the horrible reputation this is earning us in the eyes of the public. After the all homosexuals are pedophiles and all trans women are rapists, it's now going to be all trans men / trans people are school shooters. What a selfish piece of shit. To clarify, police said the shooter was a transgender woman, but they can't tell their guns from their dicks. The fact that the article consistently refers to the shooter as a woman, and other sources such as their LinkedIn account, I believe, suggests to me the shooter was a trans man. So this all white boys are school shooters is fine? Well, yeah, school shooting is a white man's sport after all. It's very rare someone else enters into the ring. Have fun defending equality. I can't allow you to say that. Add fascist and genocide to the list of overused terms. Honestly, dude. Mass shooters are disproportionate. Can't notice. At least this one didn't make excuses for the shooter. Better than yeah, that's true. Much better than a journalist, but still, it's just like, what do you mean? And I don't think I might go late today because like I wouldn't have time to get to the FBI statistics. I am gonna bring out the statistics. Hello, boy. You're new to the chat. Welcome. Today is Tangent Day. The whole Nashville shooting thing, and this is on the male to female Reddit. The whole Nashville shooting thing is going to fuck the rest of us, isn't it? The woman who killed those children and a few teachers was a white trans woman. Those rapacious politicians are going to have a field day. Edit. They were female to male. I just read an article saying trans woman. Edit 2. Thank you. Nobody has to give me a Chomsky lecture about the Murdoch machine and manufactured consent. This is not the first nor last time they will post inaccurate things regarding our gender. But the point is that this will be used to punch down on us, specifically transgender women. Little children are shot. Men who are transgender most affected. Edit 3. You lot pretending to care about kids do more about sports and drag story times than gun legislation. Spineless crackpots, obsequious to the NRA, the 2A, and your obsession with a Rambo scenario in which you are the main character protagonist. You don't give a fuck about kids, so spare me the fake concern trolling. Gun legislation is not going to actually help anything. Once again, schools are typically targeted based on their lax policy and having no guns. Children died. Yeah, a couple of kids died. But what about me? God damn, dude. What are we talking about? The recent shooting. So it's just like, it's already beginning. All hands on deck for our mod crews. We'll get through this. We made it through 4 years of Trump and the pandemic, and we'll get past this too. Yeah, I'm sure you'll get past a shooter killing children. All hands on what deck? All hands on deck, it's a saying. The NRA is a bastion of freedom. Jesus fuck. It's just like, some of these people just live in an alternate fucking reality. And it's like, how? How do you manage to do this? The goddamn Orange Man! The MAGA anti-death squads. I can't believe that for 4 years in this country, we had homophobic and transphobic far-right death squads marching through the cities, literally burning down anything to do with these people. 2016 broke them. There was a post on the Mass Killers Reddit as well. Quick breakdown of the LGBTQ related language used in the reporting of the Nashville shooter to clear up confusion and offer a clarification for anyone interested. I'm an LGBTQ diversity trainer, so please give this comment the benefit of the doubt that I'm in no way defending or accusing the shooter or any of you. Accusing the shooter of what? Of having an agenda either way. Well, accusing the shooter of having an agenda. Okay. Just some really brief explanations of terminology so that it's easier to follow. I'm going to use they, them as neutral third pronouns because, and only because, I'm seeing both she, her, and he, him being used, and so I'm avoiding both to ensure that this post is as clear as possible. This is a common use of they, them pronouns, similar to how you gender someone if you don't know one way or the other how they identify. I need water. Oh god, the hiccups. Oh, I got an email from the manager of our bank today. They said to call them about a fraudulent charge is a good example of this usage. I love how the LGBTQ diversity trainer has to explain the neutral use of they, them so that people don't attack them for misgendering. The facts as of right now are that the shooter's birth name, as far as we know, the name they used up until today, is Audrey Elizabeth Hale. Audrey is an assigned female at birth, AFAB, who assumedly has female genitals, vagina, breasts, etc. Assigned female at birth people, when they transition to male and use he, him pronouns, are called FTM, which is female to male, trans people. This would make Audrey a trans man, not a trans woman. A trans woman would be the reverse, an assigned male at birth, AMAB, transitioning to a woman, MTF, male to female. So if the reporting is correct and Audrey is trans, the correct terminology would be Audrey is an FTM transgender man who uses he, him pronouns. This is what I was complaining about at the beginning because it was really difficult to read. It was really difficult to read just because news stations did not understand which terminology to use. I was just like, what the fuck is happening? I can't with these new terms. These aren't new. These are at least a decade old, if not longer. Again, this is a mass shooter, and I'm not here to police anyone's language. People have asked in similar situations, why should I respect the pronouns of a mass shooter, and I do not have an answer for you. Often, transphobic people will use cases like this to defame and insult all trans people, which is why many people encourage using correct terminology, or the pronouns the shooter actually uses in the situation. I am not here to police anyone's decision on what labels or terms they use for this shooter. Their actions were horrific, and their lives were lost. Lives were lost. Personally, especially in this case, information is so nebulous that I think people are within their rights to use she, her, or he, him. All I ask is that you try to ensure your language does not lead to abuse or defamation of all trans people. I don't really care about the rest of this because it's just like a virtue stuff, but like the fact that it's hard to report on these things because news reporters don't know how to report on these people, and some of them are even suppressing the ability to report that they were transgender at all, is kind of weird. You're only insulting the murderer, so you call it a she. I don't care what you fucking call it. They're a mass shooter, they're a murderer, they're a terrible person. Insult and meme the shooter as much as possible. Fucking shame the shooter, specifically. Pronouns don't matter if you're a criminal. Pronouns don't matter if you're a mass shooter. Like, you have people here, you have people here saying she, trans woman, him, trans man. The shooter was a trans man / trans mask. I know what the police chief said, but I think he was confused by the question and misspoke. The official news source will repeat the mistake, but I took these screenshots. The first is of the shooter as a child from the mother's Facebook. The second is of his LinkedIn profile that shows he, him pronouns. So it's just like, it's gotten so difficult to report on these things because of the pronoun switches. It's gotten murky that it's hard to deliver correct information now. Within reason of Twitch TOS, please. Yes, please. Always abide by the TOS. This person on Twitter said, I don't condone Audrey Hale's actions, though I understand their outrage against an intolerant state that brainwashes children through religious indoctrination. The reality is this human still identified as that child attending that school and carried that pain into adulthood. And then you have a fucking blue-ass check. This is as deep and real as it gets. Thank you. And the person responds, of course, I'm smarter than 99% of Twitter. What the actual fuck? Someone says, you're part of the problem, the constant hate of Christianity pushed by the left. You're contributing to the problem. OP responds, I will always hate lies and the people who spread them. Or worse, believe them. Sad reality. This person has zero ability for introspection, and that's kind of funny if it weren't so sad. Rate your idea for a VTuber agency, get a bunch of lonely girls and have them VTuber models. At the end of the first year, they have to marry their biggest donor. Sounds like a fucking TLC show, my guy. That sounds like a TLC show. Most intelligent Twitter addict. The most intelligent. And then we have shit like, this is our burning of the Reichstag moment. I'm calling it now. They're going to start calling for laws to de-arm trans people. They will categorize it as a mental illness and then prevent anyone with a diagnosis from having a gun, calling it now Second Amendment my ass. My first thought as well, sounds like the shooter came from a very religious conservative background and still lived with parents. I'm wondering so much about the shooter's past and history. NBC is currently running the trans story as well. Whether or not this is true, it's going to spell disaster for trans people in the US. Republicans are going to use this as a bludgeoning tool to outright eradicate trans people. Here we go. Wild. Immediately after the right starts focusing on the trans community purchasing guns, and they start signal boosting any instance of trans shootings they can find. Who could have seen this coming? Wow, you kind of sound like a conspiracy theorist there, my guy. You kind of sound like, oh, hey, maybe some of that crisis actor shit ain't so conspiracy theory anymore. They're indoctrinated by a religious state. How do you know? I feel so in my heart. You have an idea? What about labeling people by chromosomes? That's illegal. The famously assertive Republican Party. I unironically have more spine than the Republican Party. The Republicans are going to take our guns, said Clownworld. Whenever the media is slightly negative for their ideology, suddenly the mainstream media is conspiring against them. That's kind of... This person will be the Van der Luber for the American anti-trans movement. Arm yourselves, you lot. Shit's gonna get rough. Children killed. Trans people most affected. I detest what the killer did. Oh wait, hold on. Before I forget, I gotta post all of my stuff in the archival thread, or I'll forget. If America was a sane society, there'd be a moment of contemplation that perhaps everyone responsible for passing laws that are on par with the genocide of transgender people and admit they maybe went too far. There are a lot of minority groups out there who have had it up to here with the othering. They're tired of the constant boxing in of who and what they are. They're tired of the laws that strip them of their humanity and existence. I put minority in scare quotes because, for example, women are not a minority in the United States, and yet our rights and humanity, in fact our lives, are being stripped from us. My blood boils each day, and it's not become uncommon around my house to talk of things to do in retribution or resistance, etc. We keep no guns in this house. We're both old with bad eyesight and would probably hit each other in an attempt to practice self-defense. But that doesn't mean our sense of justice isn't pushed to the very limit every single day. I know I'm on happy pills, Effexor, for anxiety and depression, and thankfully that keeps me from going over the edge. But there have been times I've had to extricate myself from conversation because it's just too much. People with access to and no problem with using guns get into the same blood rage that I can get worked up into. I don't know what this person's manifesto reads, but if it's what my imagination says, I can pity the rage and powerlessness she felt that drove her to do something so drastic to make someone notice. There's still no excuse for shooting up kids in a school. A parochial school, there might be a clue in there as well. I just feel at such loose ends, like maybe every public water system in the US should be pumping antidepressants or Valium into our faucets. Because America needs a reset and a mental health evaluation. You're saying being genocide. I would do terrible things if I had a gun, so other people shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. This is the poster child of like, if I was allowed access to a gun, I would do terrible things with it. Therefore, everyone who wants a gun must also want to do terrible things with it. It's kind of crazy. These people are fucking insane. Like, there's so much shit. This person on Twitter, fuck this. This was taken very quickly after it was posted. Fuck this. Oppressed minorities strike back. And if you don't want it to happen, stop oppressing them. People with nothing left to lose will sometimes not kill themselves, but instead become martyrs. See all of history. I won't pretend like this wasn't caused by the recent legislation in Tennessee. Literally blaming it on the legislation. Literally claiming they already know why this happened. It's the legislation's fault. If you need to talk to me, I'm here. Please stay with us. I don't have anyone to go to myself, but I want to be here for my trans siblings. I'm sorry and heartbroken right now. I'm terrified of what will happen in terms of anti-trans legislation, and I'm considering going fully back into the closet until I can move out of the US. I currently live in Texas, and I am so fucking scared of what's going to happen. I'm right there with you. I have so many feelings about this and nowhere to put them. This whole thing fucking sucks. It was a trans person who shot children and other people working at the school. What are you afraid of? How do you manage to be so narcissistic that you make this about yourself? I don't understand how the minds of these people work, and I don't think there will ever be any understanding of it. Move out of the US. Where do they think they'd be more accepted? Probably some bastion of socialism, like you know, Sweden or Norway or maybe Denmark. Please leave. They never make good on their threats. This person said, 5 times CNN misgendered, no correction. A mass shooting is horrible. Misgendering does not make anything better. Update, it seems like maybe there's plenty of confusion about whether or not the shooter is a transgender man or woman, and finding out that the police there don't know how to use the right words does not shock me, but mixing genders in the same story is still a problem. It's a problem for ease of reading the article, not a misgendering problem. They're a shooter. I don't give a shit what their gender is. Do not give a shit. There's enough confusion. Jesus. And here's retractions, MSNBC. A previous post about the Nashville Christian school shooting included initial information from police officers about the subject's gender. Those officials have since noted that the shooter was transgender. There was confusion later on Monday that said the New York Times about the gender identity of the assailant in the Nashville shooting. Officers had used she and her to refer to the suspect, who, according to a social media post and a LinkedIn profile, appeared to identify as a man in recent months. USA Today, police on Monday afternoon said that the shooter was a transgender man. Officials had initially misidentified the gender of the shooter. I don't think it was purposeful. I just think it's hard to navigate all of this stuff when you aren't inundated with it. If you aren't someone literally crawling the bowels of the internet at all times, or part of the group of people, you're just not up on the terminology. This is fine. Should we ask the corpse how it identifies? And then we got this guy. We got this fucking weirdo with flags in his name. Reuters, former Christian school student kills 3 children, 3 staff. Another one not reporting. I hope it was Republicans that lost their lives. One good thing about gun violence is occasionally wipes out full Republican families in one fell swoop. I would like to thank congressional Republicans and the NRA. I do not understand how you have this thought in your brain where you hear innocent children and other people lost their lives, and you're like, well, as long as it was the people who disagree with me who lost their lives, that's fine. I might not like some people. I might disagree with them. But I would not want to see them murdered in cold blood by a psychopath. Because that's just like, at this point, you have lost your humanity. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. And he continued, let me post this before I forgore, because I got the coconut brain. Someone said, this person is happy 3 little kids got killed. And he responded, nah, I just prefer them to be Republican kids, since you guys don't care about guns being out on the street. If Republicans did care, they would have policies and laws that prevent these things from happening. But since Nazi Republicans want to make sure that women are forced to have children and put these children in the schools where they will be shot 7 years later, what exactly is the point? Literally doubling fucking down. And then calls her a Nazi. I like how he feels empowered to literally say, I hope the children that got gunned down were Republican children, but he has to censor the word cunt. Gotta protect that Twitter profile, eh, my guy? You can't say the no words. That would be too far. You can't say no words, but you can wish death on children who might be children of people who disagree with you. That's just fuck. How do you get to this point? How do you become this fucking just morally gone as a person? What are these localities he thinks are mandating the rape of women? I'd like to know. Like, where the fuck is he going, is my question. The biggest red flag of them all, the male feminist. And then he triples down, saying, good, be hurt by this tweet, you worthless cucks, because tweeting about it will make all the difference. Y'all are pathetic. I'm serene living my life, not getting shot by angry people with assault weapons. Republicans can't even protect their own kids and schools. So fucking pathetic. And thankfully, his account got suspended. Thankfully, his account did in fact get suspended, but the internet is forever and will not forget. Serene, he says. Yeah, he seems like a very calm, not at all unhinged individual. Am I going to go over David Pakman making fun of the fact that it was a Christian school targeted, deleting it over anti-Semitism threats? Isn't that the first thing I looked at? Wasn't that this guy? No, that was Benjamin Ryan. That was Benjamin Ryan linking it to fucking Daily Wire. Beep, beep, beep. I'm catching up to current time. I don't know if David Pakman's in my tabs, but Lord, I'm almost to the end of them. I'm getting through them, dude. Him getting suspended is a bad thing. You want people to see that there are people like this. I think him getting suspended is a good thing because he is wishing violence upon people. But I think the fact that we have the screenshots archived is a good thing because then people won't forget what an actual piece of shit this man is. I really genuinely hate, and I've had personal issues with this. I've had personal issues with this where it's like something is against TOS, something is against my own rules, and instead of abiding by it as someone who's supposed to enforce it as a moderator, I instead get DMs of like, why are you allowing people to say this in your server? Why isn't this getting taken care of? And it's like, oh, gee, I don't fucking know, Jenny. You know it's against my rules. You know it's against TOS. You can't use the, but you like free speech excuse here. Like, what the actual fuck? I was like, please. They do that all the time where they're just like, oh, I'm just exercising my free speech. It's not free speech to literally fucking threaten people. It's never been. Twitch allows you to say annoying gays. Never. There are far more who think this way, but this person just went too far and posted about it. There are many who don't have the confidence to say this stuff out loud. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more people who are this unhinged and won't say it out loud. And I'm willing to bet he's the exact person who would be the like, I'm just using free peach. Free peach, by the way. Free peaches for everyone. I'm just using free speech. I thought you Republicans were all for free speech. Everyone on the right loves free speech. Nothing is against the rules, right? These fucking shit-eating cunts. I'm gonna slur. Finally, free peaches. Finally, it's happening. We got this person, 6.7k likes. If you're trans and going to commit a heinous crime, please, please, please do the rest of us a favor and clear your social media. Pronouns, LGBTQ, everything. We don't need this kind of blowback. What? The internet is forever. Is that one real, though? Oh my god. If you're gonna kill children, please be considerate. This is the true explanation of why they're freaking out. Well, all of them have been saying this is going to affect us. Go ahead and kill kids, but detrans first, thanks. It's just like, what? Why? Why would they do that? Obviously, who they are plays a part in what they're doing, right? Just like the people who have the white supremacist views that go and shoot up places, just like the people who have the anti-gay views who have shot up places, just like the hardcore militant Islamists who drive trucks into places, they have views that have influenced their decision. Their tweets are protected. Of course they are, Boog. Did you expect anything different? This one seems fake, but they definitely... Why does this seem fake when literally everything I've been reading says the same thing? Why would this one? You checked on it and you're at least somewhat convinced that it was fake? It could be fake then. We'll put a plausible deniability on this one. Maybe not real. Potentially not real, but literally everything else I've been reading that's like an archived link has been, it's too upfront. How is this too upfront when I just read this man saying, I hope it was Republicans that lost their lives? How is them saying, please delete all your shit? This is the group of people not exactly known for their subtlety, you know? They aren't self-aware enough, maybe. Look at the profile username and the verified icon. You assume it's real. Well, Boggy just said that their tweets are protected, so it's not like we can go and check. Most affected. So all we have is the screenshot. Could be fake. Is possible. But it doesn't say anything different from everything else we've been reading. But could be not a real tweet from this person. Those people are treating a terrorist like how the jihadists tweet a suicide bomber. I was like, what? Like a modern... You remember someone replied to it? You think it's real? I can't... Each posted their Twitter link in Not Safe for Work. I don't know if I'll be able to find anything on the Twitter link, though. Restricted replies. Because you said it's restricted, so I don't think I'll be able to read it. Ah! Okay, well, she's wearing more clothes than people in hot tub streams, so it's fine. New York sweetest diva, activist, trans entertainer, RuPaul Drag Race Season 9, manager, Peppermint Online. She is appropriating my Peppermint waifu? It's at least a real account. Yeah, it's a real account. I'm not gonna click on any of her other stuff, though, because that seems dangerous. That seems dangerous. Yeah, it was a risky click. I trusted. I trusted my honorable chatters. It's a restriction if you can't archive it. I don't know if there would be an archive of her page. I did not deep dive for extra archives more than what I could find on my own. Could be real. Could be real. Might be. Not. But still saying everything everybody else is saying. TBI director David Rausch, now I know there will be people who want to criticize us for prayers, but that's the way we do that in the South. Right. We believe in prayer and we believe in the power of prayer, and so our prayers go out to these families. Nothing represents American Christianity more than figuring out how to spin a bushel of dead kids into an opportunity to plea your persecution complex. These people really just do not have any self-awareness, do they? Like, what? What? Ironic. The fucking disconnect, dude. Hello, Pot. It is me, Kettle. And I feel like immediately after a Christian school gets shot up, a person is well within their rights to be like, there are people who criticize us, but we're gonna pray. Like, I feel like that is a normal thing to say after, like, a Christian school or a church gets shot up, right? Like... Average Adam Sessler take. Yeah, the cuck strikes again, honestly. He just can't stop. He just can't stop. When do we put on the clown makeup? We've been drowning in the clown makeup already. When so many people are saying it's fake, it tends to be the case. It's possible. It could be. We can't see her tweets. To my knowledge, there isn't an archive. How many shootings happen in America per second? I don't know. I don't count. I don't know how to count. Numbers hurt my brain. And then Reddit has been the platform of forwarding the trans genocide lie and fermenting violent rhetoric against fascists. Why are trans people telling each other to obtain and learn to use guns, as well as only fight when you have a clear advantage? This is a little diagram. Steps individuals can take to resist the genocide of trans people. Preps for trans resistance. We have 2 years until a fascist dictatorship that hates us comes to power. And while we are a mere 1% of the population, we must hold out until we can escape, because trans lives matter. Read military manuals and practice what is in them as much as you can. Understand that not everyone in a resistance movement can or should be a fighter. These movements also require intelligence, supply lines, and transportation, among other things. Create localized community networks of people you know well or who are very obviously on our side. These networks should stockpile food, medical supplies, blankets, etc. And get a list from a prepper forum. They did the work for us of figuring out what you need. Yeah, those evil right-wing preppers. Go take pointers from them. Where to get it, how to store it, and how to hide that you have it. You should also obtain and learn how to use guns. Ask the preppers what would be the easiest to get ammo for post-collapse. Don't tell them you're trans. Know your area, have a plan, have places you can hide. Have places to hide non-combatants and supplies. Have transportation ready in case you need to escape. Do not engage in a pitched battle. Only fight when you have to, and have a clear advantage over the genocidal forces. The purpose of being armed is for defense. If you would lose, run. It's better to lose territory and live to see another day. Mobility is like lose territory? What kind of game of civilization are these people playing that I'm not aware of? What is happening? Shit like this is when Obama was reelected, then Trump, then Biden. Yeah, fucking couch ass ram. These sound like the same unhinged people that are just like, black supremacist death squads are going to be coming to our doors and literally murdering white people in their houses. It's just like, holy shit. You need to take down the notch quite a bit, because you're living in a reality that just doesn't exist. So you mean to say all these rainbow flags are capture points? We've been playing capture the flag this whole fucking time? And nobody told me? What? I wasn't aware it was capture the flag. You know, it's a fucking... Shia LaBeouf wasn't around to tell us the rules. The day of the they-them blitzkrieg. It's just like, holy shit. It's no wonder. It's no wonder when they're outwardly saying this stuff that some people might kind of go a little insane. They talk about the far-right radicalization all the time, and yeah, there's fucking incel forums that talk this crazy shit as well. There are crazy incel forums that talk about this against women or against other people, and it's called out when those forums are found and when people perpetrate acts on that end. So why is it not okay to notice here? They were LARPing the whole time. Andy No drops receipts on violent trans movement while owning tweets claiming the shooter is the victim. This is a huge fucking thread. This is like an actual huge fucking thread. Just last week, a trans gunman in Seattle carried out a shooting on a sheriff's deputy. The action was praised by Antifa and the far left. Same left-wing people on Twitter are sympathetic to the trans shooter who killed children and staff at the Christian school in Nashville. I already read this first tweet, and that's in the archive already. I read this one. I still think Tennessee got what it deserved today. You can't victimize people nonstop and expect something bad not to happen. This is a Castro-communist, free Palestine, sex work is real work. This has to be a parody account, dude. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. It's got all the triggers on it. Come on, dude. You love that you can get unfiltered news from a Fox woman? I just look for stuff. I just look for stuff and I report it as I sees it. This account blames the Christian school principal, Catherine Kuntz, who was among the 6 murdered. Let's focus on the head of school, Catherine Kuntz, who was specifically targeted by the 28-year-old, Iden Hale, who has been dead-named in the press as Audrey. Can you imagine what the early 2000s Christian curriculum contained about gender, sexuality, and being openly queer? Well, Catherine Kuntz wasn't the headmistress at the school when Audrey attended. We know that. We read an article saying that Catherine was hired in 2016. So, you know, I like to share what I have noticed to the extent that I can without getting deleted by Twitch. Mainstream media and law enforcement discussing the issue are misgendering the murderer. I'm sad and angry on so many levels. The fact that is this a legit or not is a question says something about how clownish things have become. Yeah, it's real fucking hard to tell the difference between real and fake anymore. This tweet. Another day, another mass shooting. The shooter has been identified by his dead name. It appears he used he, him pronouns and was a former student at the school. Of course, mainstream media and the law enforcement discussing the issue are misgendering the murderer. I'm sad and angry on so many levels. I don't want to believe these people are real. Like, I just don't. I want to believe these are all troll accounts. Personal coach, consultant and trainer on transgender issues, author, ex-lawyer, activist. Like, it just blows my mind that any of these people can't decide if psyop or meme or... Exactly! The memes have become too close to reality. I've read this Benjamin tweet already. What's this one? What's this one? The deaths caused by this are tragic. The way society treats trans people, pushing us to the brink of killing ourselves or others, is despicable. If you back a wounded animal into a corner, you can't be surprised when it bites. Both can be and are true simultaneously. I thought she was supposed to be a trans man then. I thought offloading responsibility onto others instead of yourself is a womanly thing. Hold on, wait a minute. A wolf appears to say the murderer of children and school staff is a trans person striking back. I've read this one as well. The "look what you made me do" defense. It's always someone else's fault. There's a whole thread of just all of these people trying to put the blame elsewhere. Unfortunately. You wouldn't describe your group as biting animals? Playing too much Life is Strange. We got this that seems like the most rational take. r/honest transgender had the most sane post of the last 24 hours and it was deleted by the moderators. Removed by mod, removed by Reddit legal. Trans posters in trans forums and trans accounts on Twitter regularly promote violence against Nazis and TERFs and fascists, and they mean it. They want violence, they talk about punching, shooting, stabbing, beating with baseball bats, and they put images of rifles on trans flags. When you look at the targets of the rhetoric, most of the targets aren't actually Nazis, TERFs, or fascists. They're dissident voices. Conservative Christians and feminists and everyday people who don't hold the fringe beliefs about sex that many trans people hold. Last week, I saw a video of a 72-year-old butch woman being punched, full-forced, closed fist, by a bearded trans rights protester in New Zealand. I saw the trans people commenting to minimize or justify it. I see a lot of that. I've been seeing it for years. So has everyone else on social media. The community tells trans youth that they're under attack, under threat of genocide, tells them death before detransition. The community says trans kids are being killed by legislation. 2 trans people have now taken guns into schools and literally killed children as revenge. The murderous and suicidal rhetoric, the violence against women and children should have stopped years ago. Another good time to discontinue it would be now. I go into the trans subs and I see that almost every reaction to the murder of young children is self-concern. I'm the victim here. I'm in more danger than ever before. This is genocide against us. Every time this murderer's identity and motives are mentioned, we are being killed. There is a problem, and you can't fix it alone. It's horrific, it's immense and intense, and it's overwhelming. There would have been a consensus that things need to change. I don't know what it would take. Maybe it's too late, and this is what the trans movement has become, and this is how it ends. That's actually a good post, and it was removed by the moderators. Actually a self-reflective post of what has happened to the movement, what have these people become that I've surrounded myself with. Maybe we should take some time to think about it, and it's been removed by the mod. Reddit legal team. I don't use Reddit, so I don't know if like this Reddit legal is like a legit like flag or whatever. I don't use Reddit, so I don't know what this means specifically. Could be the legal team, might not be, I'm not sure. Curious if the mod said why it was removed. I don't have an archive of the site, so unfortunately I can't see if anything was posted, but I would be willing to guess probably not. Sometimes you wonder how much terminally online shit is just 4chan trolls infighting. Like alphabet boys in deep cover trying to arrest each other. Less than your sanity would like, I bet. There's so much glowing. There's so much glowing, my eyes hurt. Awkward moment when your admins got involved. Unlucky. What does Reddit legal mean? I don't know. So that's why I'm only focusing on the removed by a moderator thing. because I don't know what the removed by Reddit legal means since I don't use Reddit. I'm not a Redditor, as it were. Beep. Kids need guidance, not moral conundrums. We got everyone's favorite Twitter schizo. Nashville PD just released body cam footage and trolls are already using it to celebrate the killing of a trans person. No, they're using it to celebrate the killing of a deranged individual who perpetrated a school shooting that resulted in adults and children being murdered. I don't give a shit how they make fun of the killer. I do not give a shit how they make fun of them. Your favorite Twitter schizo is Wyatt. It's just like, fuck, my guy. How are you going to be upset that the shooter is being memed? I can't scroll down because there's Twitch you buy content. But thankfully this first one was censored. I appreciate the censorship. Of course it's this person. Yeah, it's this fucking person. I've seen this name elsewhere. It gets my gears grinding. All school shooters should be shot, brought back to life, and then shot again, honestly. Yeah, they killed a monster, not a person. Doesn't matter if it's a white male, doesn't matter if it's, like, some fucking Islamist, doesn't matter if it's a transgender person. If you are out there committing a mass shooting, you've just, like, lost your rights for people to think that you're human. I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit. Oh, I almost forgot to post it. I keep just wanting to move on. My brain! I'm not used to it. Dennis Welch, breaking. Governor Hobbs' office has confirmed that the press secretary, Joss Berry, has resigned this morning after posting this image on Twitter. So, the press secretary for the governor's office in Arizona, I'm pretty sure Hobbs is Arizona. Office of Governor Katie Hobbs, 24th governor of Arizona. I was correct, I'm nuts. Us when we see transphobes. What a profoundly tone-deaf thing to post after a whole bunch of people at a Christian school got shot. This is like one of the times, and I'm sure people would be like, I thought you guys didn't like cancel culture. It's not cancel culture if you are calling for violence specifically. This is actual call to violence because it happened right after a school shooting. Are you kidding me? I think you should start believing them more, by the way. Yeah. I feel like people should believe a little bit more. Because Hobbs knows Lake is gonna out her from the seat through the law, so her career is over either way. Jesus. They can say that. Doesn't mean I'm going to care. I just don't understand. So many people being incredibly crazy over this whole situation. And here's what you guys were talking about. Again, bringing us back to the protest, the Tennessee Capitol protesters. So there's one at Tennessee and Kentucky. And the ones at Tennessee were holding 7 fingers. So they are appearing to include the trans shooter among the victims. Allegedly including.
Every death is a tragedy, y'all. It's 7 lives.
I'd say there were 7 victims.
Yep.
Did they do an all lives matter? In a way they did. Imagine saying that there were 7 victims because the police shot the active shooter. I was just like, what the actual hell is going through these people's heads? It feels like a mass psychosis, and I'm just like, am I the one crazy? Because I feel like since so many other people have the direct opposite view, it's just like, what the fuck? They're only saying 7 for the optics. Jesus Christ. 7 corpses, 6 victims, exactly. Maybe they'll be more honest in the near future and say it was only the murderer who's a victim. The tone-deaf thingy. Oh, I'm gonna have to scroll up, Ziz, because I don't remember what you said. Tone-deaf, oh, you're just correcting a mistake. Mass psychosis is the defining trait. Oh my god. We got a Vox article. Conservatives are using the tragedy in Nashville to push their anti-trans agenda. multiple far-right lawmakers and commentators responded to the shooting with transphobic statements. After the horrific shooting at a school in Nashville on Monday, a group of prominent conservative lawmakers and commentators have released statements using the shooter's purported trans identity to reinvigorate their ongoing effort to erode trans rights. The comments follow a statement from Nashville police that the shooter identified as transgender. The Republicans who have spoken out on this subject have used reports of the shooter's identity to call for bans on medical services like gender-affirming care, which GOP bills have already barred for youth in states like Tennessee, Mississippi, and Utah. And to make transphobic statements aimed at animating their base, their comments have served to simultaneously reinforce their support among Christian conservatives and other anti-trans constituents, and to try and shift the conversation away from the discussion of gun reform. How much hormones like testosterone and medications for mental illness was the transgender Nashville school shooter taking? Everyone can stop blaming guns now. All right, so gun reform isn't going to fix anything. But also, how is this anti-trans? This is like a logical question, considering it could have affected their mental state at the time. How is it anti-trans to just ask a question about if they were on medications for it? I'm a little confused here. I'm a little confused. Did my browser go down? Did my browser come down? That's odd. Browser. Where's my browser? I can't find it. There we go. I found it. Did I see that Tucker Carlson read the Roundhouse? I did see that. I was not aware he read out Christ Cucks out on live broadcast. Because I was like, there's no way that's a mainstream term. But I guess reality is stranger than AI voice clips. Those Republicans' quick pivot to anti-trans attacks gave them a hook to elevate and reaffirm the anti-trans policies that the GOP has pushed in the last year. Academic and political experts tell Vox. My guess is that this tragic story is being used to further the ultra-conservative narrative that transgender people are a dangerous threat to the public. So how come when we say maybe there were mental issues and how many medications were this person on, how come it's bad when we ask that in this situation? And then when we ask it about other shooters, it's, oh, you're reducing the evil deed that they've done to a mental health issue. Can I get an explanation for that? The person did the thing. The rationale behind the statements. Like, I don't get it. I don't get what they're complaining about here. Republicans have an interest in keeping the base riled up about one thing or another, and when one issue fades, as with same-sex relationships and same-sex marriage, they've got to find something else. It's like they're talking about themselves. Because, like, if they didn't perpetually claim that some people were victimized, a lot of jobs would be lost. The myth that trans women pose a threat to cis women in these fields, legislation barring trans athletes from competing in sports. The myth? That's a story for another time, though. Anti-trans rhetoric has proved particularly motivating. Trans issues in particular challenge biblical concepts of gender, says Bjork James. Evangelicals tend to believe that men and women have very different qualities that are innate to us. I think that's a huge interest in maintaining a gender binary because it really does provide a foundation for their theology and their everyday lives. The only quote that they've put here is Marjorie Taylor Greene's. How is this transphobic and using the tragedy to push the anti-trans agenda? It's just like, what? Projection. I do know Darvo. I do know what Darvo is. Religion bad. No, dude. Men and women have qualities that are different and innate and distinct. Yep. It's removing one religion to install their own. White House says trans community is under attack after the Nashville shooting. Jean-Pierre said the White House's hearts go out to the transgender community.
Now, it's been 3 days since the tragic school shooting in Nashville, and we've heard nothing from Republicans in Congress about what they will do to stop our kids from being murdered in our schools and in our communities. In fact, we've now heard a number of Republican members of Congress that they don't intend to do anything at all. And in North Carolina yesterday, the Republican-controlled state legislature didn't skip a beat in overriding Governor Cooper's veto on a dangerous bill that makes communities less safe. That's the opposite of common sense. And it is outrageous. As the president has said, we need Congress to act now. Doing nothing when guns are the leading killer of our kids in America is absolutely unacceptable. We need to pass an assault weapons ban, mandate universal background checks, require safe storage of guns, hold manufacturers accountable. These are just common sense policies with broad public support, and Republicans owe answers to the American people about why they won't protect our kids. They owe answers to the Nashville families who lost their 3 kids, the 9-year-olds. They owe answers to Uvalde, the parents of Uvalde, 19 kids. They owe answers to the people in Buffalo who, like every other American on a Saturday, went to the grocery store. They owe answers to them and their families, that community. Again, this is completely unacceptable, and we need to do everything that we can to protect our communities and to protect our kids.
What? Are they going to start holding auto manufacturers accountable? White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Thursday that the trans community in America is under attack just days after a transgender former student opened fire in Nashville, Tennessee. One of the things we saw during the midterm elections is that people don't want their freedom to be taken. They want us to fight for their freedoms, Jean-Pierre said to reporters as she answered questions from the briefing room. It is shameful and it is disturbing, and our hearts go out to the trans community as they are under attack right now. Jean-Pierre's comments came when she was asked for the White House's message to states across the country who are moving to take action against certain care for transgender minors, specifically the Kentucky legislature's vote on Wednesday to override Governor Andy Beshear's veto of legislation that prohibits transgender procedures for minors, as well as restricts bathrooms based on biological sex. We support peaceful protests. We think it's important for Americans and people just across the country to make their voices heard, just as long as it's peaceful, Jean-Pierre said. We've been very clear about these anti-LGBTQ bills we're seeing in state legislatures across the country, particularly these anti-trans bills as they attack trans kids, as they attack trans parents. It is shameful and it is unacceptable. Oh man, I was just like, how does a shooting happen? And then you just start talking about how the community that the shooter belonged to is somehow now more victimized. Like, it seems so fucking surreal that I don't want to believe that it is happening. Hate has consequences. Trans support group blames GOP anti-trans legislation for Tennessee school shooting, calls Audrey Hale's death a tragedy, and demands the media call the shooter he, him. A radical transgender activist group has claimed that the Nashville school shooter was driven to murder 6 people by an avalanche of anti-trans policies and sentiment, adding that hate has consequences. The Trans Resistance Network, a fringe group whose tweets are protected, except for their 3,300 followers, issued a statement on Tuesday in the wake of the shooting. Audrey Hale, a 28-year-old former student at Covenant High School, wrote a manifesto before attacking the private Christian academy on Monday morning. She was killed by police within 15 minutes. John Drake, the Nashville police chief, said that Hale was transgender. We already know this. The TRN said that they did not usually comment on the news, but the collective, the leaders of whom remain unknown, felt the need to speak out. This was the statement that they issued. While it is not our policy to engage publicly with news media, we believe this moment calls for a thoughtful response from our collective. They said there were 2 tragedies, the murder of the 3 9-year-olds and the 3 staff members, and the death of Hale. The second and more complex tragedy is that Aiden, or Audrey Hale, who felt she had no other effective way to be seen than to lash out by taking the life of others, and by consequence, herself. When does any other shooter get this kind of fucking sympathy? Like, if anyone was giving this kind of sympathy to a mass shooter publicly, they would be rightfully derided for it. Not given, like, media press attention. TRN wrote, they do not claim to know the individual or have access to their inner thoughts and feelings, but they do know that the life for transgender people is very difficult, and made more difficult in the preceding months by a virtual avalanche of anti-trans legislation and public callouts by right-wing personalities and political figures for nothing less than the genocidal eradication of trans people from society. The group said that anti-trans hate had to be factored into Hale's acts, although they noted, we do not claim to know the individual or have access to their inner thoughts and feelings. And there's the body cam video in this article that I can't play. They continued, many transgender people deal with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, and PTSD from the near constant drumbeat of anti-trans hate, lack of acceptance from family members, and certain religious institutions, denial of our existence, and calls for detransition and forced conversion. All of these factors contribute to a population that is medically underserved and who often faces anti-trans bias while accessing care, leading to significant physical and mental health disparities. They concluded, hate has consequences. It's your fault. It's your fault that you got shot. School shooter, it's okay, I have anxiety. The group praised trans people for their resilience, noting that despite the overwhelming odds of homelessness, job discrimination, and constant anti-trans bigotry and violence, so many of us continue to persevere, survive, and even thrive. We will not be eradicated or erased. TRN then requested that Hale be referred to as he, him, despite law enforcement friends and family referring to Hale as she. The group has not responded to requests for comment, obviously. And then it just goes through all of the victims once again, talking about the stretch of what happened. We have already read through most of that. The attack quickly spawned a debate between conservatives and trans activists. Tennessee Republican Representative Tim Burchett called for Hale's manifesto to be made public, telling Fox News, we need to know what was going through this person's head. Our trans youth are troubled. If they don't get the help they need, they can grow up to have some serious issues, but I obviously don't believe they'll all grow up to be shooters like this. This seems like a me phrase sentence where he phrased it poorly, right? Where it sounds like he's like assigning them to be like that disturbed. He's like, well, not all of them will be like this. So it's worded a little strangely, but I don't think he meant harm by this. The shooting has raised questions about the drugs used in sex reassignment treatment and mental health conditions that are widespread in the trans community, and drawn parallels to other attacks by young female-to-male transitioners. Notice me. Well, every other shooter. What about me? The grandstanding sounds like a bunch of fighting words. The fact that it's sympathetic to the shooter just furthers the public pushback. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The whole fiasco has the same vibes as austere religious scholar dies in regards to a terror leader. Yeah, exactly. It has the same fucking vibe. Prominent members of America's trans community took to social media to stress that Hale's suspected killing spree was more clearly linked to the availability of guns than anything to do with her gender identity or politics. She went to a specific school that had less security to carry out the attack. She had 2 others she wanted to attack. Man. When hundreds of white men commit mass shootings, it's a societal problem. But when one trans person commits a mass shooting, it's a trans problem. No, it's still a societal problem. It's still a mental health problem. It's not a specific trans people problem. I don't know how they are extrapolating that to be like we're in trouble here. But Kirsche should run for office. I'd be a terrible fucking politician. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'd be terrible at that. While Hale was opting to use male pronouns and was socially transitioning by wearing clothing, it's not clear if she received sex reassignment treatment, such as male hormone testosterone. GenSpect, which campaigns against gender-affirming care for young people on Tuesday, noted that when females are giving testosterone, their propensity for violence quickly increases. So it'd be interesting to know if that could have played a part. You couldn't be much worse, Jesus. I guess I couldn't be much worse than current politicians, but I don't think I have the chutzpah to be a politician. Trans Day of Vengeance will go ahead at the Supreme Court despite the Nashville school's trans shooter killing 6 in a rampage, as Marjorie Taylor Greene's Twitter account is suspended over her post asking about if hormones might have played a part. An activist group is due to hold a Trans Day of Vengeance demonstration outside the Supreme Court on Saturday, warning against astronomical amounts of hate from the world and following the horrifying Nashville shooting which left 7 dead. Trans radical activist network TRAN will host the event in Washington, D.C. from the 31st of March until the 2nd of April, starting Friday and marching on the Supreme Court at 11 a.m. on Saturday. On their website, they cite gender-affirming care ban bills and the political climate as motives for the demonstration. Commentators are up in arms over the decision to go ahead with the protest, as police say they are investigating the role of Nashville shooter Audrey Hale's gender identity as a sense of resentment that may have inspired the attack on the shooter's Christian former school. What are they seeking vengeance against? All of the fascists and the Nazis who are perpetrating trans genocide, obviously. My congressional account was suspended for 7 days for exposing Antifa, who are organizing a call for violence called Trans Day of Vengeance. Oh, she tweeted something else. I was wrong about which tweet it was. Response to horror Nashville mass shooting by calling for more guns in schools? What? Gun grabbers like Joe and the Democrats? No. I guess it doesn't really matter what tweet she got suspended for unless she was calling for violence against people. But I didn't see anything specific in that scroll. The day after the mass murder of children by a trans shooter, restore my account immediately. Ian Miles Chong wrote that Twitter is now cracking down on those who promote the Trans Day of Vengeance poster, which mostly comprises of trans militants who are calling for a day of mass violence. Twitter's trust and safety lead, Ella Irwin, responded, "We had to automatically sweep our platform and remove 5,000 tweets and retweets of this poster. We do not support tweets that incite violence irrespective of who posts them. Vengeance does not imply peaceful protest. Organizing or support for peaceful protest is okay." So I guess they're saying they suspended Marjorie Taylor Greene because she retweeted the poster. Tran has stated on their website, this protest is about unity, not inciting violence. Tran does not encourage violence, and it is not welcome at this event. That's a strange name to call it the Day of Vengeance if it's not about violence, I'm gonna be real. Roll in suggested articles. What do you mean? What do you mean? Unity, but they're calling it a day of vengeance. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of, It's unclear whether Hale was associated with the movement. I don't know why they would say that. She probably was not, if I had to take a wild assumption. Audrey Elizabeth Hale opened fire at the Covenant School, killing 6 people. Talk about the victims. My congressional account was suspended for 7 days for exposing Antifa, who are organizing a call for violence called the Trans Day of Vengeance. Day after the mass murder of children by a trans shooter. Twitter's cracking down. This is the response that I already read. The upcoming protest was initially to be called the Trans Day of Visibility, but rebranded as Vengeance Means Fighting Back with Vehemence, the group said. See, if they had kept the name Trans Day of Visibility, that probably would have made a lot more sense. Probably would have made a lot more sense. Do you want to be united? Oh my god. So they wanted it to, yeah, they wanted it to sound more violent, I guess. It is our battle cry, unity, by the way, not violence, by the way, to declare to the world that we, the transgender/non-binary communities, will neither be silenced nor eradicated. Distancing themselves from Hale, the group published a statement on their website ahead of the event. We, Tsukuru, co-founder, Our Rights DC, and Tran are horrified at the acts of violence committed at the Covenant School on March 27, 2023. We grieve for Evelyn, Haley, William, Cynthia, Catherine, and Mike, and with their loved ones. We also reject any connection between that horrific event and ours. Well, yeah, I think trying to tie the shooter, like police are investigating possible motives. Where was it? It was up here somewhere. It was unclear whether Hale was associated with the movement. I think that's a weird thing to include, because I doubt Hale was involved in the movement. I'm sorry, babe. You know I love you. I didn't mean to hit you. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'll do better. I don't know why you put up with me. I'm so terrible to you, but I'm so thankful I have you in my life. Vengeance means fighting back with vehemence. We are fighting against false narratives, criminalization, and eradication of our existence. Tran also said that due to hate received, they have disabled their contact form. And I had a couple of things that I put in a different browser, because I thought I would remember them better if I put them in a different browser, but my brain did not, so I'm going to play those really quickly. gonna play those really quick here. I'm trying so hard to get through all of these fucking tabs. I'm trying so hard, chat. I think it's this one. Yeah. Eradication of our existence. So we have some more brain damaged people here.
So about the tragic school shooting that happened today at a private Christian school in Tennessee, the shooter was born a biological female, and they went by he, him on their LinkedIn. So they're painting the narrative that, you know, they're trying to blame transgender people, you know, the whole thing. But every other school shooting that's happened in the last, I don't know, decade have been white men, and many of them identify as Christians. So let's not go there.
Not true.
But I do want to say that expect more of this kind of chaos and destruction when you bring fascism into this country. The more you don't love people, the more you shame people, the more you treat people like they're untouchable in society, what do you expect people to do? Of course, the shadow inside of them is going to be so angry and retaliate in revenge. That's what happens when you decide to try to control people through legislation. You try to have not more hate.
Aborted due to a network error? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It broke. It broke. Shut it down. The shooter was white and a man. Who's treating people as if they're untouchable purely based on their characteristics? That's a good question. That's a good-ass question. I'll upload these to the Discord separately, because it'll take a minute for me to do that.
Reportedly, the shooter in Tennessee was transgender.
I don't know why I keep full screening these, because it's
I want to tell you a few things about this. The first being that there are 647 mass shootings last year. We already passed 130 this year. Most of those have been done by cisgender men, mostly white, actually. But when white people, especially white cis men, shoot people, kill people, commit horrible acts of violence, people are prone to having empathy. They'll say, oh, they have mental health problems, oh, they were having...
That's what people are saying here. They're saying maybe it's mental health problems. Maybe we should look into that. They're saying the same exact thing. That's not empathy. That's being like, how do we prevent this from happening in the future? Most are gang shootings. We're talking about school shootings. I know they're getting their facts a little messed up here because they probably only focus on the school shootings. Because people have no self-awareness.
Bad day, they whatever. But when a trans person does it, or also any other marginalized person, like a black person or a Muslim person, it's always reduced to identity. It's always reduced to that minoritization and saying, oh, this is the problem. Transness is not the problem, folks. The problem is oppression. The problem is white supremacy. The problem is racism. The problem is no control for guns, right? We have so many guns. The number one leading cause of death for children in this country is, guess what? Not trans people, it's guns and gun violence.
Why do they keep saying that?
And all these politicians are out here saying we need to protect children, but they're not actually doing anything that is protecting children. In fact, they're contributing to the harm of children by further marginalizing an already very vulnerable population of trans people. If you are reading reports about the shooter being transgender and thinking that transness is the problem, you need to take a pause. Transness is not the problem. The systemic patriarchal oppression is the problem.
The male feminist red flag? You have no respect for people who unironically use the word folks. Oh my god. Self-fulfilling prophecy. You fully agree we need to control the guns that are being given to the school shooters by the federal agencies? Who controls the glowies?
I wonder if the parents of the victims of the Nashville shooting today would still have
She
their
sounds high as
children
fuck.
if these trans bills in Tennessee were never a thing. I'm not a parent, but if I were, I'd be real mad at the government.
What the fuck?
I'd be real mad at the government.
What? Buzzword. And then I have a couple of like news stuffies, but besides the like Tucker Carlson, we have expert examines potential seeds of grievance for the Nashville shooter.
That aspect, the psychological profile of the shooter, forensic psychology.
Let's discuss that aspect, the psychological profile of the shooter. Forensic psychologist Chris Mohandy and psychologist Dr. Erica Anderson. Yes, you remember Dr. Anderson from our story about transgender and detransitioning. It's good to see you again. Thank you both. Mohandy, let me start with you. From a forensic perspective, this fact, is it a distinction with a difference?
Well, I think it becomes an important origin for what all these shooters have in common is a sense of grievance that they're fixated upon. And so it is a reasonable hypothesis to explore investigatively that, this individual may have had some issues with navigating that. We know that transgender people in our society, unfortunately, are subjected to mistreatment, marginalized, stigmatized, and rejected, and have a lot of unfortunate negative experiences, as they are grappling with their identities and trying just to be who they are. And so,
when have you ever heard a news network person be like, "Well, this white guy that shot up a school, he was victimized by his community." There were so many people who just throughout his lifetime tried to feminize him. He was told that he was worthless. He was told that all of the evils in the world are his fault for being white. And, he had these seeds of grievance that he need. Like, what kind of, coverage is this? I understand talking about what motive possibilities could have happened, but coming at it from a sympathetic angle just seems wild to me. You hear plenty of them go, "Please be white." It's just like, holy shit. This is like a 5-minute clip of them being sympathetic about it. They have a making of the school shooter from Daily Mail, which is also talking about, her growing up. I can't show this because it has the body cam footage in it. But they also give a very sympathetic view through this video from Daily Mail. There is MSNBC, transgender activist slams the GOP trying to weaponize the Nashville shooting for the ballot box. And the person that they had on to talk about this.
To vote against a bill to better prevent an activist and former press secretary for the Human Rights Campaign. Thank you both for being here. It's great to be with you. I'm going to start with you, Charlotte. There are statistics that show.
This is an actual news broadcast after a mass shooting committed by a transgender person, and their tagline is "Transgender Americans Under Siege." What?
That violence against transgender people was already high. It's 2.5 times more likely to be victims of violence than cisgender people. From 2017 to 2021, the number of trans people murdered more than doubled. 73% have been killed with a gun. Right. And yet, we're now seeing the moral panic over trans folks shifted onto this Nashville.
I want to gather it in Minecraft.
Right. It seems that the Republican Party, as usual, just can't seem to do basic math. Since January 1st, 2016, there have been 3,580 mass shootings in the United States based on the Gun Violence Archive. Less than 5 of those have been trans. So we're saying that 99.7% at least of the mass shooters have not been transgender. So if we're going to
That's because it's not a transgender problem. It's a mental health problem. I don't understand. Reminder, this person only transitioned after they got Me Too'd. I would have to dive into this person's backstory again in order to remember everything about them. I know I've seen them in other places before, but I can't remember. The ranch is under siege, but the alpacas are already dead! Oh my god. And so this just goes on. Again, a very sympathetic take. And then there's this one. Ape Hancho. He's another kind of commentator on YouTube. He actually goes through and talks about the victims. The victims. Let me go back a little bit. So we actually have someone on YouTube talking in depth about the victims instead of how this is majorly affecting trans people.
Described as a saint, was said to have confronted Audrey, but to what extent is unknown. All police have said is that the way her body was found indicated that she must have attempted to stop the shooting. Potentially, she went on to save multiple lives. 61-year-old Mike Hall, a 14-year veteran at the school who loved his job, was thought to have been shot through the door and was sadly killed. killed. No specifics on what exactly occurred have been given at the moment though. The same could be said for substitute teacher 61-year-old Cynthia Peake. We don't know specifics on how or where in the school she was killed, but she's being remembered as a strong believer in the Lord. She was there on that fateful day to help out, guiding the young Christians on their everlasting journey with God. As painful as it is losing people to mass shooting events, I don't think anything is worse than when small children fall victim in these horrific instances. 3 9-year-olds, William Kinney, Evelyn Dieckhaus, and Haley Scruggs, all victims. Audrey shot them dead while going on her rampage. Haley was the daughter of Chad Scruggs, a senior pastor at a local church. He described his daughter as a gift in a statement to ABC News. He also spoke on his faith with them, saying that one day they would be reunited. We're heartbroken. Through tears we trust that she's in the arms of Jesus, who will raise her to life once again. Evelyn's family are said to have been completely broken by the incident. They described the young girl as the shining light of the world. At a church service held hours after the shooting, Evelyn's sister, just 11 years old herself, cried during the service. "I don't want to be an only child," she said. It's understandable that families want privacy at the moment to mourn over the loss of their children, which is why we're getting brief statements on who they were. William's family friend would describe him as having an unflappable spirit.
My internet really doesn't want me to play videos. But I'm glad that there is some coverage of the victims instead of all of it just being sympathetic to the real victims, the transgender community. It's just like I'm really disappointed in the news coverage of all of this, and they're on to me. Was the problem with the media? They talk about the perpetrators, what led them to do it, what they did, and not about the victims. The news, more often than not, it's not even that they're just talking about the perpetrator. It's that they're being sympathetic to the perpetrator. It's that they're saying this is going to cause more problems for other people. It's not even just that they're not like, because they mention the victims' names. They mention them. It's not the focus. They're idolizing the killer. I don't know if they're even idolizing. They're just saying that, like, this killer is going to cause more problems for other people.
Hell nah.
I don't think that's idolizing. I think that's just saying, like, we're going to become the real victims of the situation. I want a fucking calzone. Compare this to the coverage of Sandy Hook. That would actually be an interesting thing to do. A trans person murders 6 people. Trans people most affected. I was like, holy shit. I'm real disappointed that this situation unfolded at all. I'm not smart enough to figure out how we would fix something like this. There's not exactly a overall wonderful solution to prevent shootings. People who want to say that, like, gun control will help it won't. Don't do it. The last person to cover Sandy Hook owes $10 billion. I don't have even $1 billion. I don't even have $1 million. I don't even have 100,000. I know a solution, but it's against Twitch TOS. That's true. They're trying to steal his cat too. I covered that on stream before. I feel like I don't know if I should raid anyone after doing a stream like this. I know a lot of people who watch my content and know exactly what I get into, but I don't know if I should raid someone after what we talked about today. I'd like to dump you off somewhere nice that's having, like, happy game times after we talked about a shooting for like 5 hours, 6 hours now. Raid Mia. We could do some comfy war hammies. Iori is streaming again. She's doing some Yakuza. Silver Veil is on as well. Oh no. Pippa's about to start. I went so long. That's true. We could always cross-platform. We could cross-platform to Pippa. That'd be a great place. You guys can't be degenerate there. Her chat's so fast. Her chat scrolls so fast, no one will know you're gay. No one will know you're gay. Yeah, we could go say hello to Pippa. You're going to Pippa. I'm probably going to go to Pippa too, but I need food. I need food. God dang it. Pippa's stream is delayed by this fucking rabbit. Every time I go to Raiders, she's always like canceling streams or pushing it back. I swear it's on purpose. This is a government psyop. The rabbit is secretly a glowy here to counter me. They keep finding out I'm gay somehow. God damn. All right. Well, we could do like some sort of happy rage shit. So she hates me personally. Yeah, duh. That's why she called me ugly. That's why she hates my 3D body. I have a nice, big, long, hard ASMR. I saw the ASMR request rolling in. I will do those tomorrow at the big beginning of stream. Not just because I went so late, but because I would feel really weird reading those out after talking about all of what we talked about today. So please do not restore any of the ASMR requests. I'll do them tomorrow. Spider God, thank you for the heckin' 100 bits.
Thank you. Happy raid! Yeah, happy raid. Let's do that.
I raided Iori recently. I can't remember the last time I raided Mia. So I guess we can go to Mia today. Go get some happy warhammies in before the Yabbit curses our brains once again. Let's heckin' go. We need positivity! Yeah, we need some positivity and happiness. Usually I cover that with the later portion of stream, but today was a bit more serious of a tangent than usual. Again, I have that thread with all of the sources of everything I was reading today. So all of those are in that thread in Not Safe for Work, and I'll be posting those videos. I have to upload them specifically. So I'll be posting those soon, TM, but I gotta get food. I'm dying. Thank you guys for hanging out today and still enjoying when I read more serious topics instead of just making fun of people constantly. Instead of just making fun of how crazy Clownworld is. I appreciate you guys hanging out for serious topics as well. And I'm glad you guys could behave during serious topics. Thank you for being delicious, honorable chatters. Thank you for hanging out with me. Heckin', I have so much to scroll. Holy shit.
Wait, my script broke. My script broke. What is this? What is this? What is this?
Okay, I fixed it. I don't know how it broke, and I don't know how I fixed it, but everything's fine now. Thank you for hanging out. Heckin' 3 Eucalypto, 5th Venom, a dude named John, a cute kitty, a Kumatoka, Animate Acumen, Anonymister, Apple Donut Cast, Arnold Newham, ATF Sniper, get out! Every Sad Tire, Ozahara Channel, Backlog Gamer, / Bitos, Baza Owo, Bear in the Woods, Billy Witch Doctor 99, Bingo Bango Tango Mango, Bowl of Noodles 888, Brave SJ, Cacophonies, Carnabog 565, Compost, Kazman, Kiyose, Chank Sautome, Chaot X, Chip, ISO, Cobalt Ogre Megas, Coconut Tackle, Kami Prime, Dimensi, Dark Winter 1776, Dartum, Default Pan, did it for free. Holy shit, why was that so hard for my brain? Demerel, Diplodocus 3000, Dragonfight HD, Dr. Dave the First, Dr. Fost MD, Dwarven Crusader, Eat Lee, Etchy Phantom, Irshi, Emperor's Rage, Ghastly Guest, Glaceon Seamus, Goombas, Gong Kong 69, Goo Dragon, Happy Mars 24, Hey, I'm Lucius, Hikimoto, Hi Jeb, Hollow Chains, Holy Hammer Strike, Honor Blinn, I am Binary Mind, It Leftish, Ingress, Isaac 13D, James Jameson, J-Ray, Junkie Parasite 01, K-Mob, Kusa LOL, Kingslayer Snow Kindred, Kiru Tan X0, Kumikoto, Lars Sadbro, Leo Siegfried, Limes Laggard, Lori Q, LX Keck, Madlad 1, Mouse Kuko, MCD 1992, Max Euphemism, Missive 9, Mr. Sazerac, Mr. Mr. Delgado, holy shit, my brain, Mr. Spanner, Murray Shinide, Noxus Fumes, Nerd Whispers, Out of the Empire, Flanks, Proctor Zarkov, Sludokin, Psycho Mime, Questionable Orange Juice, Raiden 199807, Rail Circus the Third, Revile, Riz Prime, Rodin Enjoyer, Ronin for Life, Tsunami, Salt Wizard, Sambo 1994, Stay Sont, Shaman is the Corpse, Shadow Knight, Chill Poster, Shrek 2 the video game, Sir Cool 1099, 6 Squirrels in a Trench Coat, Scorpion, Skew Case, Slick First, Smith of 11 Herbs and Spices, Small Tank 2, Spider God 99, Stervro, St. Jarna, E, Stray Wolf X, Summer Whiskey, Swift Sword, Talendex, the Heracross, the Drizzle 2, the Smiling Reaper, the User, the Barraclow, the Dr. Viper, the Red Hunter, Tiger Knocked VT, Tired Tortoise, Tsukino Kaji, Unusual Heights, Vash PP, Vet Junior 289, Winchester Lock, Whisper Rabbit, Xeno Demon, Zenlar 1984, Ziz 39808, Yankee Zero, Zazubon 01369, ZX Oofbin, Zyvob, Zuto Luca, Holy Jesus, thank you! Thank you
everyone for hanging out. Please go have some cool downs from Shitty News with Mia. She's playing some Warhammies, some Warhammy 40k. Give her some heckin' love. Don't tell me what to do, Skew! I'll breathe when I remember to! And have a good rest of your night. I don't know what the fuck I'm playing tomorrow, but we'll be playing video games. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.